Chapter 26 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moggs, Purity, and the Rights of Labour. Mr. Trigger had hinted that Ontario Moggs would be a thorn in the flesh of Mr. Westmacott's supporters at Percycross, and he had been right. Ontario was timid, hesitating, and not unfrequently browbeaten in the social part of his work at the election. Though he made great struggles, he could neither talk, nor walk, nor eat, nor sit, as though he were the equal of his colleague. But when they came to politics and political management, there was no holding him. He would make speeches when speeches were not held to be desirable by his committee, and he was loud upon topics as to which it was thought that no allusion whatever should have been made. To talk about the ballot had from the first been conceded to Moggs. Mr. Westmacott was, indeed, opposed to the ballot, but it had been a matter of course that the candidate of the people should support that measure. The ballot would have been a safety valve, but Moggs was so cross-grained, ill-conditioned, and uncontrollable that he would not let the ballot suffice him. The ballot was almost nothing to him. Strikes and bribery were his great subjects, the beauty of the one and the ugliness of the other. The right of the labourer to combine with his brother labourers, to make his own terms for his labour, was the great lesson he taught. The suicidal iniquity of the labourer in selling that political power which he should use to protect his labour was the source of his burning indignation. That labour was the salt of the earth he told the men of Percycross very often, and he told them as often that manliness and courage were necessary to make that salt productive. Gradually the men of Percycross, some said that they were only the boys of Percycross, clustered round him and learned to like to listen to him. They came to understand something of the character of the man who was almost too shamefaced to speak to them while he was being dragged round their homes on his canvas, but whom nothing could repress when he was on his legs with a crowd before him. It was in vain that the managing agent told him that he would not get a vote by his spouting and shouting. On such occasions he hardly answered a word to the managing agent, but the spouting and shouting went on just the same, and was certainly popular among the bootmakers and tanners. Mr. Westmacott was asked to interfere, and did so once in some mild fashion, but Ontario replied that, having been called to this sphere of action, he could only do his duty according to his own lights. The young men's presidents and secretaries and chairmen were for a while somewhat frightened, having been assured by the managing men of the Liberal Committee that the election would be lost by the furious insanity of their candidate, but they decided upon supporting Moggs, having found that they would be deposed from their seats if they discarded him. At last, when the futile efforts to control Moggs had been maintained with patience for something over a week, when it still wanted 4 or 5 days to the election, an actual split was made in the Liberal camp. Moggs was turned adrift by the Westmacottian faction. Bills were placarded about the town, explaining the cruel necessity for such action, and describing Moggs as a revolutionary firebrand. And now there were 3 parties in the town. Mr. Trigger rejoiced over this greatly with Mr. Griffenbottom. "If they haven't been and cut their throats now, it is a wonder," he said over and over again. Even Sir Thomas caught something of the feeling of triumph, and began almost to hope that he might be successful. Nevertheless, the number of men who could not quite make up their minds as to what duty required of them till the day of the election was considerable. and Mr. Pile triumphantly whispered into Mr. Trigger's ear his conviction that, after all, things weren't going to be changed at Percycross quite so easily as some people supposed. When Moggs was utterly discarded by the respectable leaders of the Liberal party in the borough, turned out of the Liberal inn at which were the headquarters of the party, and refused the rights of participating in the Liberal breakfasts and dinners which were there provided, Moggs felt himself to be a triumphant martyr. His portmanteau and hat-box were carried by an admiring throng down to the Cordwainers' Arms, a house not, indeed, of the highest repute in the town, and here a separate committee was formed. Mr. Westmacott did his best to avert the secession, but his supporters were inexorable. The Liberal tradesmen of Percycross would have nothing to do with a candidate who declared that, inasmuch as a man's mind was more worthy than a man's money, labour was more worthy than capital, and that, therefore, the men should dominate and rule their masters. This was a doctrine necessarily abominable to every master tradesman. The men were to decide how many hours they would work, what recreation they would have, in what fashion and at what rate they would be paid, and what proportion of the profit should be allowed to the members and masters and creators of the firm. That was the doctrine that Moggs was preaching. The tradesmen of Percycross, whether Liberal or Conservative, did not understand much in the world of politics, but they did understand that such a doctrine as that, if carried out, would take them to a very Gehenna of revolutionary desolation. And so Moggs was banished from the Northern Star, the inn at which Mr. Westmacott was living, and was forced to set up his Radical staff at the Cordwainers' Arms. In one respect he certainly gained much by this persecution. The record of his election doings would have been confined to the columns of the Percycross Herald had he carried on his candidature after the usual fashion. But as it was now, his doings were blazoned in the London newspapers. The Daily News reported him, and gave him an article all to himself, and even the Times condescended to make an example of him, and to bring him up as evidence that revolutionary doctrines were distasteful to the electors of the country generally. The fame of Ontario Moggs certainly became more familiar to the ears of the world at large than it would have done had he continued to run in a pair with Mr. Westmacott. And that was everything to him. Polly Neefit must hear of him, now that his name had become a household word in the London newspapers. And in another respect he gained much. All personal canvassing was now at an end for him. There could be no use in his going about from house to house asking for votes. Indeed, he had discovered that to do so was a thing iniquitous in itself, a demoralizing practice tending to falsehood, intimidation, and corruption, a thing to be denounced. And he denounced it. Let the men of Percycross hear him, question him in public, learn from his spoken words what were his political principles, and then vote for him if they pleased. He would condescend to ask a vote as a favour from no man. It was for them rather to ask him to bestow upon them the gift of his time and such ability as he possessed. He took a very high tone indeed in his speeches, and was saved the labour of parading the streets. During these days he looked down from an immeasurable height on the truckling, mean, sordid doings of Griffenbottom, Underwood, and Westmacott. A huge board had been hoisted up over the somewhat low frontage of the Cordwainers' Arms, and on this was painted in letters 2 feet high a legend which it delighted him to read: Moggs, Purity, and the Rights of Labour. Ah, if that could only be understood, there was enough in it to bring back an age of gold to suffering humanity. No other reform would be needed. In that short legend everything necessary for man was contained. Mr. Pile and Mr. Trigger stood together one evening looking at the legend from a distance. "Moggs and purity!" said Mr. Pile, in that tone of disgust and with that peculiar action which had become common to him in speaking of this election. "He hasn't a ghost of a chance," said Mr. Trigger, who was always looking straight at the main point, "nor yet has Westmacott." "There's worse than Westmacott," said Mr. Pile. "But what can we do?" said Trigger. "Purity, purity," said the old man. "It makes me that sick that I wish there weren't such a thing as a member of Parliament. Purity and pickpockets is about the same. When I'm amongst 'em, I buttons up my breeches pockets." "But what can we do?" asked Mr. Trigger again, in a voice of woe. Mr. Trigger quite sympathized with his older friend, but being a younger man, he knew that these innovations must be endured. Then Mr. Pile made a speech of such length that he had never been known to make the like of before, so that Mr. Trigger felt that things had become very serious, and that, not impossibly, Mr. Pile might be so affected by this election as never again to hold up his head in Percycross. "Purity, purity," he repeated. "They're a going on that way, Trigger, that the country soon won't be fit for a man to live in. And what's the meaning of it all? It's just this, that folks wants what they wants without paying for it. I hate purity, I do. I hate the very smell of it. It stinks. When I see the chaps as come here and talk of purity, I know they means that nothing ain't to be as it used to be. Nobody is to trust no one. There ain't to be nothing warm, nor friendly, nor comfortable any more. This Sir Thomas you've brought down is just as bad as that shoemaking chap. Worse, if anything. I know what's a-going on inside him. I can see it. If a man takes a glass of wine out of his bottle, he's a-asking himself if that ain't bribery and corruption. He's got a handle to his name and money, I suppose, and comes down here without knowing a chick or a child. Why isn't a poor man, as can't hardly live, to have his 3 half-crowns or 15 shillings, as things may go, for voting for a stranger such as him? I'll tell you what it is, Trigger, I've done with it. Things have come to that in the borough that I'll meddle and make no more." Mr. Trigger, as he listened to this eloquence, could only sigh and shake his head. "I did think it would last my time," added Mr. Pile, almost weeping. Moggs would steal out of the house in the early morning, look up at the big bright red letters, and rejoice in his very heart of hearts. He had not lived in vain when his name had been joined, in the public view of men, with words so glorious, purity and the rights of labour. "It contains just everything," said Moggs to himself, as he sat down to his modest, lonely breakfast. After that, sitting with his hands clasped upon his brow, disdaining the use of pen and paper for such work, he composed his speech for the evening, a speech framed with the purpose of proving to his hearers that purity and the rights of labour combined would make them as angels upon the earth. As for himself, Moggs, he explained in his speech, analyzing the big board which adorned the house, it mattered little whether they did or did not return him. But let them be always persistent in returning on every possible occasion purity and the rights of labour, and then all other good things would follow to them. He enjoyed at any rate that supreme delight which a man feels when he thoroughly believes his own doctrine. But the days were very long with him. When the evening came, when his friends were relieved from their toil and could assemble here and there through the borough to hear him preach to them, He was happy enough. He had certainly achieved so much that they preferred him now to their own presidents and chairmen. There was an enthusiasm for Moggs among the labouring men of Percycross, and he was always happy while he was addressing them. But the hours in the morning were long and sometimes melancholy. Though all the town was busy with these electioneering doings, there was nothing for him to do. His rivals canvassed, consulted, roamed through the town, as he could see, filching votes from him. But he, too noble for such work as that, sat there alone in the little upstairs parlour of the Cordwainers' Arms, thinking of his speech for the evening, thinking, too, of Polly Neefit. And then of a sudden it occurred to him that it would be good to write a letter to Polly from Percycross. Surely the fact that he was waging this grand battle would have some effect upon her heart. So he wrote the following letter, which reached Polly about a week after her return home from Margate. Cordwainers' Arms Inn, Percycross, 14 October, 186 . My dear Polly, I hope you won't be angry with me for writing to you. I am here in the midst of the turmoil of a contested election, and I cannot refrain from writing to tell you about it. Out of a full heart, they say, the mouth speaks, and out of a very full heart I am speaking to you with my pen. The honourable prospect of having a seat in the British House of Parliament, which I regard as the highest dignity that a Briton can enjoy, is very much to me, and fills my mind, and my heart, and my soul. But it all is not so much to me as your love, if only I could win that seat. If I could sit there in your heart and be chosen by you, not for a short 7 years, but for life, I should be prouder and happier of that honour than of any other. It ought not perhaps to be so, but it is. I have to speak here to the people very often, but I never open my mouth without thinking that if I had you to hear me, I could speak with more energy and spirit. If I could gain your love and the seat for this borough together, I should have done more than emperor or conqueror or high priest ever accomplished. I don't know whether you understand much about elections. When I first came here I was joined with a gentleman who was one of the old members. But now I stand alone, because he does not comprehend or sympathize with the advanced doctrines which it is my mission to preach to the people. Purity and the rights of labour, those are my watchwords. But there are many here who hate the very name of purity, and who know nothing of the rights of labour. Labour, dear Polly, is the salt of the earth, and I hope that some day I may have the privilege of teaching you that it is so. For myself, I do not see why ladies should not understand politics as well as men, and I think that they ought to vote. I hope you think that women ought to have the franchise. We are to be nominated on Monday, and the elections will take place on Tuesday. I shall be nominated and seconded by 2 electors who are working men. I would sooner have their support than that of the greatest magnate in the land. But your support would be better for me than anything else in the world. People here, as a rule, are very lukewarm about the ballot, and they seemed to know very little about strikes till I came among them. Without combination and mutual support, the working people must be ground to powder. If I am sent to Parliament, I shall feel it to be my duty to insist upon this doctrine in season and out of season, whenever I can make my voice heard. But, oh, Polly, if I could do it with you for my wife, my voice would be so much louder. Pray give my best respects to your father and mother. I am afraid I have not your father's good wishes, but perhaps if he saw me filling the honourable position of Member of Parliament for Percycross, he might relent. If you would condescend to write me one word in reply, I should be prouder of that than of anything. I suppose I shall be here till Wednesday morning. If you would say but one kind word to me, I think that it would help me on the great day. I am and ever shall be your most affectionate admirer, Ontario Moggs. Polly received this on the Monday, the day of the nomination, and though she did answer it at once, Ontario did not get her reply till the contest was over, and that great day had done its best and its worst for him. But Polly's letter shall be given here. To a well-bred young lady, living in good society, the mixture of politics and love which had filled Ontario's epistle might perhaps have been unacceptable. But Polly thought that the letter was a good letter, and was proud of being so noticed by a young man who was standing for Parliament. She sympathized with his enthusiasm, and thought that she would like to be taught by him that labour was the salt of the earth, if only he were not so awkward and long, and if his hands were habitually a little cleaner. She could not, however, take upon herself to give him any hope in that direction, and therefore confined her answer to the parliamentary prospects of the hour. "Dear Mr. Moggs," she wrote, "I was very much pleased when I heard that you were going to stand for a member of Parliament, and I wish with all my heart that you may be successful. I shall think it a very great honour indeed to know a member of Parliament, as I have known you for nearly all my life. I am sure you will do a great deal of good, and prevent the people from being wicked. As for ladies voting, I don't think I should like that myself, though if I had 20 votes I would give them to you, because I have known you so long. Father and mother send their respects, and hope you will be successful. Yours truly, Maryanne Neefit, Alexandra Cottage, Monday." When Moggs received this letter he was, not unnaturally, in a state of great agitation in reference to the contest through which he had just passed, but still he thought very much of it, and put it in his breast where it would lie near his heart. Ah, if only one word of warmth had been allowed to escape from the writer, how happy could he have been! "Yes," he said scornfully, "because she has known me all her life." Nevertheless, the paper which her hand had pressed, and the letters which her fingers had formed, were placed close to his heart. End of chapter 26. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 27 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moonbeam. Ralph the Heir had given his answer, and the thing was settled. He had abandoned his property for ever, and was to be put into immediate possession of a large sum of money, of a sum so large that it would seem at once to make him a rich man. He knew, however, that if he should spend this money he would be a pauper for life, and he knew also how great was his facility for spending. There might, however, be at least 1,000 a year for him and for his heirs after him, and surely it ought to be easy for him to live upon 1,000 a year. As he thought of this, he tried to make the best of it. He had at any rate rescued himself out of the hands of Neefit, who had become intolerable to him. As for Polly, she had refused him twice. Polly was a very sweet girl, but he could not make it a matter of regret to himself that he should have lost Polly. Had Polly been all alone in the world, she would have been well enough. But Polly with Papa and Mamma Neefit must have been a mistake. It was well for him, at any rate, that he was out of that trouble. As regards the Neefits, it would be simply necessary that he should pay the breeches maker the money that he owed them, and go no more either to Conduit Street or to Hendon. And then what else should he do, or leave undone? In what other direction should he be active or inactive? He was well aware that hitherto he had utterly wasted his life. Born with glorious prospects, he had now so dissipated them that there was nothing left for him but a quiet and very unambitious mode of life. Of means he had sufficient, if only he could keep that sufficiency. But he knew himself. He feared that he knew himself too well to trust himself to keep that which he had, unless he altogether changed his manner of living. To be a hybrid at the Moonbeam for life, half hero and half dupe among grooms and stable-keepers, was not satisfactory to him. He could see and could appreciate better things, and could long for them, but he could not attain to anything better unless he were to alter altogether his mode of life. Would it not be well for him to get a wife? He was rid of Polly, who had been an incubus to him, and now he could choose for himself. He wrote to his brother Gregory, telling his brother what he had done. The writing of letters was ever a trouble to him, and on this occasion he told his tidings in a line or two. Dear Greg, I have accepted my uncle's offer. It was better so. When I wrote to you before, things were different. I need not tell you that my heart is sore for the old place. Had I stuck to it, however, I should have beggared you and disgraced myself. Yours affectionately, R.N. That was all. What more was to be said, which in the saying could be serviceable to any one? The dear old place! He would never see it again. Nothing on earth should induce him to go there, now that it could under no circumstances be his own. It would still belong to a Newton, and he would try and take comfort in that. He might at any rate have done worse with it. He might have squandered his interest among the Jews, and so have treated his inheritance that it must have been sold among strangers. He was very low in spirits for 2 or 3 days, thinking of all this. He had been with his lawyer, and his lawyer had told him that it must yet be some weeks before the sale would be perfected. Now that it is done, the sooner the better, said Ralph. The lawyer told him that if he absolutely wanted ready money for his present needs, he could have it, but that otherwise it would be better for him to wait patiently, say for a month. He was not absolutely in want of money, having still funds which had been supplied to him by the breeches maker, but he could not remain in town. Were he to remain in town, Neefit would be upon him, and in truth, though he was quite clear in his conscience in regard to Polly, he did not wish to have to explain personally to Mr. Neefit that he had sold his interest in Newton Priory. The moment the money was in his hands he would pay Mr. Neefit, and then? Why, then he thought that he would be entitled to have Mr. Neefit told that he was not at home, should Mr. Neefit trouble him again. He would marry and live somewhere very quietly, perhaps take a small farm and keep one hunter. His means would be sufficient for that, even with a wife and family. Yes, that would be the kind of life most suited for him. He would make a great change. He would be simple in his habits, domestic and extravagant in nothing. To hunt once a week from his own little country house would be delightful. Who should be the mistress of that home? That of all questions was now the most important. The reader may remember a certain trifling incident which took place some 3 or 4 months since on the lawn at Popham Villa. It was an incident which Clary Underwood had certainly never forgotten. It is hardly too much to say that she thought of it every hour. She thought of it as a great sin, but as a sin which had been forgiven, and though a grievous sin, as strong evidence of that which was not sinful, and which if true would be so full of joy. Clary had never forgotten this incident, but Ralph had forgotten it nearly altogether. That he had accompanied the incident by any assurance of his love, by any mention of love intended to mean anything, he was altogether unaware. He would have been ready to swear that he had never so committed himself. Little tender passages, of course, there had been. Such are common, so he thought, when young ladies and young gentlemen know each other well and are fond of each other's company. But that he owed himself to Clarissa Underwood, and that he would sin grievously against her should he give himself to another, he had no idea. It merely occurred to him that there might be some slight preparatory embarrassment were he to offer his hand to Mary Bonner. Yet he thought that of all the girls in the world Mary Bonner was the one to whom he would best like to offer it. It might indeed be possible for him to marry some young woman with money, but in his present frame of mind he was opposed to any such effort. Hitherto things with him had been all worldly, empty, useless, and at the same time distasteful. He was to have married Polly Neefit for her money, and he had been wretched ever since he had entertained the idea. Love and a cottage were, he knew, things incompatible, but the love and the cottage implied in those words were synonymous with absolute poverty. Love with £30,000, even though it should have a cottage joined with it, need not be a poverty-stricken love. He was sick of the world such as he had made it for himself, and he would see if he could not do something better. He would first get Mary Bonner, and then he would get the farm. He was so much delighted with the scheme which he thus made for himself that he went to his club and dined there pleasantly, allowing himself a bottle of champagne as a sort of reward for having made up his mind to so much virtue. He met a friend or two and spent a pleasant evening, and as he walked home to his lodgings in the evening was quite in love with his prospects. It was well for him to have rid himself of the burden of an inheritance which might perhaps not have been his for the next 25 years. As he undressed himself he considered whether it would be well for him at once to throw himself at Mary Bonner's feet. There were 2 reasons for not doing this quite immediately. He had been told by his lawyer that he ought to wait for some form of assent or agreement from the Squire before he took any important step as consequent upon the new arrangement in regard to the property. And then Sir Thomas was still among the electors at Percycross. He wished to do everything that was proper, and would wait for the return of Sir Thomas. But he must do something at once. To remain in his lodgings and at his club was not in accord with that better path in life which he had chalked out for himself. Of course he must go down to the Moonbeam. He had 4 horses there, and must sell at least 3 of them. 1 hunter he intended to allow himself. There were Bragg, Banker, Buff, and Brewer, and he thought that he would keep Bragg. Bragg was only 6 years old, and might last him for the next 7 years. In the meantime he could see a little cub hunting, and live at the Moonbeam for a week, at any rate as cheaply as he could in London. So he went down to the Moonbeam and put himself under the charge of Mr. Horsball. And here he found himself in luck. Lieutenant Cox was there, and with a lieutenant a certain Fred Pepper, who hunted habitually with the B&B. Lieutenant Cox had soon told his little tale. He had sold out, and had promised his family that he would go to Australia. But he intended to take 1 more winter out of himself, as he phrased it. He had made a bargain to that effect with his governor. His debts had been paid, his commission had been sold, and he was to be shipped for Queensland. But he was to have 1 more winter with the B&B. An open, good-humoured, shrewd youth was Lieutenant Cox, who suffered nothing from false shame, and was intelligent enough to know that life at the rate of £1,200 a year, with 400 to spend, must come to an end. Fred Pepper was a young man of about 45, who had hunted with the B&B, and lived at the Moonbeam from a time beyond which the memory of Mr. Horsball's present customers went not. He was the father of the Moonbeam, Mr. Horsball himself having come there since the days in which Fred Pepper first became familiar with its loose boxes. No one knew how he lived or how he got his horses. He had, however, a very pretty knack of selling them, and certainly paid Mr. Horsball regularly. He was wont to vanish in April, and would always turn up again in October. Some people called him the Dormouse. He was good-humoured, good-looking after a horsey fashion, clever, agreeable, and quite willing to submit himself to any nickname that could be found for him. He liked a rubber of whist, and was supposed to make something out of bets with bad players. He rode very carefully, and was altogether averse to ostentation and bluster in the field. But he could make a horse do anything when he wanted to sell him, and could on an occasion give a lead as well as any man. Everybody liked him, and various things were constantly said in his praise. He was never known to borrow a sovereign. He had been known to lend a horse. He did not drink. He was a very safe man in the field. He did not lie outrageously in selling his horses. He did not cheat at cards. As long as he had a drop of drink left in his flask, he would share it with any friend. He never boasted. He was much given to chaff, but his chaff was good-humoured. He was generous with his cigars. Such were his virtues. That he had no adequate means of his own, and that he never earned a penny, that he lived chiefly by gambling, that he had no pursuit in life but pleasure, that he never went inside a church, that he never gave away a shilling, that he was of no use to any human being, and that no one could believe a word he said of himself, these were specks upon his character. Taken as a whole, Fred Pepper was certainly very popular with the gentlemen and ladies of the B&B. Ralph Newton, when he dropped down upon the Moonbeam, was made loudly welcome. Mr. Horsball, whose bill for £500 had been honoured at its first day of maturity, not a little, perhaps, to his own surprise, treated Ralph almost as a hero. When Ralph made some reference to the remainder of the money due, Mr. Horsball expressed himself as quite shocked at the allusion. He had really had the greatest regret in asking Mr. Newton for his note of hand, and would not have done it had not an unforeseen circumstance called upon him suddenly to make up a few thousands. He had felt very much obliged to Mr. Newton for his prompt kindness. There needn't be a word about the remainder, and if Mr. Newton wanted something specially good for the next season, as of course he would, Mr. Horsball had just the horse that would suit him. "You'll about want a couple more, Mr. Newton," said Mr. Horsball. Then Ralph told something of his plans to this master of the studs, something, but not much. He said nothing of the sale of his property, and nothing quite definite as to that one horse with which his hunting was to be done for the future. "I'm going to turn over a new leaf, Horsball," he said. "Not going to be spliced, Squire?" "Well, I can't say that I am, but I won't say that I ain't. But I'm certainly going to make a change which will take me away from your fatherly care." "I'm sorry for that, Squire. We think we've always taken great care of you here." "The very best in the world, but a man must settle down in the world some day, you know. I want a nice bit of land, 150 acres or something of that sort." "To purchase, Squire?" "I don't care whether I buy it or take it on lease, but it mustn't be in this county. I am too well known here, and should always want to be out when I ought to be looking after the stock." "You'll take the season out of yourself first, at any rate," said Mr. Horsball. Ralph shook his head, but Mr. Horsball felt nearly sure of his customer for the ensuing winter. It is not easy for a man to part with 4 horses, 7 or 8 saddles, an establishment of bridles, horse-sheets, spurs, rollers, and bandages, a pet groom, a room full of top boots, and leather breeches beyond the power of counting. This is a wealth which it is easy to increase, but of which it is very difficult to get quit. "I think I shall sell," said Ralph. "We'll talk about that in April," said Mr. Horsball. He went out cub hunting 3 or 4 times, and spent the intermediate days playing dummy whist with Fred Pepper and Cox, who was no longer a lieutenant. Ralph felt that this was not the sort of beginning for his better life which would have been most appropriate. But then he hardly had an opportunity of beginning that better life quite at once. He must wait till something more definite had been done about the property, and above all things till Sir Thomas should be back from canvassing. He did, however, so far begin his better life as to declare that the points at whist must be low, shilling points, with half a crown on the rubber. "Quite enough for this kind of thing," said Fred Pepper. "We only want just something to do." And Ralph, when at the end of the week he had lost only a matter of £15, congratulated himself on having begun his better life. Cox and Fred Pepper, who divided the trifle between them, laughed at the bagatelle. But before he left the Moonbeam things had assumed a shape which, when looked at all round, was not altogether pleasant to him. Before he had been 3 days at the place he received a letter from his lawyer, telling him that his uncle had given his formal assent to the purchase, and had offered to pay the stipulated sum as soon as Ralph would be willing to receive it. As to any further sum that might be forthcoming, a valuer should be agreed upon at once. The actual deed of sale and transfer would be ready by the middle of November, and the lawyer advised Ralph to postpone his acceptance of the money till that deed should have been executed. It was evident from the letter that there was no need on his part to hurry back to town. This letter he found waiting for him on his return one day from hunting. There had been a pretty run, very fast with a kill, as there will sometimes be in cub hunting in October, though as a rule of all sports cub hunting is the sorriest. Ralph had ridden his favourite horse, Brag, and Mr. Pepper had taken out, just to try him, a little animal of his that he had bought, as he said, quite at haphazard. He knew nothing about him, and was rather afraid that he had been done. But the little horse seemed to have a dash of pace about him, and in the evening there was some talk of the animal. Fred Pepper thought that the little horse was faster than Brag. Fred Pepper never praised his own horses loudly, and when Brag's merits were chanted, said that perhaps Ralph was right. Would Ralph throw his leg over the little horse on Friday and try him? On the Friday Ralph did throw his leg over the little horse, and there was another burst. Ralph was obliged to confess, as they came home together in the afternoon, that he had never been better carried. "I can see what he is now," said Fred Pepper. "He is one of those little horses that one don't get every day. He's up to a stone over my weight, too." Now Ralph and Fred Pepper each rode 13 stone and a half. On that day they dined together, and there was much talk as to the future prospects of the men. Not that Fred Pepper ever said anything of his future prospects. No one ever presumed him to have a prospect, or suggested to him to look for one. But Cox had been very communicative and confidential, and Ralph had been prompt to say something of himself. Fred Pepper, though he had no future of his own, could be pleasantly interested about the future of another, and had quite agreed with Ralph that he ought to settle himself. The only difficulty was in deciding the when. Cox intended to settle himself too, but Cox was quite clear as to the wisdom of taking another season out of himself. He was prepared to prove that it would be sheer waste of time and money not to do so. "Here I am," said Cox, "and a fellow always saves money by staying where he is." There was a sparkle of truth in this which Ralph Newton found himself unable to deny. "You'll never have another chance," said Pepper. "That's another thing," said Cox. "Of course I shan't. I've turned it round every side, and I know what I'm about. As for horses, I believe they sell better in April than they do in October. Men know what they are then." Fred Pepper would not exactly back this opinion, but he ventured to suggest that there was not so much difference as some men supposed. "If you are to jump into the cold water," said Ralph, "you'd better take the plunge at once." "I'd sooner do it in summer than winter," said Fred Pepper. "Of course," said Cox, "if you must give up hunting, do it at the end of the season, not at the beginning. There's a time for all things. Ring the bell, Dormouse, and we'll have another bottle of claret before we go to dummy." "If I stay here for the winter," said Ralph, "I should want another horse, though I might perhaps get through with 4. "Of course you might," said Pepper, who never spoilt his own market by pressing. "I'd rather give up altogether than do it in a scratch way," said Ralph. "I've got into a fashion of having a second horse, and I like it." "It's the greatest luxury in the world," said Cox. "I've never tried it," said Pepper. "I'm only too happy to get one." It was admitted by all men that Fred Pepper had the art of riding his horses without tiring them. They played their rubber of whist, and had a little hot whisky and water. On this evening Mr. Horsball was admitted to their company, and made a 4th, but he wouldn't bet. Shilling points, he said, were quite as much as he could afford. Through the whole evening they went on talking of the next season, of the absolute folly of giving up one thing before another was begun, and of the merits of Fred Pepper's little horse. "A clever little animal, Mr. Pepper," said the great man. "A very clever little animal, but I wish you wouldn't bring so many clever 'uns down here, Mr. Pepper." "Why not, Horsball?" asked Cox. "Because he interferes with my trade," said Mr. Horsball, laughing. It was supposed, nevertheless, that Mr. Horsball and Mr. Pepper quite understood each other. Before the evening was over a price had been fixed, and Ralph had bought the little horse for £130. Why shouldn't he take another winter out of himself? He could not marry Mary Bonner and get into a farm all in a day, nor yet all in a month. He would go to work honestly with the view of settling himself, but let him be as honest about it as he might, his winter's hunting would not interfere with him. So at last he assured himself. And then he had another argument strong in his favour. He might hunt all the winter, and yet have this £30,000, nay, more than £30,000 at the end of it. In fact, imprudent and foolish as had been his hunting in all previous winters, there would not even be any imprudence in this winter's hunting. Fortified by all these unanswerable arguments, he did buy Fred Pepper's little horse. On the next morning, the morning of the day on which he was to return to town, the arguments did not seem to be so irresistible, and he almost regretted what he had done. It was not that he would be ruined by another 6 months' fling at life. Situated as he now was, so much might be allowed to him almost without injury. But then how can a man trust in his own resolutions before he has begun to keep them, when at the very moment of beginning he throws them to the winds for the present, postponing everything for another hour? He knew as well as any one could tell him that he was proving himself to be unfit for that new life which he was proposing to himself. When one man is wise and another foolish, the foolish man knows generally as well as does the wise man in what lies wisdom and in what folly. And the temptation often is very slight. Ralph Newton had hardly wished to buy Mr. Pepper's little horse. The balance of desire during the whole evening had lain altogether on the other side. But there had come a moment in which he had yielded, and that moment governed all the other minutes. We may almost say that a man is only as strong as his weakest moment. But he returned to London very strong in his purpose. He would keep his establishment at the Moonbeam for this winter. He had it all laid out and planned in his mind. He would at once pay Mr. Horsball the balance of the old debt, and count on the value of his horses to defray the expense of the coming season. And he would, without a week's delay, make his offer to Mary Bonner. A dim idea of some feeling of disappointment on Clary's part did cross his brain, a feeling which seemed to threaten some slight discomfort to himself as resulting from want of sympathy on her part, but he must assume sufficient courage to brave this. That he would in any degree be an evildoer toward Clary, that did not occur to him, nor did it occur to him at all probable that Mary Bonner would refuse his offer. In these days men never expect to be refused. It has gone forth among young men as a doctrine worthy of perfect faith that young ladies are all wanting to get married, looking out for lovers with an absorbing anxiety, and that few can dare to refuse any man who is justified. Chapter 28 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The new heir counts his chickens. The squire was almost lost in joy when he received his son's letter, telling him that Ralph the heir had consented to sell everything. The one great wish of his life was to be accomplished at last. The property was to be his own, so that he might do what he liked with it, so that he might leave it entire to his own son, so that for the remainder of his life he might enjoy it in that community with his son which had always appeared to him to be the very summit of human bliss. From the sweet things which he had seen he had been hitherto cut off by the record of his own fault, and had spent the greater part of his life in the endurance of a bitter punishment. He had been torn to pieces, too, in contemplating the modes of escape from the position in which his father's very natural will had placed him. He might, of course, have married, and at least have expected and have hoped for children, but in that there would have been misery. His son was the one human being that was dear to him above all others, and by such a marriage he would have ruined his son. Early in life, comparatively early, he had made up his mind that he would not do that, that he would save his money and make a property for the boy he loved. But then it had come home to him as a fact that he could be happy in preparing no other home for his son than this old family house of his, with all its acres, woods, and homesteads. The acres, woods, and homesteads gave to him no delight, feeling as he did every hour of his life that they were not his own for purposes of a real usufruct. Then by degrees he had heard of his nephew's follies, and the idea had come upon him that he might buy his nephew out. Ralph, his own Ralph, had told him that the idea was cruel, but he could not see the cruelty. "What a bad man loses, a good man will get," he said, and surely it must be better for all those who are to live by the property that a good man should be the master of it. He would not interfere, nor would he have any power of interfering, till others would interfere were he to keep aloof. The doings would be the doings of that spendthrift heir, and none of his. When Ralph would tell him that he was cruel, he would turn away in wrath, but hiding his wrath because he loved his son. But now everything was set right, and his son had had the doing of it. He was nearly mad with joy throughout that day, as he thought of the great thing which he had accomplished. He was alone in the house, for his son was still in London, and during the last few months guests had been unfrequent at the Priory. But he did not wish to have anybody with him now. He went out roaming through the park, and realizing to himself the fact that now at length the very trees were his own. He gazed at one farmhouse after another, not seeking the tenants, hardly speaking to them if he met them, but with his brain full of plans of what should be done. He saw Gregory for a moment, but only nodded at him, smiling, and passed on. He was not in a humour just at present to tell his happiness to any one. He walked all round Darvell's premises, the desolate half-ruined house of Brumby's, telling himself that very shortly it should be desolate and half-ruined no longer. Then he crossed into the lane, and stood with his eyes fixed upon Brownriggs, Walker's farm, the pearl of all the farms in those parts, the land with which he thought he could have parted so easily when the question before him was that of becoming in truth the owner of any portion of the estate. But now every acre was 10 times dearer to him than it had been then. He would never part with Brownriggs. He would even save Ingram's farm in Twining, if it might possibly be saved. He had not known before how dear to him could be every bank, every tree, every sod. Yes, now in very truth he was lord and master of the property which had belonged to his father and his father's fathers before him. He would borrow money and save it during his lifetime. He would do anything rather than part with an acre of it, now that the acres were his own, to leave behind him to his son. On the following day Ralph arrived. We must no longer call him Ralph who was not the heir. He would be heir to everything from the day that the contract was completed. The squire, though he longed to see the young man as he had never longed before, would not go to the station to meet the welcome one. His irrepressible joy was too great to be exhibited before strangers. He remained at home in his own room, desiring that Mr. Ralph might come to him there. He would not even show himself in the hall. And yet when Ralph entered the room he was very calm. There was a bright light in his eyes, but at first he spoke hardly a word. "So you've managed that little job," he said as he took his son's hand. "I managed nothing, sir," said Ralph, smiling. "Didn't you? I thought you had managed a good deal. Is it done, anyway?" "Yes, sir, it's done. At least I suppose so." Ralph, after sending his telegram, had of course written to his father, giving him full particulars of the manner in which the arrangement had been made. "You don't mean that there is any doubt?" said the squire, with almost an anxious tone. "Not at all, as far as I know. The lawyers seem to think that it is all right. Ralph is quite in earnest." "He must be in earnest," said the squire. "He has behaved uncommon well," said the namesake. "So well that I think you owe him much. We were quite mistaken in supposing that he wanted to drive a sharp bargain." He himself had never so supposed, but he found this to be the best way of speaking of that matter to his father. "I will forgive him everything now," said the Squire, "and will do anything that I can to help him." Ralph said many things in praise of his namesake. He still almost regretted what had been done. At any rate, he could see the pity of it. It was that other Ralph who should have been looked to as the future proprietor of Newton Priory, and not he, who was hardly entitled to call himself a Newton. It would have been more consistent with the English order of things that it should be so. And then there was so much to say in favour of this young man who had lost it all, and so little to say against him. And it almost seemed to him, for whose sake the purchase was being made, that advantage, an unscrupulous if not an unfair advantage, was being taken of the purchaser. He could not say all this to his father, but he spoke of Ralph in such a way as to make his father understand what he thought. "He is such a pleasant fellow," said Ralph, who was now the heir. "Let us have him down here as soon as the thing is settled." "Ah, I don't think he'll come now. Of course he's wretched enough about it. It is not wonderful that he should have hesitated at parting with it." "Perhaps not," said the Squire, who was willing to forgive past sins. "But of course there was no help for it." "That was what he didn't feel so sure about when he declined your first offer. It was not that he objected to the price. As to the price, he says that, of course, he can say nothing about it. When I told him that you were willing to raise your offer, he declared that he would take nothing in that fashion. If those who understood the matter said that more was coming to him, he supposed that he would get it. According to my ideas, he behaved very well, sir." In this there was something that almost amounted to an accusation against the Squire, at least so the Squire felt it, and the feeling for the moment robbed him of something of his triumph. According to his own views there was no need for pity. It was plain that to his son the whole affair was pitiful. But he could not scold his son, at any rate not now. "I feel this, Ralph," he said, "that from this moment everybody connected with the property, every tenant on it, and every labourer, will be better off than they were a month ago. I may have been to blame. I say nothing about that. But I do say that in all cases it is well that a property should go to the natural heir of the life tenant. Of course it has been my fault," he added after a pause, "but I do feel now that I have in a great measure remedied the evil which I did." The tone now had become too serious to admit of further argument. Ralph, feeling that this was so, pressed his father's hand and then left him. "Gregory is coming across to dinner," said the Squire, as Ralph was closing the door behind him. At that time Gregory had received no intimation of what had been done in London, his brother's note not reaching him till the following morning. Ralph met him before the Squire came down, and the news was soon told. "It is all settled," said Ralph, with a sigh. "Well?" "Your brother has agreed to sell." "No!" "I have almost more pain than pleasure in it myself, because I know it will make you unhappy." "He was so confident when he wrote to me." "Yes, but he explained all that. He had hoped then that he could have saved it. But the manner of saving it would have been worse than the loss. He will tell you everything, no doubt. No man could have behaved better." As it happened, there was still some little space of time before the Squire joined them, a period perhaps of 5 minutes. But the parson spoke hardly a word. The news which he now heard confounded him. He had been quite sure that his brother had been in earnest, and that his uncle would fail. And then, though he loved the one Ralph nearly as well as he did the other, though he must have known that Ralph the base-born was in all respects a better man than his own brother, more of a man than the legitimate heir, still to his feelings that legitimacy was everything. He too was a Newton of Newton, but it may be truly said of him that there was nothing selfish in his feelings. To be the younger brother of Newton, and parson of the parish which bore the same name as themselves, was sufficient for his ambition. But things would be terribly astray now that the right heir was extruded. Ralph, this Ralph whom he loved so well, could not be the right Newton to own the property. The world would not so regard him, the tenants would not so think of him, the county would not so repute him. To the thinking of Parson Gregory a great misfortune had been consummated. As soon as he had realized it he was silent, and could speak no more. Nor did Ralph say a word. Not to triumph in what had been done on his behalf, or at least not to seem to triumph, that was the lesson which he had taught himself. He fully sympathized with Gregory, and therefore he stood silent and sad by his side. That there must have been some triumph in his heart it is impossible not to imagine. It could not be but that he should be alive to the glory of being the undoubted heir to Newton Priory, and he understood well that his birth would interfere but little now with his position. Should he choose to marry, as he would choose, it would of course be necessary that he should explain his birth. But it was not likely, he thought, that he should seek a wife among those who would reject him with all his other advantages, because he had no just title to his father's name. That he should take joy in what had been done on his behalf was only natural. But as he stood with Gregory, waiting for his father to come to them, he showed no sign of joy. At last the squire came. There certainly was triumph in his eye, but he did not speak triumphantly. It was impossible that some word should not be spoken between them as to the disposition of the property. "I suppose Ralph has told you," he said, "what he has done up in London?" "Yes, he has told me," said Gregory. "I hope there will now be an end of all family ill-feeling among us," said the uncle. "Your brother shall be as welcome at the old place as I trust you have always found yourself. If he likes to bring his horses here, we shall be delighted." The parson muttered something as to the kindness with which he had ever been treated, but what he said was said with an ill grace. He was almost heartbroken, and thoroughly wished himself back in his own solitude. The squire saw it all, and did not press him to talk, said not a word more of his purchase, and tried to create some little interest about parish matters, asked after the new building in the chancel, and was gracious about this old man and that young woman. But Gregory could not recover himself, could not recall his old interests, or so far act a part as to make it seem that he was not thinking of the misfortune which had fallen upon the family. In every look of his eyes and every tone of his voice he was telling the son that he was a bastard, and the father that he was destroying the inheritance of the family. But yet they bore with him, and endeavoured to win him back to pleasantness. Soon after the cloth was taken away, he took his leave. He had work to do at home, he said, and must go. The uncle went out with him into the hall, leaving Ralph alone in the parlour. "It will be for the best in the long run," said the squire, with his hand on his nephew's shoulder. "Perhaps it may, sir. I am not pretending to say. Good night." As he walked home across the park, through the old trees which he had known since he was an infant, he told himself that it could not be for the best that the property should be sent adrift, out of the proper line. The only thing to be desired now was that neither he nor his brother should have a child, and that there should no longer be a proper line. The Squire's joy was too deep and well-founded to be in any way damped by poor Gregory's ill-humour, and was too closely present to him for him to be capable of restraining it. Why should he restrain himself before his son? "I am sorry for Greg," he said, "because he has old-fashioned ideas. But of course it will be for the best. His brother would have squandered every acre of it." To this Ralph made no answer. It might probably have been as his father said. It was perhaps best for all who lived in and by the estate that he should be the heir. And gradually the feeling of exultation in his own position was growing upon him. It was natural that it should do so. He knew himself to be capable of filling with credit and with advantage to all around him the great place which was now assigned to him. And it was impossible that he should not be exultant. And he owed it to his father to show him that he appreciated all that had been done for him. "I think he ought to have the £35,000 at least," said the Squire. "Certainly," said Ralph. "I think so. As for the bulk sum, I have already written to Carey about that. No time ought to be lost. There is no knowing what might happen. He might die." "He doesn't look like dying, sir." "He might break his neck out hunting. There is no knowing. At any rate, there should be no delay. From what I am told, I don't think that, with the timber and all, they'll make it come to another £5,000. But he shall have that. As he has behaved well, I'll show him that I can behave well too. I've half a mind to go up to London and stay till it's all through." "You'd only worry yourself." "I should worry myself, no doubt. And do you know, I love the place so much better than I did, that I can hardly bear to tear myself away from it. The first mark of my handiwork, now that I can work, shall be put upon Darvell's farm. I'll have the old place about his ears before I am a day older." "You'll not get it through before winter." "Yes, I will. If it costs me an extra £50, I shan't begrudge it. It shall be a sort of memorial building, a farmhouse of Thanksgiving. I'll make it as snug a place as there is about the property. It has made me wretched for these 2 years. I hope that all that kind of wretchedness will be over now." "Thank God, yes. I was looking at Brownriggs to day, and Ingram's. I don't think we'll sell either. I have a plan, and I think we can pull through without it. It is so much easier to sell than to buy." "You'd be more comfortable if you sold one of them." "Of course I must borrow a few thousands, but why not? I doubt whether at this moment there's a property in all Hampshire so free as this. I have always lived on less than the income, and I can continue to do so easier than before. You are provided for now, old fellow." "Yes, indeed. And why should you pinch yourself?" "I shan't be pinched. I haven't got a score of women about me, as you'll have before long. There's nothing in the world like having a wife. I am quite sure of that. But if you want to save money, the way to do it is not to have a nursery. You'll marry, of course, now?" "I suppose I shall, some day." "The sooner the better. Take my word for it." "Perhaps you'd alter your opinion if I came upon you before Christmas for your sanction." "No, by Jove, that I shouldn't. I should be delighted. You don't mean to say you've got anybody in your eye? There's only one thing I ask, Ralph. Open out and out confidence." "You shall have it, sir." "There is somebody, then." "Well, no, there isn't anybody. It would be impudence in me to say there was." "Then I know there is." Upon this encouragement, Ralph told his father that on his 2 last visits to London he had seen a girl whom he thought that he would like to ask to be his wife. He had been at Fulham on 3 or 4 occasions. It was so he put it, but his visits had in truth been only 3, and he thought that this niece of Sir Thomas Underwood possessed every charm that a woman need possess, except money, said Ralph. "She has no fortune, if you care about that." "I don't care about money," said the Squire. "It is for the man to have that, at any rate for one so circumstanced as you." The end of all this was that Ralph was authorized to please himself. If he really felt that he liked Miss Bonner well enough, he might ask her to be his wife to morrow. "The difficulty is to get at her," said Ralph. "Ask the uncle for his permission. That's the manliest and the fittest way to do it. Tell him everything. Take my word for it, he won't turn his face against you. As for me, nothing on earth would make me so happy as to see your children. If there were a dozen, I would not think them one too many. But mark you this, Ralph, it will be easier for us, for you and me, if I live, and for you without me if I go, to make all things clear and square and free while the bairns are little, than when they have to go to school and college, or perhaps want to get married." "Ain't we counting our chickens before they are hatched?" said Ralph, laughing. When they parted for the night, which they did not do till after the Squire had slept for an hour on his chair, there was one other speech made, a speech which Ralph was likely to remember in the latest day of his life. His father had taken his candlestick in his right hand, and had laid his left upon his son's collar. "Ralph," said he, "for the first time in my life I can look you in the face and not feel a pang of remorse. You will understand it when you have a son of your own. Good night, my boy." Then he hurried off without waiting to hear a word, if there was any word that Ralph could have spoken. On the next morning they were both out early at Darvell's farm, surrounded by bricklayers and carpenters, and before the week was over the work was in progress. Poor Darvell, half elated and half troubled, knew but little of the cause of this new vehemence. Something, we suppose, he did know, for the news was soon spread over the estate that the Squire had bought out Mr. Ralph, and that this other Mr. Ralph was now to be Mr. Ralph the heir. That the old butler should not be told, the butler who had lived in the house when the present Squire was a boy, was out of the question. And though the communication had been made in confidence, the confidence was not hermetical. The Squire, after all, was glad that it should be so. The thing had to be made known, and why not after this fashion? Among the labourers and poor there was no doubt as to the joy felt. That other Mr. Ralph, who had always been up in town, was unknown to them, and this Mr. Ralph had ever been popular with them all. With the tenants the feeling was perhaps more doubtful. "I wish you joy, Mr. Newton, with all my heart," said Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, who was the richest and most intelligent among them. "The Squire has worked for you like a man, and I hope it will come to good." "I will do my best," said Ralph. "I am sure you will. There will be a feeling, you know. You mustn't be angry at that." "I understand," said Ralph. "You won't be vexed with me for just saying so." Ralph promised that he would not be vexed, but he thought very much of what Mr. Walker had said to him. After all, such a property as Newton does not in England belong altogether to the owner of it. Those who live upon it and are closely concerned in it with reference to all that they have in the world have a part property in it. They make it what it is, and will not make it what it should be, unless in their hearts they are proud of it. "You know he can't be the real squire," said one old farmer to Mr. Walker. "They may hugger-mugger it this way and that, but this Mr. Ralph can't be like t'other young gentlemen." Nevertheless, the squire himself was very happy. These things were not said to him, and he had been successful. He took an interest in all things keener than he had felt for years past. One day he was in the stables with his son, and spoke about the hunting for the coming season. He had an Irish horse of which he was proud, an old hunter that had carried him for the last 7 years, and of which he had very often declared that under no consideration would he part with it. "Dear old fellow," he said, putting his hand on the animal's neck, "you shall work for your bread one other winter, and then you shall give over for the rest of your life." "I never saw him look better," said Ralph. "He's like his master, not quite so young as he was once. He never made a mistake yet that I know of." Ralph, when he saw how full of joy was his father, could not but rejoice also that the thing so ardently desired. Chapter 29 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Election. The day of the nomination at Percycross came at last, and it was manifest to everybody that there was a very unpleasant feeling in the town. It was not only that party was arrayed against party. That would have been a state of things not held to be undesirable, and at any rate would have been natural. But at present things were so divided that there was no saying which were the existing parties. Moggs was separated from Westmacott quite as absolutely as was Westmacott from the 2 Conservative candidates. The old Liberals of the borough were full of ridicule for poor Moggs, of whom all absurd stories were told by them both publicly and privately. But still he was there, the darling of the workmen. It was indeed asserted by the members of Mr. Westmacott's committee that Moggs' popularity would secure for him but very few votes. A great proportion of the working men of Percycross were free men of the borough, old voters who were on the register by right of their birth and family connection in the place, independent of householdership and rates, and quite accustomed to the old ways of manipulation. The younger of these men might be seduced into listening to Moggs. The excitement was pleasant to them, but they were too well trained to be led astray on the day of election. Moggs would give them no beer, and they had always been accustomed to their 3 half-crowns a head in consideration for the day's work. Not a dozen freemen of the borough would vote for Moggs. So said Mr. Kirkham, Mr. Westmacott's managing man, and no man knew the borough quite so well as did Mr. Kirkham. "They'll fight for him at the hustings," said Mr. Kirkham, "but they'll take their beer and their money, and they'll vote for us in Griffenbottom." This might be true enough as regarded the freemen, the men who had been, as it were, educated to political life. But there was much doubt as to the new voters. There were about 1,000 of these in the borough, and it had certainly not been the intention of either party that these men should have the half-crowns. It was from these men and their leaders, the secretaries and chairmen and presidents, that had come the cry for a second Liberal candidate, and the consequent necessity of putting forward 2 Conservatives. They were equally odious to the supporters of Westmacott and of Griffenbottom. "They must have the half-crowns," Trigger had said to old Pile, the bootmaker. Pile thought that every working man was entitled to the 3 half-crowns, and said as much very clearly. "I suppose old Griff ain't going to turn hunks at this time o' day," said Mr. Pile. But the difficulties were endless, and were much better understood by Mr. Trigger than by Mr. Pile. The manner of conveying the half-crowns to the 324 freemen who would take them, and vote honestly afterwards for Griffenbottom and Underwood, was perfectly well understood. But among that godless, riotous, ungoverned, and ungovernable set of new householders, there was no knowing how to act. They would take the money and then vote wrong. They would take the money and then split. The freemen were known. 324 would take Griffenbottom's beer and half-crowns. 272 would be equally complacent with Mr. Westmacott. But of these householders nothing was known. They could not be handled. Some 30 or 40 of them would probably have the turning of the election at the last hour, must then be paid at their own prices, and after that would not be safe. Mr. Trigger, in his disgust, declared that things had got into so vile a form that he didn't care if he never had anything to do with an election in Percycross again. And then there was almost as much ill-feeling between the old-fashioned Griffenbottomites and the Underwooders as there was between Westmacott's Liberals and Moggs' Radicals. The 2 gentlemen themselves still ate their breakfasts and dinners together, and still paraded the streets of Percycross in each other's company. But Sir Thomas had made himself very odious even to Mr. Griffenbottom himself. He was always protesting against beer, which he did see, and bribery, which he did not see, but did suspect. He swore that he would pay not a shilling, as to which the cause of the expenditure was not explained to him. Griffenbottom snarled at him, and expressed an opinion that Sir Thomas would of course do the same as any other gentleman. Mr. Trigger, with much dignity in his mien as he spoke, declared that the discussion of any such matter at the present moment was indecorous. Mr. Pile was for sending Sir Thomas back to town, and very strongly advocated that measure. Mr. Spicer, as to whom there was a story abroad in the borough in respect of a large order for mustard, supposed to have reached him from New York through Liverpool by the influence of Sir Thomas Underwood, thought that the borough should return the 2 Conservative candidates. Sir Thomas might be a little indiscreet, but upon the whole his principles did him honour. So thought Mr. Spicer, who perhaps believed that the order for the mustard was coming. We need hardly say that the story, at any rate, in so far as it regarded Sir Thomas Underwood, was altogether untrue. "Yes, principles," said Mr. Pile. "I think we all know Sam Spicer's principles. All for hisself, and nothing for a poor man. That's Sam Spicer." Of Mr. Pile it must be acknowledged that he was not a pure-minded politician. He loved bribery in his very heart, but it is equally true that he did not want to be bribed himself. It was the old-fashioned privilege of a poor man to receive some small consideration for his vote in Percycross, and Mr. Pile could not endure to think that the poor man should be robbed of his little comforts. In the meantime Sir Thomas himself was in a state of great misery. From hour to hour he was fluctuating between a desire to run away from the accursed borough and the shame of taking such a step. The desire for the seat which had brought him to Percycross had almost died out, amid the misery of his position. Among all the men of his party with whom he was associating, there was not one whom he did not dislike, and by whom he was not snubbed and contradicted. Griffenbottom, who went through his canvass under circumstances of coming gout and colchicum, with a courage and pertinacity that were heroic, was painfully cross to every one who was not a voter. "What's the use of all that damned nonsense now?" he said to Sir Thomas the evening before the nomination day. There were half a dozen leading Conservatives in the room, and Sir Thomas was making a final protest against bribery. He rose from his chair when so addressed, and left the room. Never in his life before had he been so insulted. Trigger followed him to his bedroom, knowing well that a quarrel at this moment would be absolutely suicidal. "It's the gout, Sir Thomas," said Mr. Trigger. "Do remember what he's going through." This was so true that Sir Thomas returned to the room. It was almost impossible not to forgive anything in a man who was suffering agonies, but could still wheedle a voter. There were 3 Conservative doctors with Mr. Griffenbottom, each of them twice daily, and there was an opinion prevalent through the borough that the gout would be in his stomach before the election was over. Sir Thomas did return to the room, and sat himself down without saying a word. "Sir Thomas," said Mr. Griffenbottom, "a man with the gout is always allowed a little liberty." "I admit the claim," said Sir Thomas, bowing. "And believe me, I know this game better than you do. It's of no use saying these things. No man should ever foul his own nest. Give me a little drop more brandy, Trigger, and then I'll get myself to bed." When he was gone, they all sang Griffenbottom's praises. In staunch pluck, good humour, and manly fighting, no man was his superior. "Give and take, the English bulldog all over. I do like old Griffenbottom," said Spiveycomb, the paper maker. On the day of nomination Griffenbottom was carried up on the hustings. This carrying did him good in the borough, but it should be acknowledged on his behalf that he did his best to walk. In the extreme agony of his attack he had to make his speech, and he made it. The hustings stood in the market square, and straight in front of the wooden erection, standing at right angles to it, was a stout rail dividing the space for the distance of 50 or 60 yards, so that the supporters of one set of candidates might congregate on one side, and the supporters of the other candidates on the other side. In this way would the weaker part, whichever might be the weaker, be protected from the violence of the stronger. On the present occasion it seemed that the friends of Mr. Westmacott congregated with the Conservatives. Moggs' allies alone filled one side of the partition. There were a great many speeches made that day from the hustings, 13 in all. First the mayor, and then the 4 proposers and 4 seconders of the candidates. During these performances, though there was so much noise from the crowd below that not one word could be heard, there was no violence. When old Griffenbottom got up, supporting himself by an arm round one of the posts, he was loudly cheered from both sides. His personal popularity in the borough was undoubted, and his gout made him almost a demigod. Nobody heard a word that he said, but then he had no desire to be heard. To be seen standing up there, a martyr to the gout, but still shouting for Percycross, was enough for his purpose. Sir Thomas encountered a very different reception. He was received with yells, apparently from the whole crowd. What he said was of no matter, as not a word was audible, but he did continue to inveigh against bribery. Before he had ceased, a huge stone was thrown at him and hit him heavily on the arm. He continued speaking, however, and did not himself know till afterwards that his arm was broken between the shoulder and the elbow. Mr. Westmacott was very short and good-humoured. He intended to be funny about poor Moggs, and perhaps was funny, but his fun was of no avail. The Moggite crowd had determined that no men should be heard till their own candidate should open his mouth. At last Ontario's turn had come. At first the roar from the crowd was so great that it seemed that it was to be with him as it had been with the others. But by degrees, though there was still a roar as of the sea, Moggs' words became audible. The voices of assent and dissent are very different, even though they be equally loud. Men desirous of interrupting do interrupt, but cheers, though they be continuous and loud as thunder, are compatible with the hearing. Moggs by this time, too, had learned to pitch his voice for an out-of-door multitude. He preached his sermon, his old sermon, about the rights of labour and the salt of the earth, the tyranny of capital and the majesty of the workman, with an enthusiasm that made him for the moment supremely happy. He was certainly the hero of the tour in Percycross, and he allowed himself to believe, just for that hour, that he was about to become the hero of a new doctrine throughout England. He spoke for over half an hour, while poor Griffenbottom, seated in a chair that had been brought to him, was suffering almost the pains of hell. During this speech Sir Thomas, who had also suffered greatly, but had at first endeavoured to conceal that he was suffering, discovered the extent of his misfortune, and allowed himself to be taken out from the hustings to his inn. There was an effort made to induce Mr. Griffenbottom to retire at the same time, but Mr. Griffenbottom, not quite understanding the extent of his colleague's misfortune, and thinking that it became him to remain and to endure, was obdurate, and would not be moved. He did not care for stones or threats, did not care even for the gout. That was his place till after the show of hands, and there he would remain. The populace, seeing this commotion on the hustings, began to fear that there was an intention to stop the oratory of their popular candidate, and called loudly upon Moggs to go on. Moggs did go on, and was happy. At last there came the show of hands. It was declared to be in favour of Moggs and Westmacott. That it was very much in favour of Moggs by 5-1, there was no doubt. Among the other candidates there was not perhaps much to choose. A poll was of course demanded for the two Conservatives, and then the Mayor, complimenting the people on their good behaviour, in spite of poor Sir Thomas's broken arm, begged them to go away. That was all very well. Of course they would go away, but not till they had driven their enemies from the field. In half a minute the dividing rail, the rail that had divided the blue from the yellow, was down, and all those who had dared to show themselves there as supporters of Griffenbottom and Underwood were driven ignominiously from the market-place. They fled at all corners, and in a few seconds not a streak of blue ribbon was to be seen in the square. "They'll elect that fellow Moggs to morrow," said Mr. Westmacott to Kirkham. "Not a bit of it," said Kirkham. "I could spot all the ringleaders in the row. 9 or 10 of them are Griffenbottom's old men. They take his money regularly, get something nearly every year, join the Rads at the nomination, and vote for the squire at the poll. The chaps who hollow and throw stones always vote t'other side up." Mr. Griffenbottom kept his seat till he could be carried home in safety through the town, and was then put to bed. The 3 Conservative doctors, who had all been setting Sir Thomas's arm, sat in consultation upon their old friend, and it was acknowledged on every side that Mr. Griffenbottom was very ill indeed. All manner of rumours went through the town that night. Some believed that both Griffenbottom and Sir Thomas were dead, and that the mayor had now no choice but to declare Moggs and Westmacott elected. Then there arose a suspicion that the polls would be kept open on the morrow on behalf of two defunct candidates, so that a further election on behalf of the Conservative party might be ensured. Men swore that they would break into the bedrooms of the Standard Inn in order that they might satisfy themselves whether the two gentlemen were alive or dead. And so the town was in a hubbub. On that evening Moggs was called upon again to address his friends at the Mechanics' Institute, and to listen to the speeches of all the presidents and secretaries and chairmen. But by 10 o'clock he was alone in his bedroom at the Cordwainers' Arms. Downstairs men were shouting, drinking, singing, shouting in his honour, though not drinking at his expense. He was alone in his little comfortless room, but felt it to be impossible that he should lie down and rest. His heart was swelling with the emotions of the day, and his mind was full of his coming triumph. It was black night, and there was a soft drizzling rain, but it was absolutely necessary for his condition that he should go out. It seemed to him that his very bosom would burst if he confined himself in that narrow space. His thoughts were too big for so small a closet. He crept downstairs and out through the narrow passage into the night. Then, by the light of the solitary lamp that stood before the door of the public house, he could still see those glorious words, Moggs, Purity, and the Rights of Labour, noble words which had sufficed to bind to him the whole population of that generous-hearted borough. Purity and the Rights of Labour! Might it not be that with that cry, well cried, he might move the very world? As he walked the streets of the town he felt a great love for the borough grow within his bosom. What would he not owe to the dear place which had first recognized his worth, and had enabled him thus early in life to seize hold of those ploughshares which it would be his destiny to hold for all his coming years? He had before him a career such as had graced the lives of the men whom he had most loved and admired, of men who had dared to be independent, patriotic, and philanthropical through all the temptations of political life. Would he be too vain if he thought to rival a Hume or a Cobden? Conceit, he said to himself, will seek to justify itself. Who can rise but those who believe their wings strong enough for soaring? There might be shipwreck, of course, but he believed that he now saw his way. As to the difficulty of speaking in public, that he had altogether overcome. Some further education as to facts, historical and political, might be necessary. That he acknowledged to himself. But he would not spare himself in his efforts to acquire such education. He went pacing through the damp, muddy, dark streets, making speeches that were deliciously eloquent to his own ears. That night he was certainly the happiest man in Percycross, never doubting his success on the morrow, not questioning that. Had not the whole town greeted him with loudest acclamation as their chosen member? He was deliciously happy, while poor Sir Thomas was suffering the double pain of his broken arm and his disappointed hopes, and Griffenbottom was lying in his bed with a doctor on one side and a nurse on the other, hardly able to restrain himself from cursing all the world in his agony. At a little after 11 a tall man, buttoned up to his chin in an old greatcoat, called at the Percy Standard, and asked after the health of Mr. Griffenbottom and Sir Thomas. "They ain't neither of them very well, then," replied the waiter. "Will you say that Mr. Moggs called to inquire, with his compliments?" said the tall man. The respect shown to him was immediately visible. Even the waiter at the Percy Standard acknowledged that for that day Mr. Moggs must be treated as a great man in Percycross. After that Moggs walked home and crept into bed, but it may be doubted whether he slept a wink that night. And then there came the real day, the day of the election. It was a foul, rainy, muddy, sloppy morning, without a glimmer of sun, with that thick, pervading, melancholy atmosphere which forces for the time upon imaginative men a conviction that nothing is worth anything. Griffenbottom was in bed in one room at the Percy Standard, and Underwood in the next. The three Conservative doctors, moving from one chamber to another, watching each other closely and hardly leaving the hotel, had a good time of it. Mr. Trigger had already remarked that in one respect the breaking of Sir Thomas's arm was lucky, because now there would be no difficulty as to paying the doctors out of the common fund. Every half hour the state of the poll was brought to them. Early in the morning Moggs had been in the ascendant. At 9:30 the numbers were as follows: Moggs 193, Westmacott 172, Griffenbottom 162, Underwood 147. At 10 and at 10:30 Moggs was equally in advance, but Westmacott had somewhat receded. At noon the numbers were considerably altered, and were as follows: Griffenbottom 892, Moggs 777, Westmacott 752, Underwood 678. These at least were the numbers as they came from the Conservative books. Westmacott was placed nearer to Moggs by his own tellers. For Moggs no special books were kept. He was content to abide by the official counting. Griffenbottom was consulted privately by Trigger and Mr. Spiveycomb as to what steps should be taken in this emergency. It was suggested in a whisper that Underwood should be thrown over altogether. There would be no beating Moggs, so thought Mr. Spiveycomb, and unless an effort were made it might be possible that Westmacott would creep up. Trigger in his heart considered that it would be impossible to get enough men at 3½ crowns apiece to bring Sir Thomas up to a winning condition. But Griffenbottom, now that the fight was forward, was unwilling to give way a foot. "We haven't polled half the voters," said he. "More than half what we shall poll," answered Trigger. "They always hang back," growled Griffenbottom. "Fight it out. I don't believe they'll ever elect a shoemaker here." The order was given, and it was fought out. Moggs, early in the morning, had been radiant with triumph when he saw his name at the head of the lists displayed from the two inimical committee rooms. As he walked the streets with a chairman on one side of him and a president on the other, it seemed as though his feet almost disdained to touch the mud. These were 2 happy hours, during which he did not allow himself to doubt of his triumph. When the presidents and the chairman spoke to him he could hardly answer them, so rapt was he in contemplation of his coming greatness. His very soul was full of his seat in Parliament. But when Griffenbottom approached him on the lists, and then passed him, there came a shadow upon his brow. He still felt sure of his election, but he would lose that grand place at the top of the poll to which he had taught himself to look so proudly. Soon after noon a cruel speech was made to him. "We've about pumped our side dry," said a secretary of the Young Men's Association. "Do you mean we've polled all our friends?" asked Moggs. "Pretty nearly, Mr. Moggs. You see, our men have nothing to wait for, and they came up early." Then Ontario's heart sank within him, and he began to think of the shop in Bond Street. The work of that afternoon in Percycross proved how correct Mr. Griffenbottom had been in his judgment. He kept his place at the top of the poll. It was soon evident that that could not be shaken. Then Westmacott passed by Moggs, and in the next half hour Sir Thomas did so also. This was at 2, when Ontario betook himself to the privacy of his bedroom at the Cordwainers Arms. His pluck left him altogether, and he found himself unable to face the town as a losing candidate. Then for 2 hours there was a terrible struggle between Westmacott and Underwood, during which things were done in the desperation of the moment, as to which it might be so difficult to give an account, should any subsequent account be required. We all know how hard it is to sacrifice the power of winning, when during the heat of the contest the power of winning is within our reach. At 4 o'clock the state of the poll was as follows: Griffenbottom 1402, Underwood 1007, Westmacott 984, Moggs 821. When the chairman and presidents waited upon Moggs, telling him of the final result, and informing him that he must come to the hustings and make a speech, they endeavoured to console him by an assurance that he and he alone had fought the fight fairly. "They'll both be unseated, you know, as sure as eggs," said the president. "It can't be otherwise. They've been busy up in a little room in Petticoat Court all the afternoon, and the men have been getting as much as 15 shillings a head." Moggs was not consoled, but he did make his speech. It was poor and vapid, but still there was just enough of manhood left in him for that. As soon as his speech had been spoken he escaped up to London by the night mail train. Westmacott also spoke, but announcement was made on behalf of the members of the borough that they were both Chapter 30 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Miss Mary is in luck. The election took place on a Tuesday the 17th of October. On the following day one of the members received a visit in his bedroom at the Percy Standard, which was very pleasant to him. His daughter Patience had come down to nurse Sir Thomas and take him back to Fulham. Sir Thomas had refused to allow any message to be sent home on the day on which the accident had occurred. On the following morning he had telegraphed to say that his arm had been broken, but that he was doing very well, and on the Wednesday Patience was with him. In spite of the broken arm, it was a pleasant meeting. For the last fortnight Sir Thomas had not only not seen a human being with whom he could sympathize, but had been constrained to associate with people who were detestable to him. His horror of Griffenbottom, his disgust at Trigger, his fear of Mr. Pabsby's explanations, and his inability to cope with Messrs. Spicer and Roodylands when they spoke of mustard and boots, had been almost too much for him. The partial seclusion occasioned by his broken arm had been a godsend to him. In such a state he was prepared to feel that his daughter's presence was an angel's visit, and even to him his success had something of the pleasure of a triumph. Of course he was pleased to have won the seat, and though whispers of threats as to a petition had already reached him, he was able in these, the first hours of his membership, to throw his fears on that head behind him. The man must be of a most cold temperament who, under such circumstances, cannot allow himself some short enjoyment of his new toy. It was his at least for the time, and he probably told himself that threatened folk lived long. That Patience should take glory in the victory was a matter of course. "Dear papa," she said, "if you can only get your arm well again." "I don't suppose there is any cause for fear as to that." "But a broken arm is a great misfortune," said Patience. "Well, yes, one can't deny that, and 3 Percycross doctors are 3 more misfortunes. I must get home as soon as I can." "You mustn't be rash, papa, even to escape from Percycross. But oh, papa, we are so happy and so proud. It is such an excellent thing that you should be in Parliament again." "I don't know that, my dear." "We feel it so, Clary and I, and so does Mary. I can't tell you the sort of anxiety we were in all day yesterday. First we got the telegram about your arm, and then Stem came down at 8 and told us that you were returned. Stem was quite humane on the occasion." "Poor Stem! I don't know what he'll have to do." "It won't matter to him, papa, will it? And then he told me another piece of news." "What is it?" "You won't like it, papa. We didn't like it at all." "What is it, my dear?" "Stem says that Ralph has sold all the Newton Priory estate to his uncle." "It is the best thing he could do." "Really, papa?" "I think so. He must have done that, or made some disreputable marriage." "I don't think he would have done that," said Patience. "But he was going to do it. He had half engaged himself to some tailor's daughter. Indeed, up to the moment of your telling me this, I thought he would marry her." Poor Clary! So Patience said to herself as she heard this. He had got himself into such a mess that the best thing he could do was to sell his interest to his uncle. The estate will go to a better fellow, though out of the proper line. Then Patience told her father that she had brought a letter for him, which had been given to her that morning by Stem, who had met her at the station. "I think," she said, "that it comes from some of the Newton family, because of the crest and the Basingstoke postmark." Then the letter was brought, and as it concerns much the thread of our story, it shall be given to the reader. Newton Priory, October 17th, 186 . My dear Sir Thomas Underwood, I write to you with the sanction, or rather at the instigation, of my father, to ask your permission to become a suitor to your niece, Miss Bonner. You will probably have heard, or at least will hear, that my father has made arrangements with his nephew Ralph, by which the reversion of the Newton property will belong to my father. It is his intention to leave the estate to me, and he permits me to tell you that he will consent to any such settlement in the case of my marriage as would have been usual had I been his legitimate heir. I think it best to be frank about this, as I should not have ventured to propose such a marriage either to you or to Miss Bonner, had not my father's solicitude succeeded in placing me in circumstances which may perhaps be regarded as in part compensating for the great misfortune of my birth. It may probably be right that I should add that I have said no word on this subject to Miss Bonner. I have hitherto felt myself constrained by the circumstances to which I have alluded from acting as other men may act. Should you be unwilling to concede that the advantages of fortune, which have now fallen in my way, justify me in proposing to myself such a marriage, I hope that you will at least excuse my application to yourself. Very faithfully yours, Ralph Newton. Sir Thomas read the letter twice before he spoke a word to his daughter. Then, after pausing with it for a moment in his hand, he threw it to her across the bed. "Miss Mary is in luck," he said, "in very great luck. It is a magnificent property, and, as far as I can see, one of the finest young fellows I ever met. You understand about his birth?" "Yes," said Patience, almost in a whisper. "It might be a hindrance to him in some circumstances, but not here. It is nothing here. Did you know of this?" "No, indeed." "Nor Mary? It will be quite a surprise to her. I am sure it will." "You think, then, that there has been nothing said, not a word about it?" "I am sure there has not, papa. Clarissa had some joke with Mary, quite as a joke." "Then there has been a joke?" "It meant nothing. As for Mr. Newton, he could not have dreamed of anything of the kind. We all liked him." "So did I. The property will be much better with him than with the other. Mary is a very lucky girl. That is all I can say. As for the letter, it is the best letter I ever read in my life." There was some delay before Sir Thomas could write an answer to young Newton. It was, indeed, his left arm that had suffered, but even with so much of power abstracted, writing is not an easy task. And this was a letter the answering of which could not be deputed to any secretary. On the third day after its receipt, Sir Thomas did manage, with much difficulty, to get a reply written. "Dear Mr. Newton, I have had my left arm broken in the election here. Hence the delay. I can have no objection. Your letter does you infinite honour. I presume you know that my niece has no fortune. Yours most sincerely, Thomas Underwood." "What a pity it is," said Sir Thomas, "that a man can't have a broken arm in answering all letters. I should have had to write ever so much had I been well, and yet I could not have said a word more that would have been of any use." Sir Thomas was kept an entire week at the Percycross Standard after his election was over, before the 3 doctors and the innkeeper, between them, would allow him to be moved. During this time there was very much discussion between the father and daughter as to Mary's prospects, and a word or two was said inadvertently which almost opened the father's eyes as to the state of his younger daughter's affections. It is sometimes impossible to prevent the betrayal of a confidence when the line between betrayal and non-betrayal is finely drawn. It was a matter of course that there should be much said about that other Ralph, the one now disinherited and dispossessed, who had so long and so intimately been known to them, and it was almost impossible for Patience not to show the cause of her great grief. It might be, as her father said, that the property would be better in the hands of this other young man, but Patience knew that her sympathies were with the spendthrift, and with the dearly loved sister who loved the spendthrift. Since Clarissa had come to speak so openly of her love, to assert it so loudly, and to protest that nothing could or should shake it, Patience had been unable not to hope that the heir might at last prove himself worthy to be her sister's husband. Then they heard that his inheritance was sold. "It won't make the slightest difference to me," said Clary, almost triumphantly, as she discussed the matter with Patience the evening before the journey to Percycross. "If he were a beggar it would be the same." To Patience, however, the news of the sale had been a great blow, and now her father told her that this young man had been thinking of marrying another girl, a tailor's daughter, that such a marriage had been almost fixed. Surely it would be better that steps should be taken to wean her sister from such a passion. But yet she did not tell the secret. She only allowed a word to escape her, from which it might be half surmised that Clarissa would be a sufferer. "What difference will it make to Clary?" asked Sir Thomas. "I have sometimes thought that he cared for her," said Patience cunningly. "He would hardly have been so often at the villa, unless there had been something." "There must be nothing of that kind," said Sir Thomas. "He is a spendthrift, and quite unworthy of her. I will not have him at the villa. He must be told so. If you see anything of that kind, you must inform me. Do you understand, Patience?" Patience understood well enough, but she knew not what reply to make. She could not tell her sister's secret, and if there were faults in the matter, was it not her father's fault? Why had he not lived with them, so that he might see these things with his own eyes? "There must be nothing of that kind," said Sir Thomas, with a look of anger in his eyes. When the week was over, the innkeeper and the doctors submitting with but a bad grace, the member for Percycross returned to London with his arm bound up in a sling. The town was by this time quite tranquil. The hustings had been taken down, and the artizans of the borough were back at their labours, almost forgetting Moggs and his great doctrines. That there was to be a petition was a matter of course. It was at least a matter of course that there should be threats of a petition. The threat of course reached Sir Thomas's ears, but nothing further was said to him. When he and his daughter went down to the station in the Standard fly, it almost seemed that he was no more to the borough than any other man might be with a broken arm. "I shall not speak of this to Mary," he said on his journey home. "Nor should you, I think, my dear." "Of course not, papa." "He should have the opportunity of changing his mind after receiving my letter, if he so pleases. For her sake, I hope he will not." Patience said nothing further. She loved her cousin Mary, and certainly had felt no dislike for this fortunate young man; but she could not so quickly bring herself to sympathize with interests which seemed Chapter 31 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It is all settled. In the last half of this month of October, the Squire of Newton was very pressing on his lawyers up in London to settle the affairs of the property. He was most anxious to make a new will, but could not do so till his nephew had completed the sale, and till the money had been paid. He had expressed a desire to go up to London and remain there till all was done, but against this his son had expostulated, urging that his father could not hasten the work up in London by his presence, but would certainly annoy and flurry everybody in the lawyer's office. Mr. Carey had promised that the thing should be done with as little delay as possible, but Mr. Carey was not a man to be driven. Then again the Squire would be a miserable man up in London, whereas at the Priory he might be so happy among the new works which he had already inaugurated. The son's arguments prevailed, especially that argument as to the pleasure of the Squire's present occupations, and the Squire consented to remain at home. There seemed to be an infinity of things to be done, and to the Squire himself the world appeared to require more of happy activity than at any previous time of his life. He got up early, and was out about the place before breakfast. He had endless instructions to give to everybody about the estate. The very air of the place was sweeter to him than heretofore. The labourers were less melancholy at their work, the farmers smiled oftener, the women and children were more dear to him. Everything around him had now been gifted with the grace of established ownership. His nephew Gregory, after that last dinner of which mention was made, hardly came near him during the next fortnight. Once or twice the squire went up to the church during the week-days that he might catch the parson, and even called at the parsonage. But Gregory was unhappy, and would not conceal his unhappiness. "I suppose it will wear off," said the squire to his son. "Of course it will, sir." "It shall not be my fault if it does not. I wonder whether it would have made him happier to see the property parcelled out and sold to the highest bidder after my death." "It is not unnatural if you think of it," said Ralph. "Perhaps not, and God forbid that I should be angry with him because he cannot share my triumph. I feel, however, that I have done my duty, and that nobody has a right to quarrel with me. And then there were the hunters. Every sportsman knows, and the wives and daughters of all sportsmen know, how important a month in the calendar is the month of October. The real campaign begins in November, and even for those who do not personally attend to the earlier work of the kennel, or look after cub hunting, which during the last 10 days of October is apt to take the shape of genuine hunting, October has charms of its own and peculiar duties. It is the busiest month in the year in regard to horses. Is physic needed? In the squire's stables physic was much eschewed, and the squire's horses were usually in good condition. But it is needful to know, down to a single line on the form, whether this or that animal wants more exercise, and if so, of what nature. We hold that for hunters, which are worked regularly throughout the season, and which live in loose boxes summer and winter, but little exercise is required except in the months of September and October. Let them have been fed on oats throughout the year, and a good groom will bring them into form in 2 months. Such at least was the order at the Newton stables, and during this autumn, especially during these last days of October, this order was obeyed with infinite alacrity, and with many preparations for coming joys. And there are other cares, less onerous indeed, but still needful. What good sportsman is too proud, or even too much engaged, to inspect his horse's gear, and his own? Only let his horse's gear stand first in his mind. Let him be sure that the fit of a saddle is of more moment than the fit of a pair of breeches, that in riding the length, strength, and nature of the bit will avail more, should at least avail more, than the depth, form, and general arrangement of the flask, that the question of boots, great as it certainly is, should be postponed to the question of shoes, that a man's seat should be guarded by his girths rather than by his spurs, that no run has ever been secured by the brilliancy of the cravat, though many a run has been lost by the insufficiency of the stirrup leather. In the stables and saddle room, and throughout the whole establishment of the house at Newton, all these matters were ever sedulously regarded. But they had never been regarded with more joyful zeal than was given to them during this happy month. There was not a stable boy about the place who did not know and feel that there Mr. Ralph was now to take his place in the hunting field as the heir to Newton Priory. And there were other duties at Newton of which the crowd of riding men knew little or nothing. Were there foxes in the coverts? The squire had all his life been a staunch preserver, thinking more of a vixen with her young cubs than he would of any lady in the land with her first-born son. During the last spring and summer, however, things had made him uncomfortable, and he had not personally inquired after the well-being of each nursery in the woods, as had been his wont. Ralph, indeed, had been on the alert, and the keepers had not become slack, but there had been a whisper about the place that the master didn't care so much about the foxes as he used to do. They soon found out that he cared enough now. The head keeper opened his eyes very wide when he was told that the squire would take it as a personal offence if the coverts were ever drawn blank. It was to be understood through the county that at Newton Priory everything now was happy and prosperous. "We'll get up a breakfast and a meet on the lawn before the end of the month," said the squire to his son. "I hate hunt breakfasts myself, but the farmers like them." From all which the reader will perceive that the squire was in earnest. Ralph hunted all through the latter days of October, but the squire himself would not go out till the first regular day of the season. "I like a law, and I like to stick to it," he said. 5 months is enough for the horses in all conscience. At last the happy day arrived, Wednesday, the 2nd of November, and the father and son started together for the meet in a dog-cart on 4 wheels with 2 horses. On such occasions the squire always drove himself, and professed to go no more than 8 miles an hour. The meet was over in the Berkshire county, in the neighbourhood of Swallowfield, about 12 miles distant, and the squire was in his seat precisely at 9:30. 4 horses had gone on in the charge of 2 grooms, for the squire had insisted on Ralph riding with the second horse. "If you don't, I won't," he had said, and Ralph of course had yielded. Just at this time there had grown up in the young man's mind a feeling that his father was almost excessive in the exuberance of his joy, that he was displaying too ostensibly to the world at large the triumph which he had effected. But the checking of this elation was almost impossible to the son, on whose behalf it was exhibited. Therefore, to Ralph's own regret, the 2 horses had on this morning been sent on to Barford Heath. The squire was not kept waiting a moment. Ralph lit his cigar and jumped in, and the squire started in all comfort and joy. The road led them by Darvell's farm, and for a moment the carriage was stopped that a word might be spoken to some workmen. "You'd better have a couple more men, Miles. It won't do to let the frost catch us," said the squire. Miles touched his hat and assented. "The house will look very well from here," said the squire, pointing down through a line of trees. Ralph assented cheerily, and yet he thought that his father was spending more money than Darvell's house need to have cost him. They reached Barford Heath a few minutes before 11, and there was a little scene upon the occasion. It was the first recognised meet of the season, and the squire had not been out before. It was now known to almost every man there that the owner of Newton Priory had at last succeeded in obtaining the reversion of the estate for his own son, and though the matter was one which hardly admitted of open congratulation, still there were words spoken and looks given, and a little additional pressure in the shaking of hands, all of which seemed to mark a triumph. That other Ralph had not been known in the county. This Ralph was very popular, and though of course there was existent some amount of inner unexpressed feeling that the proper line of an old family was being broken, that for the moment was kept in abeyance, and all men's faces wore smiles as they were turned upon the happy squire. He hardly carried himself with as perfect a moderation as his son would have wished. He was a little loud, not saying much to any one openly about the property, uttering merely a word or two in a low voice in answer to the kind expressions of one or two specially intimate friends. But in discussing other matters, the appearance of the pack, the prospects of the season, the state of the county, he was not quite like himself. In his ordinary way he was a quiet man, not often heard at much distance, and contented to be noted as Newton of Newton, rather than as a man commanding attention by his conduct before other men. There certainly was a difference to-day, and it was of that kind which wine produces on some who are not habitual drinkers. The gases of his life were in exuberance, and he was as a balloon insufficiently freighted with ballast. His buoyancy, unless checked, might carry him too high among the clouds. All this Ralph saw, and kept himself a little aloof. If there were aught amiss, there was no help for it on his part, and after all, what was amiss was so very little amiss. "We'll draw the small gorses first," said the old master, addressing himself specially to Mr. Newton, "and then we'll go into Barford Wood." "Just so," said the squire. "The gorses first, by all means. I remember when there was always a fox at Barford Gorse. Come along, I hate to see time wasted. You'll be glad to hear we're full of foxes at Newton. There were 2 litters bred in Bostock Spring, 2, by Jove, in that little place. Dan was his second horseman. I'll ride the young one this morning. You have Paddywhack fresh for me about 1. Paddywhack was the old Irish horse which had carried him so long, and has been mentioned before. There was nothing remarkable in all this. There was no word spoken that might not have been said with a good grace by any old sportsman who knew the men around him, and who had long preserved foxes for their use. But still it was felt that the squire was a little loud. Ralph, the son on whose behalf all this triumph was felt, was silenter than usual, and trotted along at the rear of a long line of horsemen. One specially intimate friend of his, a man whom he really loved, hung back with the object of congratulating him. "Ralph," said George Morris of Wathby Grove, a place about 4 miles from the Priory, "I must tell you how glad I am of all this." "All right, old fellow." "Come along, you might show out a little to me. Isn't it grand? We shall always have you among us now. Don't tell me you are indifferent." "I think about it enough, God knows, George, but it seems to me that the less said about it the better. My father has behaved nobly to me, and of course I like to feel that I've got a place in the world marked out for me, but—" "But what?" "You understand it all, George. There shouldn't be rejoicing in a family because the heir has lost his inheritance." "I can't look at it in that line." "I can't look at it in any other," said Ralph. "Mind you, I'm not saying that it isn't all right. What has happened to him has come of his own doings. I only mean that we ought to be quiet about it. My father's spirits are so high that he can hardly control them." "By George, I don't wonder at it," said George Morris. There were 3 little bits of gorse about half a mile from Barford Wood, as to which it seemed that expectation did not run high, but from the last of which an old fox broke before the hounds were in it. It was so sudden a thing that the pack was on the scent and away before half a dozen men had seen what had happened. Our squire had been riding with Cox, the huntsman, who had ventured to say how happy he was that the young squire was to be the squire some day. "So am I, Cox, so am I," said the squire, "and I hope he'll be a friend to you for many a year." "By the holy, there's Dick a hallooing," said Cox, forgetting at once the comparatively unimportant affairs of Newton Priory in the breaking of this unexpected fox. "Golly, if he ain't away, Squire!" The hounds had gone at once to the whip's voice, and were in full cry in less time than it has taken to tell the story of the Find. Cox was with them, and so was the Squire. There were 2 or 3 others, and one of the whips. The start, indeed, was not much, but the burst was so sharp, and the old fox ran so straight, that it sufficed to enable those who had got the lead to keep it. "Tally ho!" shouted the Squire, as he saw the animal making across a stubble field before the hounds, with only one fence between him and the quarry. "Tally ho!" It was remarked afterwards that the Squire had never been known to halloo to a fox in that way before. "Just like one of the young uns, or a fellow out of the town," said Cox, when expressing his astonishment. But the Squire never rode a run better in his life. He gave a lead to the field, and he kept it. "I wouldn't a spoilt him by putting my nose afore 'is, were it ever so," said Cox afterwards. "He went as straight as a schoolboy at Christmas, and the young horse he rode never made a mistake. Let men say what they will, a young horse will carry a man a brush like that better than an old one. It was very short. They had run their fox, pulled him down, broken him up, and eaten him within half an hour. Jack Graham, who was particular about those things, and who was at any rate near enough to see it all, said that it was exactly 22 minutes and a half. He might be right enough in that, but when he swore that they had gone over 4 miles of ground, he was certainly wrong. They killed within a field of Heckfield Church, and Heckfield Church can't be 4 miles from Barford Gorse. They went as straight as a line, everybody knew. Besides, they couldn't have covered the ground in the time. The pace was good, no doubt, but Jack Graham is always given to exaggeration." The Squire was very proud of his performance, and when Ralph came up was loud in praise of the young horse. "Never was carried so well in my life, never," said he. "I knew he was good, but I didn't know he would jump like that. I wouldn't take a couple of hundred for him." This was still a little loud, but the Squire at this moment had the sense of double triumph within, and was to be forgiven. It was admitted on all sides that he had ridden the run uncommonly well. "Just like a young man, by Jove," said Jack Graham. "Like what sort of a young man?" asked George Harris, who had come up at the heel of the hunt with Ralph. "And where were you, Master Ralph?" said the Squire to his son. "I fancy I just began to know they were running by the time you were killing your fox," said Ralph. "You should have your eyes better about you, my boy, shouldn't he, Cox?" "The young Squire ain't often in the wrong box," said the huntsman. "He wasn't in the right one to day," said the Squire. This was still a little loud. There was too much of that buoyancy which might have come from drink, but which, with the Squire, was the effect of that success for which he had been longing rather than hoping all his life. From Heckfield they trotted back to Barford Wood, the master resolving that he would draw his country in the manner that he proposed himself in the morning. There was some little repining at this, partly because the distance was long, and partly because Barford Woods were too large to be popular. "Hunting is over for the day," said Jack Graham. To this view of the case the Squire, who had now changed his horse, objected greatly. "We shall find in Barford Big Wood as sure as the sun rises," said he. "Yes," said Jack, "and run into the little wood and back to the big wood, and so on, till we hate every foot of the ground. I never knew anything from Barford Woods yet for which a donkey wasn't as good as a horse." The squire again objected, and told the story of a run from Barford Woods 20 years ago, which had taken them pretty nearly on to Ascot Heath. "Things have changed since that," said Jack Graham. "Very much for the better," said the squire. Ralph was with him then, and still felt that his father was too loud. Whether he meant that hunting was better now than in the old days 20 years ago, or that things as regarded the Newton estate were better, was not explained, but all who heard him speak imagined that he was alluding to the latter subject. Drawing Barford Woods is a very different thing than drawing Barford Gorses. Anybody may see a fox found at the Gorses who will simply take the trouble to be with the hounds when they go into the covert. But in the wood it becomes a great question with a sportsman whether he will stick to the pack or save his horse and loiter about till he hears that a fox has been found. The latter is certainly the commoner course, and perhaps the wiser, and even when the fox has been found, it may be better for the expectant sportsman to loiter about till he breaks, giving some little attention to the part of the wood in which the work of hunting may be progressing. There are those who systematically stand still or roam about very slowly, others again who ride and cease riding by spurts, just as they become weary or impatient, and others who with dogged perseverance stick always to the track of the hounds. For years past the squire was to have been found among the former and more prudent set of riders, but on this occasion he went gallantly through the thickest of the underwood, close at the huntsman's heels. "You'll find it rather nasty, Mr. Newton, among them brakes," Cox had said to him. But the squire had answered that he hadn't got his Sunday face on, and had persevered. They were soon on a fox in Barford Wood, but being on a fox in Barford Wood was very different from finding a fox in Barford Gorse. Out of the gorse a fox must go, but in the big woods he might choose to remain half the day. And then the chances were that he would either beat the hounds at last, or else be eaten in covert. It's a very pretty place to ride about, and smoke, and drink one's friend's sherry. That was Jack Graham's idea of hunting in Barford Woods, and a great deal of that kind of thing was going on to day. Now and then there was a little excitement, and cries of "Away!" were heard. Men would burst out of the wood here and there, ride about for a few minutes, and then go in again. Cox swore that they had thrice changed their fox, and was beginning to be a little short in his temper. The whip's horses were becoming jaded, and the master had once or twice answered very crossly when questioned. "How the devil do you suppose I'm to know," he had said to a young gentleman who had inquired, "where they were?" But still the squire kept on zealously, and reminded Ralph that some of the best things of the season were often lost by men becoming slack toward evening. At that time it was nearly 4 o'clock, and Cox was clearly of opinion that he couldn't kill a fox in Barford Woods that day. But still the hounds were hunting. "Darned if they ain't back to the little wood again," said Cox to the squire. They were at that moment in an extreme corner of an outlying copse, and between them and Barford Littlewood was a narrow strip of meadow over which they had passed half a dozen times that day. Between the copse and the meadow there ran a broad ditch with a hedge, a rotten made-up fence of sticks and bushes, which at the corner had been broken down by the constant passing of horses, till at this hour of the day there was hardly at that spot anything of a fence to be jumped. "We must cross with them again, Cox," said the squire. At that moment he was nearest to the gap, and close to him were Ralph and George Morris, as well as the huntsman. But Mr. Newton's horse was standing sideways to the hedge, and was not facing the passage. He nevertheless prepared to pass it first, and turned his horse sharply at it. As he did so, some bush or stick caught the animal in the flank, and he, in order to escape the impediment, clambered up the bank sideways, not taking the gap, and then balanced himself to make his jump over the ditch. But he was entangled among the sticks and thorns, and was on broken ground, and jumping short, came down into the ditch. The Squire fell heavily headlong on to the field, and the horse, with no further effort of his own, but unable to restrain himself, rolled over his master. It was a place as to which any horseman would say that a child might ride through if on a donkey, without a chance of danger, and yet the three men who saw it knew at once that the Squire had had a bad fall. Ralph was first through the gap, and was off his own horse, as the old Irish hunter with a groan collected himself and got upon his legs. In rising, the animal was very careful not to strike his late rider with his feet, but it was too evident to Cox that the beast in his attempt to rise had given a terrible squeeze to the prostrate Squire with his saddle. In a moment the three men were on their knees, and it was clear that Mr. Newton was insensible. "I'm afraid he's hurt," said Morris. Cox merely shook his head as he gently attempted to raise the Squire's shoulder against his own. Ralph, as pale as death, held his father's hand in one of his own, and with the other endeavoured to feel the pulse of the heart. Presently, before any one else came up to them, a few drops of blood came from between the sufferer's lips. Cox again shook his head. "We'd better get him on to a gate, Mr. Ralph, and into a house," said the huntsman. They were quickly surrounded by others, and the gate was soon there, and within 20 minutes a surgeon was standing over our poor old friend. "No, he wasn't dead," the surgeon said, "but—" "What is it?" asked Ralph, impetuously. The surgeon took the master of the hunt aside, and whispered into his ear that Mr. Newton was a dead man. His spine had been so injured by the severity of his own fall, and by the weight of the horse rolling on him while he was still doubled up on the ground, that it was impossible that he should ever speak again. So the surgeon said, and Squire Newton never did speak again. He was carried home to the house of a gentleman who lived in those parts, in order that he might be saved the longer journey to the Priory. But the length of the road mattered but little to him. He never spoke again, nor was he sensible for a moment. Ralph remained with him during the night, of course, and so did the surgeon. At 5 o'clock on the following morning his last breath had been drawn, and his life had passed away from him. George Morris also had remained with them, or rather had come back to the house after having ridden home and changed his clothes, and it was by him that the tidings were at last told to the wretched son. "It is all over, Ralph." "I suppose so," said Ralph, hoarsely. "There has never been a doubt," said George, "since we heard of the manner of the accident." "I suppose not," said Ralph. The young man sat silent and composed, and made no expression of his grief. He did not weep, nor did his face even wear that look of woe which is so common to us all when grief comes to us. They two were still in the room in which the body lay, and were standing close together over the fire. Ralph was leaning on his elbow upon the chimney-piece, and from time to time Morris would press his arm. They had been standing together thus for some 20 minutes when Morris asked a question. "The affair of the property had been settled, Ralph?" "Don't talk of that now," said the other, angrily. Then, after a pause, he put up his face and spoke again. "Nothing has been settled," he said. "The estate belongs to my cousin Ralph. He should be informed at once. At once. He should be telegraphed to come to Newton." Would you mind doing it? He should be informed at once." "There is time enough for that," said George Morris. "If you will not, I must," replied Ralph. The telegram was at once sent in duplicate, addressed to that other Ralph, Ralph who was declared by the Squire's son to be once more Ralph the heir, addressed to him both at his lodgings in London and at the Moonbeam. When the messenger had been sent to the nearest railway station with the message, Ralph and his friend started for Newton Priory together. Poor Ralph still wore his boots and breeches and the red coat in which he had ridden on the former fatal day, and in which he had passed the night by the side of his dying father's bed. On their journey homeward they met Gregory, who had heard of the accident, and had at once started to see his uncle. "It is all over," said Ralph. Gregory, who was in his gig, dropped the reins and sat in silence. "It is all done. Let us get on, George. It is horrid to me to be in this coat. Get on quickly. Yes, indeed, everything is done now." He had lost a father who had loved him dearly, and whom he had dearly loved. A father whose opportunities of showing his active love had been greater even than fall to the lot of most parents. A father gives naturally to his son, but the Squire had been almost unnatural in his desire to give. There had never been a more devoted father, one more intensely anxious for his son's welfare, and Ralph had known this and loved his father accordingly. Nevertheless, he could not keep himself from remembering that he had now lost more than a father. The estate, as to which the Squire had been so full of interest, as to which he, Ralph, had so constantly endeavoured to protect himself from an interest that should be too absorbing, had in the last moment escaped him, and now, in this sad and solemn hour, he could not keep himself from thinking of that loss. As he had stood in the room in which the dead body of his father had been lying, he had cautioned himself against this feeling. But still he had known that it had been present to him. Let him do what he would with his own thoughts, he could not hinder them from running back to the fact that by his father's sudden death he had lost the possession of the Newton estate. He hated himself for remembering such a fact at such a time, but he could not keep himself from remembering it. His father had fought a lifelong battle to make him the heir of Newton, and had perished in the moment of his victory, but before his victory was achieved. Ralph had borne his success well while he had thought that his success was certain, but now he knew that all such subjects should be absent from his mind with such cause for grief as weighed upon him at that moment. But he could not drive away the reflection. That other Ralph Newton had won upon the post. He would endeavour to bear himself well, but he could not but remember that he had been beaten. And there was the father who had loved him so well, lying dead. When he reached the house, George Morris was still with him. Gregory, to whom he had spoken hardly a word, did not come beyond the parsonage. Ralph could not conceal from himself, could hardly conceal from his outward manner, the knowledge that Gregory must be aware that his cause had triumphed. And yet he hated himself for thinking of these things, and believed himself to be brutal in that he could not conceal his thoughts. "I'll send over for a few things and stay with you for a day or two," said George Morris. "It would be bad that you should be left here alone." But Ralph would not permit the visit. "My father's nephew will be here to morrow," he said, "and I would rather that he should find me alone." In thinking of it all, he remembered that he must withdraw his claims to the hand of Mary Bonner, now that he was nobody. He could have no pretension now to offer his hand to any such girl as Mary Bonner. Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sir Thomas at Home. Sir Thomas Underwood was welcomed home at the villa with a double amount of sympathy and glory, that due to him for his victory being added to that which came to him on the score of his broken arm. A hero is never so much a hero among women as when he has been wounded in the battle. The very weakness which throws him into female hands imparts a moiety of his greatness to the women who for the while possess him, and creates a partnership in heroism in which the feminine half delights to make the most of its own share. During the week at Percycross, and throughout the journey, Patience had had this half all to herself, and there had arisen to her considerable enjoyment from it as soon as she found that her father would probably be none the worse for his accident after a few weeks. She saw more of him now than she had done for years, and was able, after a fashion, to work her quiet, loving, female will with him, exacting from him an obedience to feminine sway such as had not been exercised on him since his wife's death. He himself had been humbled, passive, and happy. He had taken his gruel, grumbled with modesty, and consoled himself with constantly reflecting that he was Member of Parliament for the borough of Percycross. During their journey, although Patience was urgent in requiring from her father quiescence, lest he should injure himself by too much exertion, there were many words spoken both as to Clarissa and Mary Bonner. As to poor Clary, Sir Thomas was very decided that if there were any truth in the suspicion which had been now roused in his mind as to Ralph the heir, the thing must be put an end to at once. Ralph, who had been the heir, was now in possession of that mess of pottage for which he had sold his inheritance, so said Sir Thomas to his daughter, and would undoubtedly consume that as he had consumed the other mess which should have lasted him till the inheritance was his own. And he told to Patience the whole story as to Polly Neefit, the whole story at least as he had heard it. Ralph had declared to Sir Thomas, when discussing the expedience of his proposed marriage with the daughter of the breeches maker, that he was attached to Polly Neefit. Sir Thomas had done all he could to dissuade the young man from a marriage which, in his eyes, was disgraceful, but he could not bring himself to look with favour on affections transferred so quickly from the breeches maker's daughter to his own. There must be no question of a love affair between Clary and the foolish heir who had disinherited himself by his folly. All this was doubly painful to Patience. She suffered first for her sister, the violence of whose feelings were so well known to her, and so completely understood, and then on her own account she was obliged to endure the conviction that she was deceiving her father. Although she had allowed something of the truth to escape from her, she had not wilfully told her sister's secret. But looking at the matter from her father's point of view, and hearing all that her father now said, she was brought in guilty of hypocrisy in the court of her own conscience. In that other matter as to Mary Bonner there was much more of pleasantness. There could be no possible reason why that other man, to whom fortune was going to be so good, should not marry Mary Bonner, if Mary could bring herself to take him into her good graces. And of course she would. Such at least was Sir Thomas's opinion. How was it possible that a girl like Mary, who had nothing of her own, should fail to like a lover who had everything to recommend him, good looks, good character, good temper, and good fortune? Patience did make some protest against this for the sake of her sex. She didn't think, she said, that Mary had ever thought of Mr. Newton in that light. "There must be a beginning to such thoughts, of course," said Sir Thomas. Patience explained that she had nothing to say against Mr. Newton. It would all be very nice and proper, no doubt, only perhaps Mary might not care for Mr. Newton. "Pshaw!" said Sir Thomas. Sir Thomas seemed to think that the one girl was as much bound to fall in love as the other was to abstain from so doing. Patience continued her protest, but very mildly, because her father's arm was in a sling. Then there arose the question whether Mary should be told of the young man's letter. Patience thought that the young man should be allowed to come and speak for himself. Sir Thomas made no objection to the young man's coming. The young man might come when he pleased, but Sir Thomas thought it would be well that Mary should know what the young man had written. And so they reached home. To be glorified by one worshipping daughter had been pleasant to the wounded hero, but to be glorified by 2 daughters and a niece was almost wearisome. On the first evening nothing was said about the love troubles or love prospects of the girls. Sir Thomas permitted himself the enjoyment of his glory with some few signs of impatience when the admiration became too strong. He told the whole story of his election, lying back among his cushions on the sofa, although Patience with mild persistence cautioned him against exertion. "It is very bad that you should have your arm broken, papa," said Clarissa. "It is a bore, my dear." "Of course it is, a dreadful bore. But as it is doing so well, I am so glad you went down to Percycross. It is such a very great thing that you should be in the house again. It does give so much colour to our lives here." "I hope they were not colourless before." "You know what I mean. It is so nice to feel that you are in Parliament." "It is quite on the cards that I may lose the seat by petition." "They can never be so cruel," said Mary. "Cruelty!" said Sir Thomas, laughing. "In politics men skin each other without the slightest feeling. I do not doubt that Mr. Westmacott would ruin me with the most perfect satisfaction, if by doing so he could bring the seat within his own reach again, and yet I believe Mr. Westmacott to be a kind-hearted, good sort of man. There is a theory among Englishmen that in politics no man need spare another. To wish that your opponent should fall dead upon the hustings is not an uncharitable wish at an election." "Oh, papa!" exclaimed Patience. "At any rate you are elected," said Clary. "And threatened folk live long, uncle," said Mary Bonner. "So they say, my dear. Well, Patience, don't look at me with so much reprobation in your eyes, and I will go to bed at once. Being here instead of at the Percy Standard does make one inclined to take a liberty." "Oh, papa, it is such a delight to have you," said Clary, jumping up and kissing her father's forehead. All this was pleasant enough, and the first evening came to an end very happily. The next morning Patience, when she was alone with her father, made a request to him with some urgency. "Papa," she said, "do not say anything to Clary about Ralph." "Why not?" "If there is anything in it, let it die out of itself." "But is there?" "How am I to say? Think of it, papa. If I knew it, I could hardly tell, even you." "Why not? If I am not to hear the truth from you, who is to tell me?" "Dear papa, don't be angry. There may be a truth which had better not be told. What we both want is that Clary shouldn't suffer. If you question her, she will suffer. You may be sure of this, that she will obey your wishes." "How can she obey them unless she knows them?" "She shall know them," said Patience. But Sir Thomas would give no promise. On that same day Sir Thomas sent for his niece into his room, and there read to her the letter which he had received from the Squire's son. It was now the last week of October, that short blessed morsel of time which to the poor Squire at Newton was the happiest of his life. He was now cutting down trees and building farmhouses, and looking after his stud in all the glory of his success. Ralph had written his letter and had received his answer, and he also was successful and glorious. That fatal day on which the fox would not break from Barford Woods had not yet arrived. Mary Bonner heard the letter read, and listened to Sir Thomas's speech without a word, without a blush, and without a sign. Sir Thomas began his speech very well, but became rather misty toward the end, when he found himself unable to reduce Mary to a state of feminine confusion. "My dear," he began, "I have received a letter which I think it is my duty to read to you." "A letter, uncle?" "Yes, my dear. Sit down while I read it. I may as well tell you at once that it is a letter which has given me very great satisfaction. It is from a young gentleman." Upon hearing this announcement, Mary's face assumed a look of settled, collected strength, which never left it for a moment during the remainder of the interview. "Yes, from a young gentleman, and I may say that I never read a letter which I thought to be more honourable to the writer. It is from Mr. Ralph Newton, not the Ralph with whom you have found us to be so intimate, but from the other, who will some day be Mr. Newton of Newton Priory." Then Sir Thomas looked into his niece's face, hoping to see there something of the flutter of expectant triumph. But there was neither flutter nor triumph in Mary's countenance. He read the letter, sitting up in his bed, with his left arm in a sling, and then he handed it to her. "You had better look at it yourself, my dear." Mary took the letter, and sat as though she were reading it. It seemed to Sir Thomas that she was reading it with the cold accuracy of a cautious attorney. But in truth her eyes did not follow a single word of the letter. There was neither flutter nor triumph in her face, or in the movement of her limbs, or in the quiet, almost motionless carriage of her body. But nevertheless the pulses of her heart beat so strongly that, had all depended on it, she could not have read a word of the letter. "Well, my dear," said Sir Thomas, when he thought that ample time had been given for the perusal. Mary simply folded the paper together and returned it into his hands. "I have told him, as I was bound to do, my dear, that as far as I was concerned I should be happy to receive him, but that for any other answer I must refer him to you. Of course it will be for you to give him what answer your heart dictates. But I may say this, and it is my duty to say it as your guardian and nearest relative, the way in which he has put forward his request shows him to be a most honourable man. All that I have ever heard of him is in his favour. He is a gentleman, every inch of him, and as for his prospects in life, they are such that they entitle him to address almost any lady in the land. Of course you will follow the dictates of your own heart, as I said, but I cannot myself fancy any greater good fortune that could come in the way of a young woman than the honest affections of such a man as this Ralph Newton." Then Sir Thomas paused for some reply, but Mary had none ready for him. "Of course I have no questions to ask," he said, and then again paused, but still Mary did not speak. "I dare say he will be here before long, and I hope that he may meet with a happy reception. I at least shall be glad to see him, for I hold him in great honour. and as I look upon marriage as the happiest lot for all women, and as I think that this would be a happy marriage, I do hope, but, as I said before, all that must be left to yourself. Mary, have you nothing to say?" "I trust, uncle, you are not tired of me." "Tired of you? Certainly not. I have not been with you since you have been here as much as I should have wished, because, indeed, for various reasons. But we all like you, and nobody wants to get rid of you. But there is a way in which young ladies leave their own homes, which is generally thought to be matter of congratulation. But, as I said before, nobody shall press you." "Dear uncle, I am so full of thanks to you for your kindness." "But it is of course my duty as your guardian to tell you that in my opinion this gentleman is entitled to your esteem." After that Mary left him without another word, and taking her hat and cloak as she passed through the hall, went at once out into the garden. It was a fine autumn morning, almost with a touch of summer in it. We do not know here that special season which across the Atlantic is called the Indian summer, that last glow of the year's warmth which always brings with it a half melancholy conviction of the year's decay, which in itself is so delightful, would be so full of delight, were it not for the consciousness which it seems to contain of being the immediate precursor of winter with all its horrors. There is no sufficient constancy with us of the recurrence of such a season to make any special name needful. But now and again there comes a day when the winds of the equinox have lulled themselves, and the chill of October rains have left the earth, and the sun gives a genial, luxurious warmth, with no power to scorch, with strength only to comfort. But here, as elsewhere, this luxury is laden with melancholy, because it tells us of decay, and is the harbinger of death. This was such a day, and Mary Bonner, as she hurried into a shrubbery walk, whence she could wander unseen, felt both the sadness and the softness of the season. There was a path which ran from the front gate of the villa grounds, through shrubs and tall evergreens, down to the river, and was continued along the river bank up through the flower garden to windows opening from the drawing room. Here she walked alone for more than an hour, turning as she came to the river, in order that she might not be seen from the house. Mary Bonner, of whose character hitherto but little has been said, was at any rate an acute observer. Very soon after her first introduction to Ralph the heir, Ralph who had for so many years been the intimate friend of the Underwood family, she perceived something in the manner of that very attractive young man, which conveyed to her a feeling that, if she so pleased, she might count him as an admirer of her own. She had heard then, as was natural, much of the brilliance of his prospects, and but little, as was also natural, of what he had done to mar them. And she also perceived, or fancied that she perceived, that her cousin Clary gave many of her thoughts to the heir. Now Mary Bonner understood the importance to herself of a prosperous marriage, as well as any girl ever did understand its great significance. She was an orphan, living in fact on the charity of her uncle, and she was aware that, having come to her uncle's house when all the weakness and attractions of her childhood were past, she could have no hold on him or his such as would have been hers had she grown to be a woman beneath his roof. There was a thoughtfulness, too, about her, a thoughtfulness which some, perhaps, may call worldliness, which made it impossible for her not to have her own condition constantly in her mind. In her father's lifetime she had been driven by his thoughtlessness and her own sterner nature to think of these things, and in the few months that had passed between her father's death and her acceptance in her uncle's house, she had taught herself to regard the world as an arena in which she must fight a battle by her own strength, with such weapons as God had given to her. God had indeed given to her many weapons, but she knew but of one. She did know that God had made her very beautiful, but she regarded her beauty after an unfeminine fashion, as a thing of value, but as a chattel of which she could not bring herself to be proud. Might it be possible that she should win for herself by her beauty some position in the world less burdensome, more joyous than that of a governess, and less dependent than that of a daily recipient of her uncle's charity? She had had lovers in the West Indies, perhaps a score of them, but they had been nothing to her. Her father's house had been so constituted that it had been impossible for her to escape the very plainly spoken admiration of captains, lieutenants, and colonial secretaries. In the West Indies gentlemen do speak so very plainly, on or without the smallest encouragement, that ladies accept such speaking much as they do in England the attention of a handkerchief lifted or an offer for a dance. It had all meant nothing to Mary Bonner, who from her earliest years of girlhood had been accustomed to captains, lieutenants, and even to midshipmen. But through it all she had grown up with serious thoughts, and something of a conviction that love-making was but an ugly amusement. As far as it had been possible she had kept herself aloof from it, and though run after for her beauty, had been unpopular as being a proud, cold, meaningless minx. When her father died she would speak to no one, and then it had been settled among the captains, lieutenants, and colonial secretaries that she was a proud, cold, meaningless minx. And with this character she left the island. Now there came to her, naturally I may say, this question: what lovers might she find in England, and should she find lovers, how should she deal with them? There are among us many who tell us that no pure-minded girl should think of finding a lover, should only deal with him when he comes, as truth and circumstances and parental control may suggest to her. If there be girls so pure, it certainly seems that no human being expects to meet them. Such was not the purity of Mary Bonner, if pure she was. She did think of some coming lover, did hope that there might be for her some prosperity of life as the consequence of the love of some worthy man whom she in return might worship. And then there had come Ralph Newton the heir. Now to Mary Bonner, as also to Clarissa Underwood and to Patience, and to old Mrs. Brownlow, and a great many others, Ralph the heir did not appear in quite those colours which he probably will in the reader's eyes. These ladies, and a great many other ladies and gentlemen who reckoned him among their acquaintance, were not accurately acquainted with his transactions with Messrs. Neefit, Moggs, and Horseball, nor were they thoroughly acquainted with the easy nature of our hero's changing convictions. To Clarissa he certainly was heroic, to Patience he was very dear, to old Mrs. Brownlow he was almost a demigod, to Mr. Poojean he was an object of envy. To Mary Bonner, as she first saw him, he was infinitely more fascinating than the captains and lieutenants of West Indian regiments, or than colonial secretaries generally. It was during that evening at Mrs. Brownlow's that Mary Bonner resolutely made up her mind that she would be as stiff and cold to Ralph the heir as the nature of their acquaintance would allow. She had seen Clarissa without watching, and without thinking she had resolved. Mr. Newton was handsome, well-to-do, of good address, and clever. He was also attractive, but he should not be attractive for her. She would not, as her first episode in her English life, rob a cousin of a lover. And so her mind was made up, and no word was spoken to any one. She had no confidences. There was no one in whom she could confide. Indeed, there was no need for confidence. As she left Mrs. Brownlow's house on that evening, she slipped her arm through that of Patience, and the happy Clarissa was left to walk home with Ralph the heir, as the reader may perhaps remember. Then that other Ralph had come, and she learned in half-pronounced ambiguous whispers what was the nature of his position in the world. She did not know, at that time her cousins did not know, how nearly successful were the efforts made to dispossess the heir of his inheritance in order that this other Newton might possess it. But she saw, or thought that she saw, that this was the gallanter man of the two. Then he came again, and then again, and she knew that her own beauty was of avail. She encouraged him not at all. It was not in her nature to give encouragement to a man's advances. It may, perhaps, be said of her that she had no power to do so. What was in her of the graciousness of feminine love, of the leaning, clinging, flattering softness of woman's nature, required some effort to extract, and had never hitherto been extracted. But within her own bosom she told herself that she thought that she could give it if the asking for it were duly done. Then came the first tidings of his heirship, of his father's success, and then, close upon the heels of those tidings, this heir's humbly expressed desire to be permitted to woo her. There was all the flutter of triumph in her bosom as that letter was read to her, and yet there was no sign of it in her voice or in her countenance. Nor could it have been seen had she been met walking in the shade of that shrubbery. And yet she was full of triumph. Here was the man to whom her heart had seemed to turn almost at first sight, as it had never turned to man before. She had deigned to think of him as of one she could love, and he loved her. As she paced the walk, it was also much to her that this man who was so generous in her eyes should have provided for him so noble a place in the world. She quite understood what it was to be the wife of such a one as the Squire of Newton. She had grieved for Clary's sake when she heard that the former heir should be heir no longer, suspecting Clary's secret. But she could not so grieve as to be insensible of her own joy. And then there was something in the very manner in which the man approached her which gratified her pride while it touched her heart. About that other Ralph there was a tone of sustained self-applause which seemed to declare that he had only to claim any woman and to receive her. This was an old-fashioned mode of wooing of which she had read and dreamed, that implied a homage which she knew that she desired. This homage her Ralph was prepared to pay. For an hour she paced the walk, not thinking, but enjoying what she knew. There was nothing in it requiring thought. He was to come, and till he should come there was nothing that she need either say or do. Till he should come she would do nothing and say nothing. Such was her determination when Clarissa's step was heard, and in a moment Clarissa's arm was round her waist. "Mary," she said, "you must come out with me. Come and walk with me. I am going to Mrs. Brownlow's. You must come." "To walk there and back?" said Mary, smiling. "We will return in an omnibus. But you must come. Oh, I
Chapter 33 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Tell me, and I'll tell you."
"Papa has told me all about it,"
were Clarissa's first words as soon as they were out of the gate on the road to Mrs. Brownlow's.
"All about what, Clary?" "Oh, you know, or rather it was Patience told me, and then I asked papa. I am so glad."
Mary had as yet hardly had time to think whether the coming of this letter to her uncle would or would not be communicated to her cousins. But had she thought, she would have been almost sure that Sir Thomas would be more discreet. The whole matter was to her so important, so secret, almost so solemn, that she could hardly imagine that it should be discussed among the whole household. And yet she felt a strong longing within herself to be able to talk of it to some one. Of the two cousins, Clary was certainly her favourite, and had she been forced to consult any one, she would have consulted Clary. But an absolute confidence in such a matter with a chosen friend, the more delightful it may appear, was on that very account the more difficult of attainment. It was an occasion for thought, for doubt, and almost for dismay. And now Clary rushed into it as though everything could be settled in a walk from Fulham to Parson's Green. "It is very good of you to be glad, Clary," said the other, hardly knowing why she said this, and yet meaning it. If in truth Clary was glad, it was good of her. For this man to whom Clary was alluding had won from her own lover all his inheritance.
"I like him so much. You will let me talk about him, won't you?"
"Oh, yes," said Mary.
"Do, pray do. There are so many reasons why we should tell each other everything."
This elicited no promise from Mary.
"If I thought that you would care, I would tell you all." "I care about everything that concerns you, Clary." "But I didn't bring you out to talk about myself now. I want to tell you how much I like your Ralph Newton."
"But he isn't mine."
"Yes, he is, at any rate if you like to have him. And of course you will like. Why should you not? He is everything that is nice and good, and now he is to be the owner of all the property. What I want to tell you is this. I do not begrudge it to you."
Why should Clarissa begrudge or not begrudge the property? Mary understood it all, but nothing had been said entitling her to speak as though she understood it.
"I don't think you would begrudge me anything that you thought good for me," said Mary. "And I think that Mr. Ralph Newton, this Mr. Ralph Newton, is very good for you. Nothing could be so good. In the first place, would it not be very nice to have you mistress of Newton Priory? Only that shouldn't come properly first."
"And what should come first, Clary?"
"Oh, of course, that you should love him better than anything in the world. And you do, don't you?"
"It is too sudden to say that yet, Clary."
"But I am sure you will. Don't you feel that you will? Come, Mary, you should tell me something."
"There is so little to tell."
"Then you are afraid of me. I wanted to tell you everything."
"I am not afraid of you. But remember, it is hardly more than an hour ago since I first heard of Mr. Newton's wishes, and up to that moment nothing was further from my dreams."
"I was sure of it ever so long ago," said Clarissa.
"Oh, Clary!"
"I was. I told Patience how it was to be. I saw it in his eyes. One does see these things. I knew it would be so, and I told Patience that we three would be three Mrs. Newtons. But that, of course, was nonsense."
"Nonsense, indeed."
"I mean about Patience."
"And what about yourself, Clary?" Clarissa made no answer, and yet she was burning to tell her own story. She was most anxious to tell her own story, but only on the condition of reciprocal confidence. The very nature of her story required that the confidence should be reciprocal. "You said that you wanted to tell me everything," said Mary. "And so I do." "You know how glad I shall be to hear." "That is all very well, but—" And then Clarissa paused. "But what, dear?" "You do mean to accept Mr. Newton?" Now it was time for Mary to pause. "If I were to tell you my whole heart," she said, "I should be ashamed of what I was saying. And yet I do not know that there is any cause for shame." "There can be none," said Clary. "I am sure of that." "My acquaintance with Mr. Newton is very, very slight. I liked him, oh, so much! I thought him to be high-spirited, manly, and a fine gentleman. I never saw any man who so much impressed me." "Of course not," said Clarissa, making a gesture as though she would stop on the high road and clasp her hands together, in which, however, she was impeded by her parasol and her remembrance of her present position. "But it is so much to say that one will love a man better than all the world, and go to him, and belong to him, and be his wife." "Ah, but if one does love him!" "I can hardly believe that love can grow so quickly." "Tell the truth, Mary. Has it not grown?" "Indeed, I cannot say. There, you shall have the whole truth. When he comes to me, and I suppose he will come." "There isn't much doubt of that." "If he does come—" "Well?" "I hardly know what I shall say to him. I shall try to love him." "Of course you will love him, better than all the world." "I know that he is paying me the greatest compliment that a man can pay to a woman. And there is no earthly reason why I should not be proud to accept all that he offers me. I have nothing of my own to bestow in return." "But you are so beautiful." Mary would make no pretence of denying this. It was true that that one great feminine possession did belong to her. "After all," she said, "how little does beauty signify! It attracts, but it can make no man happy. He has everything to give to a wife, and he ought to have much in return for what he gives." "You don't mean that a girl should refuse a rich man because she has no fortune of her own?" "No, no; not quite that." "But she ought to think whether she can be of use to him." "Of course you will be of use, my dear; of the greatest use in the world. That's his affair, and he is the best judge of what will be of use. You will love him, and other men will envy him, and that will be everything. Oh dear, I do so hope he will come soon." "And I almost hope he will not. I shall be so afraid to see him. The first meeting will be so awful. I shall not dare to look him in the face." "But it is all settled." "No, not settled, Clary." "Yes, it is settled. And now I will tell you what I mean when I say I do not begrudge him you. That is, I do not know whether you will care to be told." "I care very much, Clary. I should be very unhappy if you did begrudge me anything." "Of course you know that our Ralph Newton, as we call him, ought to have been the heir." "Oh yes." "I needn't explain it all, only Only he is everything to you. Is that it, Clary?" "Yes, it is that. He is everything to me. I love him. Oh yes, I do love him. But, Mary, I am not such a happy girl as you are. Sometimes I think he hardly cares for me." But he has asked you to care for him."
"Well, I don't know. I think he has. He has told me, I know, that he loved me dearly, better than any one."
"And what answer did you make to him, Clary?" Clarissa had the whole scene on the lawn at Popham Villa so clearly impressed upon her memory that an eternity of years, as she thought, could obliterate not one of its incidents, and render doubtful no tone of his voice, no word that her lover had spoken. His conduct had at that time been so violent that she had answered him only with tears and protestations of undying anger. But her tears had been dried, and her anger had passed away, while the love remained. Ralph, her Ralph, of course knew well enough that the tears were dry and the anger gone. She could understand that he would understand that. But the love which he had protested, if it were real love, would remain. And why should she doubt him? The very fact that he was so dear to her made the doubts almost disgraceful. And yet there was so much cause for doubt. Patience doubted. She knew herself that she feared more than she hoped. She had resolved gallantly that she would be true to her own heart, even though by such truth she should be preparing for herself a life of disappointment. She had admitted the passion, and she would stand by it. In all her fears, too, she consoled herself by the reflection that her lover was hindered, not by want of earnestness or want of truth, but by the state of his affairs. While he was still in debt, striving to save his inheritance, but tormented by the growing certainty that it must pass away from him, how could he give himself up to love-making and preparations for marriage? Clary made excuses for him which no one else would have made, and so managed to feed her hopes.
"I made him no answer," she said at last.
"And yet you knew you loved him."
"Yes, I knew that. I can tell you, and I told Patience, but I could not tell him."
She paused a moment, thinking whether she could describe the whole scene, but she found that she could not do that.
"I shall tell him, perhaps, when he comes again. That is, if he does come."
"If he loves you, he will come."
"I don't know. He has all these troubles on him, and he will be very poor. What will seem to him to be very poor. It would not be poor for me, but for him it would."
"Would that hinder him?"
"How can I say? There are so many things a girl cannot know. He may still be in debt, and then he has been brought up to want so much. But it will make no more difference in me. And now you will understand why I should tell you that I will never begrudge you your good fortune. If all should come right, you shall give us a little cottage near your grand house, and you will not despise us."
Poor Clary! When she spoke of her possible future lord, and the little cottage on the Newton demesne, hardly understood the feelings with which a disinherited heir must regard the property which he has lost. "Dear, dearest Clary," said Mary Bonner, pressing her cousin's arm. They had now reached Mrs. Brownlow's house, and the old lady was delighted to receive them. Of course she began to discuss at once the great news. Sir Thomas had had his arm broken, and was now again a member of Parliament. Mrs. Brownlow was a thorough-going Tory, and was in an ecstasy of delight that her old friend should have been successful. The success seemed to be so much the greater in that the hero had suffered a broken bone. And then there were many questions to be asked. Would Sir Thomas again be Solicitor General by right of his seat in Parliament? For on such matters Mrs. Brownlow was rather hazy in her conceptions as to the working of the British Constitution. And would he live at home? Clarissa would not say that she and Patience expected such a result. All that she could suggest of comfort on this matter was that there would be now something of a fair cause for excusing their father's residence at his London chambers. But there was a subject more enticing to the old lady even than Sir Thomas's triumphs, a subject as to which there could not be any triumph, only dismay, but not on that account the less interesting. Ralph Newton had sold his inheritance.
"I believe it is all settled," said Clarissa demurely.
"Dear, dear, dear, dear!" groaned the old lady. And while she groaned, Clarissa furtively cast a smile upon her cousin. "It is the saddest thing I ever knew," said Mrs. Brownlow. "And after all, for a young man who never can be anybody, you know."
"Oh yes," said Clarissa, "he can be somebody."
"You know what I mean, my dear. I think it very shocking, very wrong. Such a fine estate, too."
"We all like Mr. Newton very much indeed," said Clarissa. "Papa thinks he is a most charming young man. I never knew papa taken with any one so much. And so do we all, Patience and I and Mary."
"But, my dear," began Mrs. Brownlow. Mrs. Brownlow had always thought that Ralph the heir would ultimately marry Clarissa Underwood, and that it was a manifest duty on his part to do so. She had fancied that Clarissa had expected it herself, and had believed that all the Underwoods would be broken hearted at the transfer of the estate. "I don't think it can be right," said Mrs. Brownlow, "and I must say that it seems to me that old Mr. Newton ought to be ashamed of himself, just because this young man happens to be, in a sort of a way, his own son, he is going to destroy the whole family. I think that it is very wicked." But she had not a word of censure for the heir who had consumed his mess of pottage.
"Wasn't she grand?"
said Clary, as soon as they were out again upon the road.
"She is such a dear old woman, but she doesn't understand anything. I couldn't help giving you a look when she was abusing our friend. When she knows it all, she'll have to make you such an apology." "I hope she will not do that." "She will, if she does not forget all about it. She does forget things. There is one thing I don't agree with her in at all. I don't see any shame in your Ralph having the property. And as to his being nobody, that is all nonsense. He would be somebody wherever he went, if he had not an acre of property. He will be Mr. Newton of Newton Priory, just as much as anybody else could be. He has never done anything wrong."
To all which Mary Bonner had very little to say. She certainly was not prepared to blame the present squire for having so managed his affairs as to be able to leave the estate to his own son. The two girls were very energetic, and walked back the whole way to Popham Villa, regardless of a dozen omnibuses that passed them.
"I told her all about our Ralph, my Ralph," said Clary to her sister afterwards. "I could not help telling her now." "Dear Clary," said Patience, "I wish you could help thinking of it always." "That's quite impossible."
Chapter 34 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. Alone in the house. Young Newton at last found himself alone in the house at Newton Priory after his father's death. He had sent George Morris away, becoming very stern in his demand to be left to his solitude, as long as opposition was made to him. Gregory had come down to him from the parsonage, and had also been dismissed. "Your brother will be here probably to-day," said Ralph, "and then I will send for you." "I am thinking more of you than of my brother just now," answered the parson. "Yes, I know, and though I cannot talk to you, I know how good you are. I want to see nobody but him. I shall be better alone." Then Gregory had returned to the parsonage. As soon as Ralph was alone, he crept up to the room in which his father's body was lying, and stood silently by the bedside for above an hour. He was struggling to remember the loss he had had in the man, and to forget the loss in wealth and station. No father had ever been better to a son than his father had been to him. In every affair of life his happiness, his prosperity, and his future condition had given motives to his father's conduct. No lover ever worshipped a mistress more thoroughly than his father had idolized him. There had never been love to beat it, never solicitude more perfect and devoted. And yet, as he had been driven home that day, he had allowed his mind to revert to the property, and his regrets to settle themselves on his lost position. It should not be so any longer. He could not keep his mind from dwelling on the thing, but he would think of it as a trifle, as of a thing which he could afford to lose without sorrow. Whereas he had also lost that which is of all things the most valuable and most impossible to replace, a friend whose love was perfect. But then there was another loss. He bitterly blamed himself for having written that letter to Sir Thomas Underwood before he was actually in a position to do as he had proposed. It must all be unwritten now. Every resolution hitherto taken as to his future life must be abandoned. He must begin again, and plan a new life for himself. It had all come upon him so suddenly that he was utterly at a loss to think what he would do with himself, or with his days. There was nothing for him but to go away, and be utterly without occupation, altogether without friends. Friends indeed he had, dear, intimate, loving friends. Gregory Newton and George Morris were his friends. Every tenant on the Newton property was his friend. There was not a man riding with the hunt, worth having as a friend, who was not on friendly terms with him. But all these he must leave altogether. In whatever spot he might find for himself a future residence, that spot could not be at Peele Newton. After what had occurred he could not remain there, now that he was not the heir. And then again his thoughts came back from his lost father to his lost inheritance, and he was very wretched. Between 3 and 4 o'clock he took his hat and walked out. He sauntered down along a small stream, which, after running through the gardens, bordered one of the coverts which came up near to the house. He took this path because he knew that he would be alone there, unseen. It had occurred to him already that it would be well that he should give orders to stop the works which his father had commenced, and there had been a moment in which he had almost told one of the servants in the house to do so. But he had felt ashamed at seeming to remember so small a thing. The owner would be there soon, probably in an hour or two, and could stop or could continue what he pleased. Then, as he thought of the ownership of the estate, he reflected that, as the sale had been in truth effected by his namesake, the money promised by his father would be legally due, would not now be his money. As to the estate itself, that, of course, would go to his namesake as his father's heir. No will had been made leaving the estate to him, and his namesake would be the heir at law. Thus he would be utterly beggared. It was not that he actually believed that this would be the case, but his thoughts were morbid, and he took an unwholesome delight in picturing to himself circumstances in their blackest hue. Then he would strike the ground with his stick in his wrath because he thought of such things at all. How was it that he was base enough to think of them while the accident which had robbed him of his father was so recent? As the dusk grew on, he emerged out of the copse into the park, and crossing at the back of the home paddocks, came out upon the road near to Darvell's farm. He passed a few yards up the lane, till at a turn he could discern the dismantled house. As far as he could see through the gloom of the evening, there were no workmen near the place. Some one, he presumed, had given directions that nothing further should be done on a day so sad as this. He stood for a while looking and listening, and then turned around to enter the park again. It might be that the new squire was already at the house, and it would be thought that he ought not to be absent. The road from the station to the Priory was not that on which he was standing, and Ralph might have arrived without his knowledge. He wandered slowly back, but before he could turn in at the park gate he was met by a man on the road. It was Mr. Walker, the farmer of Brownriggs, an old man over 70, who had lived on the property all his life, succeeding his father in the same farm. Walker had known young Newton since he had first been brought to the Priory as a boy, and could speak to him with more freedom than perhaps any other tenant on the estate. "Oh, Mr. Ralph," he said, "this has been a dreary thing." Ralph, for the first time since the accident, burst out into a flood of tears. "No wonder you take on, Mr. Ralph. He was a good father to you, and a fine gentleman, and one we all respected." Ralph still sobbed, but put his hand on the old man's arm and leaned upon him. "I hope, Mr. Ralph, that things was pretty well settled about the property." Ralph shook his head, but did not speak. "A bargain is a bargain, Mr. Ralph, and I suppose that this bargain was made. The lawyers would know that it had been made." "It don't matter about that, Mr. Walker," said Ralph, "but the estate would go to my father's nephew as his heir." The farmer started as though he had been shot. "You will have another landlord, Mr. Walker. He can hardly be better than the one you have lost." "Then, Mr. Ralph, you must bear it manly." "I think that I can say that I will do that. It is not for the property that I am crying. I hope you don't think that of me, Mr. Walker." "No, no, no." "I can't bear that. Though it is hard the having to go away and live among strange people. I think I shall get a farm somewhere, and see if I can take a lesson from you. I don't know anything else that I can do." "You could have the Moordykes, Mr. Ralph," said Mr. Walker, naming a holding on the Newton property, as to which there were rumours that it would soon be vacant. "No, Mr. Walker, it mustn't be here. I couldn't stand that. I must go away from this, God knows where. I must go away from this, and I shall never see the old place again." "Bear it manly, Mr. Ralph," said the farmer. "I think I shall after a bit. Good evening, Mr. Walker. I expect my father's nephew every hour, and I ought to be up at the house when he comes. I shall see you again before I go." "Yes, yes, that's for certain," said the farmer. They were both thinking of the day on which they would follow the old squire to his grave in Newton Peele churchyard. Ralph re-entered the park, and hurried across to the house as though he were afraid that he would be too late to receive the heir. But there had been no arrival, nor had there come any message from the other Ralph. Indeed, up to this hour, the news had not reached the present owner of Newton Priory. The telegram had been duly delivered at the Moonbeam, where the fortunate youth was staying, but he was hunting on this day, riding the new horse which he had bought from Mr. Pepper, and up to this moment did not know anything of that which chance had done for him. Nor did he get back to the Moonbeam till late at night, having made some engagement for dinner after the day's sport. It was not till noon on the following day, the Friday, that a message was received from him at the Priory, saying that he would at once hurry down to Hampshire. Ralph sat down to dinner all alone. Let what will happen to break hearts and ruin fortunes, dinner comes as long as the means last for providing it. The old butler waited upon him in absolute silence, fearing to speak a word, lest the word at such a time should be ill spoken. No doubt the old man was thinking of the probable expedience of his retiring upon his savings, feeling, however, that it became him to show, till the last, every respect to all who bore the honoured name of Newton. When the meat had been eaten, the old servant did say a word. "Won't you come round to the fire, Mr. Ralph?" And he placed comfortably before the hearth one of the heavy arm-chairs with which the corners of the broad fireplace were flanked. But Ralph only shook his head, and muttered some refusal. There he sat, square to the table, with the customary bottle of wine before him, leaning back with his hands in his pockets, thinking of his condition in life. The loneliness of the room, the loneliness of the house were horrible to him, and yet he would not that his solitude should be interrupted. He had been so sitting, motionless, almost overcome by the gloom of the big dark room, for so long a period, that he hardly knew whether it was night or not, when a note was brought to him from Gregory. "Dear Ralph, shall I not come down to you for an hour? G.N." He read the note and sent back a verbal message. "Tell Mr. Gregory that I had rather not." And so he sat motionless till the night had really come, till the old butler brought him his candlestick and absolutely bade him betake himself to bed. He had watched during the whole of the previous night, and now had slumbered in his chair from time to time, but his sleeping had been that of painful, wakeful nature, which brings with it no refreshment. It had been full of dreams, in all of which there had been some grotesque reference to the property, but in none of them had there been any memory of the Squire's terrible death. And yet, as he woke, and woke, and woke again, it can hardly be said that the truth had come back upon him as a new blow. Through such dreams there seems to exist a double memory, and a second identity. The misery of his isolated position never for a moment left him, and yet there were repeated to him over and over again those bungling, ill-arranged, impossible pictures of trivial transactions about the place, which the slumber of a few seconds sufficed to create in his brain. "Mr. Ralph, you must go to bed. You must indeed, sir," said the old butler, standing over him with a candle during one of these fitful dreamings. "Yes, Grey, yes, I will directly. Put it down. Thank you. Don't mind sitting up," said Ralph, rousing himself in his chair. "It's past 12, Mr. Ralph." "You can go to bed, you know, Grey." "No, sir, no. I'll see you to bed first. It'll be better so. Why, Mr. Ralph, the fire's all out, and you're sitting here perished. You wasn't in bed last night. and you ought to be there now. Come, Mr. Ralph." Then Ralph rose from his chair and took the candlestick. It was true enough that he had better be in bed. As he shook himself he felt that he had never been so cold in his life, and then as he moved there came upon him that terrible feeling that everything was amiss with him, that there was no consolation on any side. "That'll do, Grey. Good night," he said, as the old man prepared to follow him upstairs. But Grey was not to be shaken off. "I'll just see you to your room, Mr. Ralph." He wanted to accompany his young master past the door of that chamber in which was lying all that remained of the old master, but Ralph would open the door. "Not to night, Mr. Ralph," said Grey. But Ralph persisted, and stood again by the bedside. "He would have given me his flesh and blood, his very life," said Ralph to the butler. "I think no father ever so loved a son. And yet what has it come to?" Then he stooped down and put his lips to the cold clay blue forehead. "It ain't come to much, surely," said old Grey to himself, as he crept away to his own room. "And I don't suppose it do come to much mostly when folks go wrong." Ralph was out again before breakfast, wandering up and down the banks of the stream where the wood hid him, and then he made up his mind that he would at once write again to Sir Thomas Underwood. He must immediately make it understood that that suggestion which he had made in his ill-assumed pride of position must be abandoned. He had nothing now to offer to that queenly princess worthy of the acceptance of any woman. He was a base-born son, about to be turned out of his father's house because of the disgrace of his birth. In the eye of the law he was nobody. The law allowed to him not even a name, certainly allowed to him the possession of no relative, denied to him the possibility of any family tie. His father had succeeded within an ace of giving him that which would have created for him family ties, relatives, name, and all. The old Squire had understood well how to supersede the law, and to make the harshness of man's enactments of no avail. Had the Squire quite succeeded, the son would have stood his ground, would have called himself Newton of Newton, and nobody would have dared to tell him that he was a nameless bastard. But now he could not even wait to be told. He must tell it himself, and must vanish. He had failed to understand it all while his father was struggling and was yet alive, but he understood it well now. So he came in to his breakfast resolved that he would write that letter at once. And then there were orders to be given, hideous orders, and there was that hideous remembrance that legally he was entitled to give no orders. Gregory came down to him as he sat at breakfast, making his way into the parlour without excuse. "My brother cannot have been at home at either place," he said. "Perhaps not," said Ralph. "I suppose not." "The message will be sent after him, and you will hear to day, no doubt." "I suppose I shall," said Ralph. Then Gregory, in a low voice, made the suggestion in reference to which he had come across from the parsonage. "I think that perhaps I and Larkin had better go over to Basingstoke." Larkin was the steward. Ralph again burst out into tears, but he assented, and in this way those hideous orders were given. As soon as Gregory was gone he took himself to his desk and did write to Sir Thomas Underwood. His letter, which was perhaps somewhat too punctilious, ran as follows: Newton Priory, 4th November, 186 . My dear Sir, I do not know whether you will have heard before this of the accident which has made me fatherless. The day before yesterday my father was killed by a fall from his horse in the hunting field. I should not have ventured to trouble you with a letter on this subject, nor should I myself have been disposed to write about it at present, were it not that I feel it to be an imperative duty to refer without delay to my last letter to you, and to your very flattering reply. When I wrote to you, it was true that my father had made arrangements for purchasing, on my behalf, the reversion to the property. That it was so you doubtless were aware from your own personal knowledge of the affairs of Mr. Ralph Newton. Whether that sale was or was not legally completed, I do not know. Probably not, and in regard to my own interests, it is to be hoped that it was not completed. But in any event the whole Newton property will pass to your late ward, as my father certainly made no such will as would convey it to me, even if the sale were complete. It is a sad time for explaining all this, when the body of my poor father is still lying unburied in the house, and when, as you may imagine, I am ill fitted to think of matters of business. But, after what has passed between us, I conceive myself bound to explain to you that I wrote my last letter under a false impression, and that I can make no such claim to Miss Bonner's favour as I then set up. I am houseless and nameless, and for aught I yet know to the contrary, absolutely penniless. The blow has hit me very hard. I have lost my fortune, which I can bear. I have lost whatever chance I had of gaining your niece's hand, which I must learn to bear, and I have lost the kindest father a man ever had, which is unbearable. Yours very faithfully, Ralph Newton, so called. If it be thought that there was something in the letter which should have been suppressed, the allusion, for instance, to the possible but most improbable loss of his father's private means, and his morbid denial of his own right to a name which he had always borne, a right which no one would deny him, it must be remembered that the circumstances of the hour bore very heavily on him, and that it was hardly possible that he should not nurse the grievance which afflicted him. Had he not been alone in these hours, he might have carried himself more bravely. As it was, he struggled hard to carry himself well. If no one had ever been told how nearly successful the Squire had been in his struggle to gain the power of leaving the estate to his son, had there been nothing of the triumph of victory, he could have left the house in which he had lived and the position which he had filled almost without sorrow, certainly without lamentation. In the midst of calamities caused by the loss of fortune, it is the knowledge of what the world will say that breaks us down, not regret for those enjoyments which wealth can give, and which had long been anticipated. At 2 o'clock on this day he got a telegram. "I will be at the parsonage this evening, and will come down at once." Ralph the heir, on his return home late at night, had heard the news, and early on the following morning had communicated with his brother and with his namesake. In the afternoon, after his return from Basingstoke, Gregory again came down to the house, desiring to know whether Ralph would prefer that the meeting should be at the Priory or at the parsonage, and on this occasion his cousin bore with him. "Why should not your brother come to his own house?" asked Ralph. "I suppose he feels that he should not claim it as his own." "That is nonsense. It is his own, and he knows it. Does he think that I am likely to raise any question against his right?" "I do not suppose that my brother has ever looked at the matter in that light," said the parson. "He is the last man in the world to do so. For the present, at any rate, you are living here, and he is not. In such an emergency, perhaps, he feels that it would be better that he should come to his brother than intrude here. It would be no intrusion. I should wish him to feel that I am prepared to yield to him instantly. Of course the house cannot be very pleasant for him as yet. He must suffer something of the misery of the occasion before he can enjoy his inheritance. But it will only be for a day or so. "Dear Ralph," said the parson, "I think you somewhat wrong my brother." "I endeavour not to do so. I think no ill of him, because I presume he should look for enjoyment from what is certainly his own. He and my father were not friends, and this, which has been to me so terrible a calamity in every way, cannot affect him with serious sorrow. I shall meet him as a friend, but I would sooner meet him here than at the parsonage." It was at last settled that the two brothers should come down to the great house, both Ralph the heir and Gregory the parson, and that the three young men should remain there, at any rate till the funeral was over. And when this was arranged, the two, who had really been fast friends for so many years, were able to talk to each other in true friendship. The solitude which he had endured had been almost too much for the one who had been made so desolate, but at last, warmed by the comfort of companionship, he resumed his manhood, and was able to look his affairs in the face, free from the morbid feeling which had oppressed him. Gregory had his own things brought down from the parsonage, and in order that there might be no hesitation on his brother's part, sent a servant with a note to the station, desiring his brother to come at once to the Priory. They resolved to wait dinner for him till after the arrival of a train leaving London at 5 P.M. By that train the heir came, and between 7 and 8 he entered the house which he had not seen since he was a boy, and which was now his own. The receipt of the telegram at the Moonbeam had affected Ralph, who was now in truth the squire, with absolute awe. He had returned late from a somewhat jovial dinner, in company with his friend Cox, who was indeed more jovial than was becoming. Ralph was not given to drinking more wine than he could carry decently, but his friend, who was determined to crowd as much enjoyment of life as was possible into the small time allowed him before his disappearance from the world that had known him, was noisy and rollicking. Perhaps it may be acknowledged in plain terms that he was tipsy. They both entered together the sitting-room which Ralph used, and Cox was already calling for brandy and water, when the telegram was handed to Newton. He read it twice before he understood it. His uncle dead, suddenly dead, and the inheritance all his own! In doing him justice, however, we must admit that he did not at the time admit this to be the case. He did perceive that there must arise some question, but his first feeling as regarded the property was one of intense remorse that he should have sold his rights at a moment in which they would so soon have been realized in his own favour. But the awe which struck him was occasioned by the suddenness of the blow which had fallen upon his uncle. "What's up now, old fellow?" hiccupped Mr. Cox. I wonder whether any polite reader, into whose hands this story may fall, may ever have possessed a drunken friend, and have been struck by some solemn incident at the moment in which his friend is exercising the privileges of intoxication. The effect is not pleasant, nor conducive of good humour. Ralph turned away in disgust, and leaned upon the chimney-piece, trying to think of what had occurred to him. "What is it, old chap? Somebody wants some tin? I'll stand up to you, old fellow." "Take him away," said Ralph. "He's drunk." Then, without waiting for further remonstrance from the good-natured but now indignant Cox, he went off to his own room. On the following morning he started for London by an early train, and by noon was with his lawyer. Up to that moment he believed that he had lost his inheritance. When he sent those 2 telegrams to his brother and to his namesake, he hardly doubted but that the entire property now belonged to his uncle's son. The idea had never occurred to him that, even were the sale complete, he might still inherit the property as his uncle's heir at law, and that he would do so unless his uncle had already bequeathed it to his son. But the attorney soon put him right. The sale had not been yet made. He, Ralph, had not signed a single legal document to that effect. He had done nothing which would have enabled his late uncle to make a will leaving the Newton estate to his son. "The letters which have been written are all waste paper," said the lawyer. "Even if they were to be taken as binding, as agreements for a covenant, they would operate against your cousin, not in his favour. In such case you would demand the specified price and still inherit." "That is out of the question," said the heir. "Quite out of the question," said the attorney. "No doubt Mr. Newton left a will, and under it his son will take whatever property the father had to leave." And so Ralph the heir found himself to be the owner of it all, just at the moment in which he thought that he had lost all chance of the inheritance as the result of his own folly. When he walked out of the lawyer's office he was almost wild with amazement. This was the prize to which he had been taught to look forward through all his boyish days and all his early manhood, but to look forward to it as a thing that must be very distant, so distant as almost to be lost in the vagueness of the prospect. Probably his youth would have clean passed from him, and he would have entered upon the downhill course of what is called middle life before his inheritance would come to him. He had been unable to wait, and had wasted everything, nearly everything, had at any rate ruined all his hopes before he was 27, and yet now at 27 it was, as his lawyer assured him, all his own. How nearly had he lost it all! How nearly had he married the breeches maker's daughter! How close upon the rocks he had been! But now all was his own, and he was in truth Newton of Newton, with no embarrassments of any kind which could impose a feather's weight upon his back. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. She'll accept you, of course. We will pass over the solemn sadness of the funeral at Newton, and the subsequent reading of the old squire's will. As to the latter, the will was as it had been made some 6 or 7 years ago. The squire had simply left all that he possessed to his illegitimate son, Ralph Newton. There was no difficulty about the will, nor was there any difficulty about the estate. The 2 lawyers came down to the funeral. Sir Thomas Underwood would have come, but that he was prevented by the state of his arm. A statement showing all that had been done in the matter was prepared for him, but it was agreed on all sides that the sale had not been made, and that the legitimate heir must succeed to the property. No one was disposed to dispute the decision. The squire's son had never for a moment supposed that he could claim the estate. Nor did Ralph the heir suppose for a moment that he could surrender it after the explanation which he had received from the lawyer in London. The funeral was over, and the will had been read, and at the end of November the three young men were still living together in the great house at Newton. The heir had gone up to London once or twice, instigated by the necessity of the now not difficult task of raising a little ready money. He must at once pay off all his debts. He must specially pay that which he owed to Mr. Neefit, and he must do so with many expressions of his gratitude, perhaps with some expressions of polite regret at the hardness of Polly's heart towards him. But he must do so certainly without any further entreaty that Polly's heart might be softened. Ah, with what marvellous good fortune had he escaped from that pitfall! For how much had he not to be thankful to some favouring goddess who must surely have watched over him from his birth! From what shipwrecks had he not escaped! And now he was Squire of Newton, with wealth and all luxuries at command, hampered with no wife, oppressed by no debts, free from all cares. As he thought of his perfect freedom in these respects, he remembered his former resolution as to Mary Bonner. That resolution he would carry out. It would be well for him now to marry a wife, and of all the women he had ever seen, Mary Bonner was certainly the most beautiful. With Newton all his own, with such a string of horses as he would soon possess, and with such a wife at the head of his table, whom need he envy, and how many were there who would not envy him? Throughout November he allowed his horses to remain at the Moonbeam, being somewhat in doubt whether or no he would return to that fascinating hostelry. He received one or two most respectful letters from Mr. Horsball, in which glowing accounts were given of the sport of the season, and the health of his horses, and offers made of most disinterested services. Rooms should be ready for him at a moment's notice, if he liked at any time to run over for a week's hunting. It was quite evident that in the eyes of Mr. Horsball, Newton of Newton was a great man, and there came congratulations from Mr. Cox, in which no allusion whatever was made to the Squire's somewhat uncivil conduct at their last meeting. Mr. Cox trusted that his dearest friend would come over and have another spell at the Moonbeam before he settled down for life, and then hinted in language that was really delicate in the niceness of its expression, that if he, Cox, were but invited to spend a week or two at Newton Priory before he banished himself for life to Australia, he would be able to make his way over the briny deep with a light heart and an uncomplaining tongue. "You know, old fellow, how true I've always been to you," wrote Cox, in language of the purest friendship, "as true as steel." 2 sausages in the morning, and brandy and soda at night, said Ralph to himself as he read this. He behaved with thorough kindness to his cousin. The three men lived together for a month, and their intercourse was as pleasant as was possible under the circumstances. Of course there was no hunting during this month at Newton, nor indeed did the heir see a hound till December, although, as the reader is aware, he was not particularly bound to revere his uncle's memory. He made many overtures to his namesake. He would be only too happy if his cousin, he always called the Squire's son his cousin, would make Newton his home for the next 12-month. It was found that the Squire had left behind him something like £40,000, so that the son was by no means to be regarded as a poor man. It was his idea at present that he would purchase in some pleasant county as much land as he might farm himself, and there set up his staff for life. "And get about 2½ per cent. for your money," said the heir, who was beginning to consider himself learned in such matters, and could talk of land as a very serious thing in the way of a possession. "What else am I to do?" said the other. 2½ per cent. With an occupation is better than 5 per cent. With none. I should make out the remainder, too, by farming the land myself. There is nothing else in the world that I could do. As for remaining 12 months at Newton, that was, of course, out of the question. Nevertheless, when December came, he was still living in the house, and had consented to remain there till Christmas should have passed. He had already heard of a farm in Norfolk. "The worst county for hunting in England," the heir had said. "Then I must try and live without hunting," said Ralph, who was not the heir. During all this time not a horse was sent to the meet from the Newton stables. The owner of Newton was contented to see the animals exercised in the park, and to amuse himself by schooling them over hurdles, and by high jumping at the bar. During the past month the young squire had received various letters from Sir Thomas Underwood, and the other Ralph had received one. With Sir Thomas's caution, advice, and explanations to his former ward, the story has no immediate concern, but his letter to him who was to have been Mary Bonner's suitor may concern us more nearly. It was very short, and the reader shall have it entire. Popham Villa, 10th November, 186 . My dear Mr. Newton, I have delayed answering your letter for a day or two, in order that it may not disturb you till the last sad ceremony be over. I do not presume to offer you consolation in your great sorrow. Such tenders should only be made by the nearest and the dearest. Perhaps you will permit me to say that what little I have seen of you, and what further I have heard of you, assure to you my most perfect sympathy. On that other matter which gave occasion for your 2 letters to me, I shall best perhaps discharge my duty by telling you that I showed them both to my niece, and that she feels, as I do, that they are both honourable to you, and of a nature to confer honour upon her. The change in your position, which I acknowledge to be most severe, undoubtedly releases you, as it would have released her, had she been bound, and chose to accept such release. Whenever you may be in this neighbourhood, we shall be happy to see you. The state of my arm still prevents me from writing with ease. Yours very faithfully, Thomas Underwood. Newton, when he received this letter, struggled hard to give it its proper significance, but he could bring himself to no conclusion respecting it. Sir Thomas had acknowledged that he was released, and that Mary Bonner would also have been released had she placed herself under any obligation. But Sir Thomas did not say a word from which his correspondent might gather whether in his present circumstances he might still be regarded as an acceptable suitor. The letter was most civil, most courteous, almost cordial in its expression of sympathy, but yet it did not contain a word of encouragement. It may be said that the suitor had himself so written to the lady's uncle as to place himself out of the way of all further encouragement, as to have put it beyond the power of his correspondent to write a word to him that should have in it any comfort. Certainly he had done so. He had clearly shown in his second letter that he had abandoned all idea of making the match as to which he had shown so much urgent desire in his first letter. He had explained that the marriage would now be impossible, and had spoken of himself as a ruined, broken man, all whose hopes were shipwrecked. Sir Thomas could hardly have told him in reply that Mary Bonner would still be pleased to see him, and yet Mary Bonner had almost said so. She had been very silent when the letter was read to her. The news of Mr. Newton's death had already reached the family at Popham Villa, and had struck them all with awe. How it might affect the property, even Sir Thomas had not absolutely known at first, though he was not slow to make it understood that in all probability this terrible accident would be ruinous to the hopes which his niece had been justified in entertaining. At that hour Mary had spoken not a word, nor could she be induced to speak respecting it, either by Patience or Clarissa. Even to them she could not bring herself to say that if the man really loved her, he would still come to her and say so. There was a feeling of awe upon her, which made her mute and stern, and altogether unplastic in the hands of her friends. It seemed even to Patience that Mary was struck by a stunning sorrow at the ruin which had come upon her lover's prospects. But it was not so at all. The thought wronged her utterly. What stunned her was this, that she could not bring herself to express a passion for a man whom she had seen so seldom, with whom her conversation had been so slight, from whom personally she had received no overtures of attachment, even though he were ruined. She could not bring herself to express such a passion, but yet it was there. When Clarissa thought that she might obtain, if not a word, at least a tear, Mary appeared to be dead to all feeling, though crushed by what she had lost. She was thinking the while whether it might be possible for such a one as her to send to the man, and to tell him that that which had now occurred had of a sudden made him really dear to her. Thoughts of maiden boldness flitted across her mind, but she could not communicate them even to the girls who were her friends. Yet in silence and in solitude she resolved that the time should come in which she would be bold. Then young Newton's second letter reached the house, and that also had been read to her. "He is quite right," said Sir Thomas. "Of course it releases both of you." "There was nothing to release," said Mary, proudly. "I mean to say that, having made such a proposition as was contained in his first letter, he was bound to explain his altered position." "I suppose so," said Mary. "Of course he was. He had made his offer believing that he could make you mistress of Newton Priory, and he had made it thinking that he himself could marry in that position, and he would have been in that position had not this most unforeseen and terrible calamity have occurred." "I do not see that it makes any difference," said Mary in a whisper. "What do you mean, my dear?" "I hardly know, uncle." "Try to explain yourself, Mary." "If I had accepted any man when he was rich, I should not go back when he was poor, unless he wanted it." This also she said in a whisper. "But you had not accepted him." "No," said Mary, still in a whisper. Sir Thomas, who was perhaps not very good at such things, did not understand the working of her mind. But had she dared, she would have asked her uncle to tell Mr. Newton to come and see her. Sir Thomas, having some dim inkling of what might perhaps be the case, did add a paragraph to his letter in which he notified to his correspondent that a personal visit would be taken in good part. By the end of the first week in December things were beginning to settle into shape at the Priory. The three young men were still living together at the great house, and the tenants on the estate had been taught to recognise the fact that Ralph, who had ever been the heir, was in truth the owner. Among the labourers and poorer classes there was no doubt much regret, and that regret was expressed. The tenants, though they all liked the squire's son, were not upon the whole ill pleased. It was in proper conformity with English habits and English feelings that the real heir should reign. Among the gentry the poor squire was made as welcome as the circumstances of the heir would admit. According to their way of thinking, personally popular as was the other man, it was clearly better that a legitimate descendant of the old family should be installed at Newton Priory. The old squire's son rode well to hounds, and was loved by all, but nothing that all the world could do on his behalf would make him Newton of Newton. If only he would remain in the neighbourhood, and take some place suited to his income, every house would be open to him. He would be received with no diminution of attachment or respect. Overtures of this nature were made to him. This house could be had for him, and that farm could be made comfortable. He might live among them as a general favourite, but he could not under any circumstances have been Newton of Newton. Nothing, however, was clearer to himself than this, that as he could not remain in the county as the master of Newton Priory, he would not remain in the county at all. As things settled down and took shape, he began to feel that, even in his present condition, he might possibly make himself acceptable to such a girl as Mary Bonner. In respect of fortune, there could be no reason whatever why he should not offer her his hand. He was in truth a rich man, whereas she had nothing. By birth he was nobody, absolutely nobody. But then also would he have been nobody had all the lands of Newton belonged to him. When he had written that second letter, waiving all claim to Mary's hand because of the inferiority of his position, he was suffering from a morbid view which he had taken of his own affairs. He was telling himself then, so assuring himself, though he did not in truth believe the assurance, that he had lost not only the estate, but also his father's private fortune. At that moment he had been unstrung, demoralized, and unmanned, so weak that a feather would have knocked him over. The blow had been so sudden, the solitude and gloom of the house so depressing, and his sorrow so crushing, that he was ready to acknowledge that there could be no hope for him in any direction. He had fed himself upon his own grief, till the idea of any future success in life was almost unpalatable to him. But things had mended with him now, and he would see whether there might not yet be joys for him in the world. He would first see whether there might not be that one great joy which he had promised to himself. And then there came another blow. The young squire had resolved that he would not hunt before Christmas in the Newton country. It was felt by him and by his brother that he should abstain from doing so out of respect to the memory of his uncle, and he had declared his purpose. Of course there was neither hunting nor shooting in these days for the other Ralph, but at the end of a month the young squire began to feel that the days went rather slowly with him, and he remembered his stud at the Moonbeam. He consulted Gregory, and the parson, though he would fain have induced his brother to remain, could not say that there was any real objection to a trip to the B&B's. Ralph would go there on the 10th of December, and be back at his own house before Christmas. When Christmas was over, the other Ralph was to leave Newton, perhaps for ever. The two Ralphs had become excellent friends, and when the one that was to go declared his intention of going with no intention of returning, the other pressed him warmly to think better of it, and to look upon the Priory at any rate as a second home. There were reasons why it could not be so, said the namesake, but in the close confidence of friendship which the giving and the declining of the offer generated came this further blow. They were standing together leaning upon a gate, and looking at the exhumation of certain vast roots as to which the trees once belonging to them had been made to fall, in consequence of the improvements going on at Darvell's farm. "I don't mind telling you," said Ralph the heir, that I hope soon to have a mistress here." "And who is she?" "That would be mere telling, would it not?" "Clarissa Underwood?" asked the unsuspecting Ralph. There did come some prick of conscience, some qualm of an injury done, upon the young Squire, as he made his answer. "No, not Clarissa, though she is the dearest, sweetest girl that ever lived, and would make a better wife perhaps than the girl I think of." "And who is the girl you think of?" "She is to be found in the same house." "You do not mean the elder sister?" said the unfortunate one. He had known well that his companion had not alluded to Patience Underwood, but in his agony he had suggested to himself that mode of escape. "No, not Patience Underwood, though let me tell you a man might do worse than marry Patience Underwood. I have always thought it a pity that Patience and Gregory would not make a match of it. He, however, would fall in love with Clary, and she has too much of the rake in her to give herself to a parson. I was thinking of Mary Bonner, who to my mind is the handsomest woman I ever saw in my life." "I think she is," said Ralph, turning away his face. "She hasn't a farthing, I fancy," continued the happy heir, "but I don't regard that now. A few months ago I had a mind to marry for money, but it isn't the sort of thing that any man should do. I have almost made up my mind to ask her. Indeed, when I tell you, I suppose I have quite made up my mind." "She'll accept you, of course." "I can say nothing about that, you know. A man must take his chance. I can offer her a fine position, and a girl, I think, should have some regard to money when she marries, though a man should not. If there's nobody before me, I should have a chance, I suppose." His words were not boastful, but there was a tone of triumph in his voice. And why should he not triumph, thought the other Ralph. Of course he would triumph. He had everything to recommend him. And as for himself, for him, the dispossessed one, any particle of a claim which he might have secured by means of that former correspondence had been withdrawn by his own subsequent words. "I dare say she'll take you," he said, with his face still averted. Ralph the heir did indeed think that he would be accepted, and he went on to discuss the circumstances of their future home, almost as though Mary Bonner were already employed in getting together her wedding garments. His companion said nothing further, and Ralph the heir did not discover that anything was amiss. On the following day Ralph the heir went across the country to the Moonbeam. Chapter 36 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. Neefit means to stick to it. There was some business to be done as a matter of course before the young Squire could have all his affairs properly settled. There were debts to be paid, among which Mr. Neefit stood certainly first. It was first in magnitude and first in obligation. But it gave Ralph no manner of uneasiness. He had really done his best to get Polly to marry him, and luckily for him, by the direct interposition of some divine providence, as it now seemed to Ralph, Polly had twice refused him. It seemed to him, indeed, that divine providence looked after him in a special way, breaking his uncle's neck in the very nick of time, and filling a breeches maker's daughter's mind with so sound a sense of the propriety of things as to induce her to decline the honour of being a millstone round his neck, when positively the offer was pressed upon her. As things stood, there could be no difficulty with Mr. Neefit. The money would be paid, of course, with all adjuncts of accruing interest, and Mr. Neefit should go on making breeches for him till the end of the chapter. And for raising this money he had still a remnant of the old property which he could sell, so that he need not begin by laying an ounce of encumbrance on his paternal estates. He was very clear in his mind at this period of his life that there should never be any such encumbrance in his days. That remnant of property should be sold, and Neefit, Horseball, and others should be paid. But it certainly did occur to him in regard to Neefit that there had been that between them which made it expedient that the matter should be settled with some greater courtesy than would be shown by a simple transaction through his man of business. Therefore he wrote a few lines to Mr. Neefit on the day before he left the Priory, a few lines which he thought to be very civil. Newton, 9th December, 186 . My dear Mr. Neefit, you have probably heard before this of the accident which has happened in my family. My uncle has been killed by a fall from his horse, and I have come into my property earlier than I expected. As soon as I could begin to attend to matters of business, I thought of my debt to you, and of all the obligation which I owe you. I think the debt is £1,000, but whatever it is, it can be paid now. The money will be ready early in the year, if that will do for you, and I am very much obliged to you. Would you mind letting Mr. Carey know how much it is, interest and all? He is our family lawyer. Remember me very kindly to Miss Polly. I hope she will always think of me as a friend. Would you tell Bawa to put 3 pairs of breeches in hand for me, leather? Yours very truly, Ralph Newton. The wrath of Mr. Neefit on receiving this letter at his shop in Conduit Street was almost divine. He had heard from Polly an account of that last interview at Ramsgate, and Polly had told her story as truly as she knew how to tell it. But the father had never for a moment allowed himself to conceive that therefore the thing was at an end, and had instructed Polly that she was not to look upon it in that light. He regarded his young customer as absolutely bound to him, and would not acknowledge to himself that such obligation could be annulled by Polly's girlish folly. And he did believe that young Newton intended to act, as he called it, on the square. So believing, he was ready to make almost any sacrifice of himself, but that Newton should now go back, after having received his hard money, was to him a thing quite out of the question. He scolded Polly with some violence, and asked whether she wanted to marry such a lout as Moggs. Polly replied with spirit that she wouldn't marry any man till she found that she could love him, and that the man loved her. "Ain't he told you as he loves you ever so often?" said Neefit. "I know what I'm doing of, father," said Polly, "and I'm not going to be drove." Nevertheless, Mr. Neefit had felt certain that if young Newton would still act upon the square, things would settle themselves rightly. There was the money due, and as Neefit constantly said to himself, money was a thing as was not to be got over. Then had come upon the tradesman the tidings of the old squire's death. They were read to him out of a newspaper by his shopman, Waddle. "I'm blessed if he ain't been and tumbled all at once into his uncle's shoes," said Waddle. The paragraph in question was one which appeared in a weekly newspaper some 2 days after the squire's death. Neefit, who at the moment was turning over the pages of his ledger, came down from his desk and stood for about 10 minutes in the middle of his shop, while the Heir ceased from his cutting, and Waddle read the paragraph over and over again. Neefit stood stock still, with his hands in his breeches pockets, and his great staring eyes fixed upon vacancy. "I'm blessed if it ain't true," said Waddle, convinced by the repetition of his own reading. News had previously reached the shop that the Squire had had a fall. Tidings as to troubles in the hunting field were quick in reaching Mr. Neefit's shop, but there had been no idea that the accident would prove to be fatal. Neefit, when he went home that night, told his wife and daughter. "That will be the last of young Newton," said Mrs. Neefit. "I'm damned if it will," said the breeches maker. Polly maintained a discreet silence as to the heir, merely remarking that it was very sad for the old gentleman. Polly at that time was very full of admiration for Moggs, in regard, that is, to the political character of her lover. Moggs had lost his election, but was about to petition. Neefit was never called upon, in the way of his own trade, to make funereal garments. Men, when they are bereaved of their friends, do not ride in black breeches. But he had all a tailor's respect for a customer with a dead relation. He felt that it would not become him to make an application to the young Squire on a subject connected with marriage till the tombstone over the old Squire should have been properly adjusted. He was a patient man, and could wait, and he was a man not good at writing letters. His customer and future son-in-law would turn up soon, or else the expectant father-in-law might drop down upon him at the Moonbeam or elsewhere. As for a final escape, Polly Neefit's father hardly feared that any such attempt would be made. The young man had acted on the square, and had made his offer in good faith. Such was Mr. Neefit's state of mind when he received the young Squire's letter. The letter almost knocked him down. There was a decision about it, a confidence that all was over between them, except the necessary payment of the money, an absence of all doubt as to Miss Polly, which he could not endure. And then that order for more breeches, included in the very same paragraph with Polly, was most injurious. It must be owned that the letter was a cruel, heart-rending, bad letter. For an hour or so it nearly broke Mr. Neefit's heart, but he resolved that he was not going to be done. The young Squire should marry his daughter, or the whole transaction should be published to the world. He would do such things and say such things that the young Squire should certainly not have a good time of it. He said not a word to Polly of the letter that night, but he did speak of the young Squire. "When that young man comes again, Miss Polly," he said, "I shall expect you to take him." "I don't know anything about that, father," said Polly. "He's had his answer, and I'm thinking he won't ask for another." Upon this the breeches maker looked at his daughter, but made no other reply. During the 2 or 3 following days Neefit made some inquiries, and found that his customer was at the Moonbeam. It was now necessary that he should go to work at once, and therefore with many misgivings he took Waddle into his confidence. He could not himself write such a letter as then must be written, but Waddle was perfect at the writing of letters. Waddle shrugged his shoulders, and clearly did not believe that Polly would ever get the young Squire. Waddle, indeed, went so far as to hint that his master would be lucky in obtaining payment of his money. But nevertheless he gave his mind to the writing of the letter. The letter was written as follows: Conduit Street, 14th December, 186 . Dear Sir, yours of the 9th instant has come to hand, and I beg to say with compliments how shocked we were to hear of the Squire's accident. It was terribly sudden, and we all felt it very much, as in the way of our business we very often have to. As to the money, that can stand. Between friends such things needn't be mentioned. Any accommodation of that kind was, and always will be, ready when required. As to that other matter, a young gentleman like you won't think that a young lady is to be taken at her first word. A bargain is a bargain, and honourable is honourable, which nobody knows as well as you, who was always disposed to be upon the square. Our Polly hasn't forgotten you, and isn't going. It should be acknowledged on Mr. Waddle's behalf that this last assurance was inserted by the unassisted energy of Mr. Neefit himself. We shall expect to see you without delay, here or at Hendon, as may best suit, but pray remember that things stand just as they was. Touching other matters, as needn't be named here, orders will be attended to as usual, if given separate. Yours very truly and obedient, Thomas Neefit. This letter duly reached the young Squire, and did not add to his happiness at the Moonbeam. That he should ever renew his offer to Polly Neefit was, as he well knew, out of the question. But he could see before him an infinity of trouble should the breeches maker be foolish enough to press him to do so. He had acted on the square, in compliance with the bargain undoubtedly made by him. He had twice proposed to Polly, and had Polly accepted his offer on either of these occasions, there would, he now acknowledged to himself, have been very great difficulty in escaping from the difficulty. Polly had thought fit to refuse him, and of course he was free. But nevertheless there might be trouble in store for him. He had hardly begun to ask himself in what way this trouble might next show itself, when Neefit was at the Moonbeam. 3 days after the receipt of his letter, when he rode into the Moonbeam yard on his return from hunting, there was Mr. Neefit waiting to receive him. He certainly had not answered Mr. Neefit's letter, having told himself that he might best do so by a personal visit in Conduit Street. But now that Neefit was there, the personal intercourse did not seem to him to be so easy. He greeted the breeches maker very warmly, while Pepper, Cox, and Mr. Horseball, with sundry grooms and helpers, stood by and admired. Something of Mr. Neefit's money, and of Polly's charms, as connected with the young Squire, had already reached the Moonbeam by the tongue of rumour, and now Mr. Neefit had been waiting for the last 4 hours in the little parlour within the Moonbeam bar. He had eaten his mutton chop and drunk 3 or 4 glasses of gin and water, but had said nothing of his mission. Mrs. Horseball, however, had already whispered her suspicions to her husband's sister, a young lady of 40, who dispensed rum, gin, and brandy with very long ringlets in very small glasses. "You want to have a few words with me, old fellow," said Ralph to the breeches maker, with a cheery laugh. It was a happy idea, that of making them all around conceive that Neefit had come after his money. Only it was not successful. Men are not done so rigorously when they have just fallen into their fortunes. Neefit, hardly speaking above his breath, with that owlish stolid look which was always common to him, except when he was measuring a man for a pair of breeches, acknowledged that he did. "Come along, old fellow," said Ralph, taking him by the arm. "But what'll you take to drink first?" Neefit shook his head, and accompanied Ralph into the house. Ralph had a private sitting room of his own, so that there was no difficulty on that score. "What's all this about?" he said, standing with his back to the fire, and still holding Neefit by the arm. He did it very well, but he did not as yet know the depth of Neefit's obstinacy. "What's it all about?" asked Neefit, in disgust. "Well, yes. Have you talked to Polly herself about this, old fellow?" "No, I ain't, and I don't mean." "Twice I went to her, and twice she refused me. Come, Neefit, be reasonable. A man can't be running after a girl all his life, when she won't have anything to say to him." "I did all that a man could do, and upon my honour I was very fond of her. But, God bless my soul, there must be an end to everything." "There ain't to be no end to this, Mr. Newton." "I'm to marry the girl whether she will or not?" "Nohow," said Mr. Neefit, oracularly; "but when a young gentleman asks a young lady as whether she'll have him, she's not a going to jump down his throat. You knows that, Mr. Newton. And as for money, did I ask for any settlement? I'd have been ashamed to mention money. When are you a coming to see our Polly? That's the question." "I shall come no more, Mr. Neefit." "You won't?" "Certainly not, Mr. Neefit. I've been twice rejected." "And that's the kind of man you are, is it? You're one of them sort, are you?" Then he looked out of his saucer eyes upon the young Squire with a fishy ferocity which was very unpleasant. It was quite evident that he meant war. "If that's your game, Mr. Newton, I'll be even with you." "Mr. Neefit, I'll pay you anything that you say I owe you." "Damn your money," said the breeches maker, walking out of the room. When he got down into the bar he told them all there that young Newton was engaged to his daughter, and that by God he should marry her. "Stick to that, Neefit," said Lieutenant Cox. "I mean to stick to it," said Mr. Neefit. He then ordered another glass of gin and water, and was driven back. Chapter 37 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He must marry her. On the day following that on which Mr. Neefit made his journey to the Moonbeam, Sir Thomas Underwood was at his chambers in London. It was now 8 weeks since his bone had been broken, and though he still carried his arm in a sling, he declared of himself that he was able to go about as usual, which assertion was taken at the villa as meaning that he was now able to live in Southampton Buildings without further assistance from women. When Patience reminded him, with tears in her eyes, that he could not as yet put on his own coat, he reminded her that Stemm was the most careful of men. Up to London he went, with a full understanding that he was not at any rate to be expected home on that night. He had business on hand of great importance, which, as he declared, made his presence in town imperative. Mr. Trigger from Percycross was to be up with reference to the pestilent petition which had been presented against the return of Griffenbottom and himself. Moggs had petitioned on his own behalf, and 2 of the Liberals of the borough had also petitioned in the interest of Mr. Westmacott. The 2 Liberal parties who had quarrelled during the contest had now again joined forces in reference to the petition, and there was no doubt that the matter would go on before the judge. Mr. Trigger was coming up to London with reference to the defence. Sir Thomas gave Stemm to understand that Mr. Trigger would call at 1 o'clock. Exactly at 1 o'clock the bell was rung at Sir Thomas's outside door, and Stemm was on the alert to give entrance to Mr. Trigger. When the door was opened, who should present himself but our unfortunate friend Neefit. He humbly asked whether Sir Thomas was within, and received a reply which, as coming from Stemm, was courteous in the extreme. "Mr. Trigger, I suppose. Walk in, Mr. Trigger." Neefit, not at all understanding why he was called Trigger, did walk in. Stemm, opening the door of his master's sanctum, announced Mr. Trigger. Neefit advanced into the middle of the room. Sir Thomas, with some solicitude as to the adjustment of his arm, rose to greet his agent from Percycross. "This isn't Mr. Trigger," said Sir Thomas. "He told me he was, anyhow," said Stemm. "I didn't tell you nothing of the kind," said Neefit. "But you come from Percycross," said Sir Thomas. "No, I don't. I comes from Conduit Street," said Neefit. "You must go away," said Stemm, leaving the door open and advancing into the room as though to turn the enemy's flank. But Neefit, having made good his point so far, did not intend to be dislodged without a struggle on his own part. "I've got something to say to Sir Thomas about Mr. Newton, as I wants to say very particular." "You can't say it now," said Stemm. "Oh, but I can," said Neefit, "and it won't take 3 minutes." "Wouldn't another day do for it, as I am particularly busy now?" pleaded Sir Thomas. "Well, Sir Thomas, to tell the truth, it wouldn't," said Mr. Neefit, standing his ground. Then there came another ring at the bell. "Ask Mr. Trigger to sit down in the other room for 2 minutes, Stemm," said Sir Thomas. And so Mr. Neefit had carried his point. "And now, sir," said Sir Thomas, "as I am particularly engaged, I will ask you to be as quick as possible." "My name is Neefit," began the breeches maker, and then paused. Sir Thomas, who had heard the name from Ralph, but had forgotten it altogether, merely bowed his head. "I am the breeches maker of Conduit Street," continued Mr. Neefit, with a proud conviction that he too had ascended so high in his calling as to be justified in presuming that he was known to mankind. Sir Thomas again bowed. Neefit went on with his story. "Mr. Newton is a-going to behave to me very bad." "If he owes you money, he can pay you now," said Sir Thomas. "He do owe me money. £1,000 he owe me." £1,000 for breeches?" "No, Sir Thomas. It's most for money lent. But it's not along of that as I trouble you. I know how to get my money, or to put up with the loss of it if I don't. £1,000 ain't here nor there, not in what I've got to say. I wouldn't demean myself to ring at your bell, Sir Thomas, not in the way of looking for £1,000. "In God's name, then, what is it? Pray be quick." "He's going back from his word as he's promised to my daughter. That's what it is." As Neefit paused again, Sir Thomas remembered Ralph's proposition, made in his difficulties, as to marrying a tradesman's daughter for money, and at once fell to the conclusion that Mr. and Miss Neefit had been ill used. "Sir Thomas," continued the breeches maker, "I've been as good as a father to him. I gave him money when nobody else wouldn't." "Do you mean that he has had money from you?" "Yes, in course he has, ever so much. I paid for him a lot of money to Orsball, where he 'unts. Money? I should think so. Didn't I pay Moggs for him, the bootmaker? The very money as is rattling in his pocket now is my money." "And he engaged himself to your daughter?" "He engaged himself to me to marry her. He won't say no otherwise himself, and he asked her twice. Why, Sir Thomas, he was all on the square about it till the old gentleman broke his neck. He hadn't nowhere else to go for a shilling. But now the estates come in like, he's for behaving dishonourable. He don't know me yet, that's what he don't, but I'll make him know me, Sir Thomas." Then the door was opened, and Stemm's head appeared. "Mr. Trigger says as he's in the greatest possible haste, Sir Thomas." The reader, however, may as well be informed that this was pure invention on the part of Mr. Stemm. Sir Thomas tore his hair and rubbed his face. He couldn't bid Neefit to call again, as he certainly did not desire to have a second visit. "What can I do for you, Mr. Neefit? I have no doubt the money will be paid, if owing. I will guarantee that for you." "It ain't the money. I knows how to get my money." "Then what can I do for you?" "Make him go upon the square, Sir Thomas." "How can I make him? He's 26 years old, and he's nothing to me. I don't think he should marry the young lady. He's not in her rank of life. If he has done her an injury, he must pay for it." "Injury!" shouted Neefit, upon whose mind the word produced an unintended idea. "No, no, our Polly ain't like that. By God, I'd eat him if it was that way. There ain't a duchess in the land as 'd have given him his answer more ready than Polly, had he ever spoke to her in that way." "If he has given rise to hopes which through him will be disappointed," said Sir Thomas, gravely, "he is bound to make what compensation may be in his power." "Compensation be d !" said Neefit. "He must marry her." "I don't think he will do that." "You didn't think he would take my money, I suppose, but he did. You didn't think he'd come and spend his Sundays out at my cottage, but he did. You didn't think as he'd come after our Polly down to Ramsgate, but he did. You didn't think as he'd give me his word to make her his wife, but he did." At every assertion that he made the breeches maker bobbed forward his bullet head, stretched open his eyes, and stuck out his under lip. During all this excited energy he was not a man pleasant to the eye. "And now how is it to be, Sir Thomas? That's what I'd want to know." "Mr. Newton is nothing to me, Mr. Neefit." "Oh, that's all. Nothing to you, ain't he? Wasn't he brought up by you just as a son like? And now he ain't nothing to you? Do you mean to say as he didn't ought to marry my girl?" "I think he ought not to marry her." "Not arter his promise?" Sir Thomas was driven very hard, whereas had the sly old breeches maker told all his story, there would have been no difficulty at all. "I think such a marriage would lead to the happiness of neither party. If an injury has been done, as I fear may be too probable, I will advise my young friend to make any reparation in his power, short of marriage. I can say nothing further, Mr. Neefit." "And that's your idea of being on the square, Sir Thomas?" "I can say nothing further, Mr. Neefit. As I have an appointment made, I must ask you to leave me." As Sir Thomas said this his hand was upon the bell. "Very well, very well. As sure as my name's Neefit, he shall hear of me, and so shall you, Sir Thomas. Don't you be a poking at me in that way, old fellow. I don't choose to be poked at." These last words were addressed to Stemm, who had entered the room and was holding the door open for Mr. Neefit's exit, with something more than the energy customary in speeding a parting guest. Mr. Neefit, however, did take his departure, and Sir Thomas joined Mr. Trigger in the other room. We will not be present at that interview. Sir Thomas had been in a great hurry to get rid of Mr. Neefit, but it may be doubted whether he found Mr. Trigger much better company. Mr. Trigger's business chiefly consisted in asking Sir Thomas for a considerable sum of money, and explaining to him that the petition would certainly cost a large sum beyond this, unless the expenses could be saddled on Westmacott and Moggs, as to which result Mr. Trigger seemed to have considerable doubt. But perhaps the bitterest part of Mr. Trigger's communication consisted in the expression of his opinion that Mr. Griffenbottom should be held by Sir Thomas free from any expense as to the petition, on the ground that Griffenbottom, had he stood alone, would certainly have carried one of the seats, without any fear of a petition. "I don't think I can undertake that, Mr. Trigger," said Sir Thomas. Mr. Trigger simply shrugged his shoulders. Sir Thomas, when he was alone, was very uncomfortable. While at Percycross he had extracted from Patience an idea that Ralph the heir and Clarissa were attached to each other, and he had very strongly declared that he would not admit an engagement between them. At that time Ralph was supposed to have sold his inheritance, and did not stand well in Sir Thomas's eyes. Then had come the Squire's death, and the altered position of his late ward. Sir Thomas would be injured, would be made subject to unjust reproach, if it were thought of him that he would be willing to give his daughter to a young man, simply because that young man owned an estate. He had no such sordid feeling in regard to his girls, but he did feel that all that had occurred at Newton had made a great difference. Ralph would now live at the Priory, and there would be enough even for his extravagance. Should the Squire of Newton ask him for his girl's hand with that girl's consent, he thought that he could hardly refuse it. How could he ask Clarissa to abandon so much seeming happiness because the man had failed to keep out of debt upon a small income? He could not do so. And then it came to pass that he was prepared to admit Ralph as a suitor to his child, should Ralph renew his request to that effect. They had all loved the lad as a boy, and the property was wholly unencumbered. Of course he said nothing to Clarissa, but should Ralph come to him there could be but one answer. Such had been the state of his mind before Mr. Neefit's visit. But the breeches maker's tale had altered the aspect of things very greatly. Under no circumstances could Sir Thomas recommend the young Squire to marry the daughter of the man who had been with him. But if Ralph Newton had really engaged himself to this girl, and had done so with the purport of borrowing money from the father, that might be a reason why, notwithstanding the splendour of his prospects, he should not be admitted to further intimacy at the villa. To borrow money from one's tradesmen was, in the eyes of Sir Thomas, about as inexcusable an offence as a young man could commit. He was too much disturbed in mind to go home on the following day, but on the Thursday he returned to the villa. The following Chapter 38 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For 2 reasons. The young Squire, as soon as Neefit had left him in his own sitting room at the Moonbeam, sat himself down and began to think over his affairs seriously. One thing was certain to him. Nothing on earth should induce him to offer his hand again to Polly Neefit. He had had a most miraculous escape, and assuredly would run no further risk in that direction. But though he had escaped, he could perceive that there was considerable trouble before him, considerable trouble, and perhaps some disgrace. It certainly could not be proved against him that he had broken any promise, as there had been no engagement. But it could be made public that he had twice offered himself to Polly, and could also be made public that he had borrowed the breeches maker's money. He kept himself alone on that evening, and though he hunted on the following day, he was not found to be a lively companion either by Cox or Pepper. The lieutenant was talking about Neefit and Neefit's daughter all day, but Mr. Pepper, who was more discreet, declined to canvass the subject. "It's nothing to me who a man marries and who he doesn't," said Mr. Pepper. "What sort of horses he rides, that's what I look at." During this day and the next, Ralph did consider the state of his affairs very closely, and the conclusion he came to was this, that the sooner he could engage himself to marry Mary Bonner the better. If he were once engaged, the engagement would not then be broken off because of any previous folly with Miss Neefit. And again, if he were once engaged to Mary Bonner, Neefit would see the absurdity of torturing him further in regard to Polly. On the Wednesday evening he went up to town, and on the Thursday morning he put himself into a cab and ordered the man to drive him to Popham Villa. It was about noon when he started from town, and though he never hesitated, did not pause for a moment after he had made up his mind as to the thing he would do, still he felt many misgivings as he was driven down to Fulham. How should he begin his story to Mary Bonner, and how should he look Clary Underwood in the face? And yet he had not an idea that he was in truth going to behave badly to Clarissa. There had no doubt been a sort of tenderness in the feeling that had existed between them, a something just a little warmer than brotherly regard. They had been thrown together and had liked each other, and as he was driven nearer to the villa, he remembered distinctly that he had kissed her on the lawn. But did any one suppose that a man was bound to marry the first girl he kissed? Or if not the first, then why the second, or the third? Clarissa could have no fair ground of complaint against him, and yet he was uneasy as he reflected that she too must know the purport of his present visit to the villa. And he was not quite easy about Mary. The good things which he carried in his hand were so many that he did not conceive that Mary would refuse him. But yet he wished that the offer had been made and had been accepted. Hitherto he had taken pleasure in his intercourse with young ladies, and had rather enjoyed the excitement of those moments which to some men are troublesome and even painful. When he had told Clarissa that she was dearer than any one else, he had been very happy while he was telling her. There had been nothing of embarrassment to him in the work of proposing to Polly Neefit. There may perhaps have been other passages in his life of the same nature, and he certainly had not feared them beforehand, or been ashamed of them afterwards. But now he found himself endeavouring to think what words he would use to Mary Bonner, and in what attitude he would stand or sit as he used them. The truth is, he said to himself, a man should do these kind of things without premeditation. But not the less was he resolved, and at the gate he jumped out of his cab with a determination to have it over as soon as possible. He desired the cabman to wait for him at the nearest stables, remarking that he might be there for a few minutes, or for a few hours, and then turned to the gate. As he did so, he saw Sir Thomas walking from the direction of Fulham Bridge. Sir Thomas had come down by the railway on the other side of the river, and was now walking home. A sudden thought struck the young squire. He would begin his work by telling his tale to Sir Thomas. There could be nothing so fitting as that he should obtain the uncle's leave to address the niece. The two men greeted each other, and there were many things to be said. Sir Thomas had not seen his ward since the old squire's death, and Ralph had not seen Sir Thomas since the election at Percycross and the accident of the broken arm. Sir Thomas was by far too reticent, too timid, and too reflective a man to begin at once whatever observations he might have to make ultimately in regard to Miss Polly Neefit. He was somewhat slow of speech, unless specially aroused, and had hardly received the congratulations of his young friend respecting the election, and expressed with some difficult decency his sorrow for the old squire's death, as combined with his satisfaction that the estate had not been sacrificed, when Ralph stopped him just as they had reached the front door, and with much solemnity of manner declared his wish to make a very particular private communication to Sir Thomas. "Certainly," said Sir Thomas, "certainly. Come into my room." But there was some delay before this privacy could be achieved, for in the hall they were met by the three girls, and of course there were many things to be said by them. Clarissa could hardly repress the flutter of her heart. When the reader last saw her flutter, and last heard her words as she spoke of her love to her cousin, she was taking an opportunity of declaring to Mary Bonner that she did not begrudge the brilliance of Mary's present prospects, though the grand estate which made them brilliant was in a measure taken from her own hopes. And she had owned at the same time that she did not dare to feel confidence in her own love, because her lover would now be too poor in his own esteem to indulge himself with the luxury of a wife. All this Mary had accepted from her, certainly with no expression of triumph, but certainly with some triumph in her heart. Now this was entirely changed, and here was her lover, with his fortune restored to him, once more beneath her father's roof. She gave him her hand, the first of the three. She could not repress herself. He took it with a smile and pressed it warmly, but he turned to Patience and took hers as rapidly as he was able. Then came Mary's turn. "I hope you also are glad to see me once again," he said. Clarissa's heart sank within her as she heard the words. The appreciation of a woman in such matters is as fine as the nose of a hound, and is all but unintelligible to a man. "Oh yes, Mr. Newton," said Mary, smiling. "But if he asks her, she'll take him." No such words as these were formed even in Clarissa's mind, but after some fashion such was the ejaculation of her heart. Mary's "Oh yes" had meant little enough, but could Mary withstand such chances if they were offered to her? Sir Thomas led the way into his private room, and Ralph followed him. "You won't be very long, papa?" said Patience. "I hope not," said Sir Thomas. "Remember, Ralph, you will be keeping lunch waiting," said Patience. Then the two men were alone. Sir Thomas's mind had recurred to Neefit at the first moment of Ralph's request. The young man was going to consult him as to the best mode of getting rid of that embarrassment. But in the hall another idea had come upon him. He was to be asked for his consent regarding Clarissa. As he seated himself in one chair and asked Ralph to take another, he had not quite made up his mind as to the answer he would give. There must at any rate be some delay. The reader will of course remember that Sir Thomas was persuaded that Ralph had engaged himself to marry Polly Neefit. Ralph rushed boldly at his subject at once. "Sir Thomas," he said, "I am going to make a proposition, and I wish to ask you for your consent. I have made up my mind that the sooner I marry in my present condition, the better." Sir Thomas smiled and assented. "And I want to know whether you will object to my asking Miss Bonner to be my wife." "Miss Bonner?" said Sir Thomas, throwing up both his hands. "Yes, sir. Is there any objection on your part?" Sir Thomas hardly knew how to say whether there was or was not an objection on his part. In the first place, he had made up his mind that the other Ralph was to marry Mary, that he would do so in spite of that disclaimer which had been made in the first moment of the young man's disinheritance. He, Sir Thomas, however, could have no right to object on that score. Nor could he raise any objection on the score of Clarissa. It did seem to him that all the young people were at cross purposes, that Patience must have been very stupid, and Clarissa most addlepated, or else that this Ralph was abominably false, but still he could say nothing respecting that. No tale had reached his ears which made it even possible for him to refer to Clarissa. But yet he was dissatisfied with the man, and was disposed to show it. "Perhaps I ought to tell you," said Sir Thomas, "that a man calling himself Neefit was with me yesterday." "Oh yes, the breeches maker." "I believe he said that such was his trade. He assured me that you had borrowed large sums of money from him." "I do owe him some money." £1,000, I think he said. "Certainly as much as that." "Not for breeches, which I suppose would be impossible, but for money advanced." "Part one and part the other," said Ralph. "And he went on to tell me that you were engaged to marry his daughter." "That is untrue." "Were you never engaged to her?" "I was never engaged to her, Sir Thomas." "And it was all a lie on the part of Mr. Neefit? Was there no foundation for it? You had told me yourself that you thought of such a marriage." "There is nothing to justify him in saying that I ever was engaged to the young lady. The truth is that I did ask her, and she refused me." "You did ask her?" "I did ask her," said Ralph. "In earnest?" "Well, yes; certainly in earnest. At that time I thought it the only way to save the property. I need not tell you how wretched I was at the time. You will remember what you yourself had said to me. It is true that I asked her, and that I did so by agreement with her father. She refused me twice. She was so good, so sensible, and so true, that she knew she had better not make herself a party to such a bargain. Whatever you may think of my own conduct, I shall not have behaved badly to Miss Neefit." Sir Thomas did think very ill of Ralph's conduct, but he believed him. After a while the whole truth came out as to the money lent, and as to Neefit's schemes. It was of course understood by both of them that Ralph was required neither by honesty nor by honour to renew his offer. And then, under such circumstances, was he or was he not to be allowed to propose to Mary Bonner? At first Ralph had been much dismayed at having the Neefit mine sprung on him at such a moment, but he collected himself very quickly, and renewed his demand as to Mary. Sir Thomas could not mean to say that because he had been foolish in regard to Polly Neefit, that therefore he was to be debarred from marrying. Sir Thomas did not exactly say that, but nevertheless Sir Thomas showed his displeasure. "It seems," said he, "particularly easy for you to transfer your affections." "My affection for Miss Neefit was not strong," said Ralph. "I did and always shall regard her as a most excellent young woman." "She showed her sense in refusing you," said Sir Thomas. "I think she did," said Ralph. "And I doubt much whether my niece will not be equally sensible." "Ah, I can say nothing as to that." "Were she to hear this story of Miss Neefit, I am sure she would refuse you." "But you would not tell it her, as yet? If all goes well with me, I will tell it to her some day. Come, Sir Thomas, you don't mean to be hard upon me at last? It cannot be that you should really regret that I have got out of that trouble." "But I regret much that you should have borrowed a tradesman's money, and more that you should have offered to pay the debt by marrying his daughter." Through it all, however, there was a feeling present to Sir Thomas that he was in truth angry with the Squire of Newton, not so much for his misconduct in coming to propose to Mary so soon after the affair with Polly Neefit, but because he had not come to propose to Clarissa. And Sir Thomas knew that such a feeling, if it did really exist, must be overcome. Mary was entitled to her chance, and must make the best of it. He would not refuse his sanction to a marriage with his niece on account of Ralph's misconduct, when he would have sanctioned a marriage with his own daughter in spite of that misconduct. The conversation was ended by Sir Thomas leaving the room with a promise that Miss Bonner should be sent to fill his place. In 5 minutes Miss Bonner was there. She entered the room very slowly, with a countenance that was almost savage, and during the few minutes that she remained there she did not sit down. "Sir Thomas has told you why I am here?" he said, advancing toward her and taking her hand. "No; that is, no. He has not told me." "Mary?" "Mr. Newton, my name is Miss Bonner." "And must it between us be so cold as that?" He still had her by the hand, which she did not at the moment attempt to withdraw. "I have come to tell you at the first moment that was possible to me after my uncle's death, that of all women in the world I love you the best." Then she withdrew her hand. "Mr. Newton, I am sorry to hear you say so, very sorry." "Why should you be sorry? If you are unkind to me like this, there may be reason why I should be sorry. I shall indeed be very sorry. Since I first saw you I have hoped that you would be my wife." "I never can be your wife, Mr. Newton." "Why not? Have I done anything to offend you? Being here as one of the family, you must know enough of my affairs to feel sure that I have come to you the first moment that was possible. I did not dare to come when I thought that my position was one that was not worthy of you." "It would have been the same at any time," said Mary. "And why should you reject me, like this, without a moment's thought?" "For 2 reasons," said Mary, slowly. Then she paused, as though doubting whether she would continue her speech, or give the 2 reasons which now guided her. But he stood looking into her face, waiting for them. "In the first place," she said, "I think you are untrue to another person." Then she paused again, as though asking herself whether that reason would not suffice. But she resolved that she would be bold and give the other. "In the second place, my heart is not my own to give." "Is it so?" asked Ralph. "I have said as much as can be necessary, perhaps more, and I would rather go now." Then she left the room with the same slow, stately step, and he saw her no more on that day. Then in those short 5 minutes Sir Thomas had absolutely told her the whole story about Polly Neefit, and she had come to the conclusion that because in his trouble he had offered to marry a tradesman's daughter, therefore he was to be debarred for ever from receiving the hand of a lady. That was the light in which he looked upon Mary's first announcement. As to the second announcement he was absolutely at a loss. There must probably, he thought, have been some engagement before she left Jamaica. Not the less on that account was it an act of unpardonable ill nature on the part of Sir Thomas, that telling of Polly Neefit's story to Mary Bonner at such a moment. He was left alone for a few minutes after Mary's departure, and then Patience came to him. Would he stay for dinner? Even Patience was very cold to him. Sir Thomas was fatigued and was lying down, but would see him, of course, if he wished it. "And where is Clarissa?" asked Ralph. Patience said that Clarissa was not very well. She also was lying down. "I see what it is," said Ralph, turning upon her angrily. "You are all of you determined to quarrel with me because of my uncle's death." "I do not see why that should make us quarrel," said Patience. "I do not know that any one has quarrelled with you." Of course he would not wait for dinner, nor would he have any lunch. He walked out on to the lawn with something of a bluster in his step, and stood there for 3 or 4 minutes looking up at the house and speaking to Patience. A young man, when he has been rejected by one of the young ladies of a family, has rather a hard time of it till he gets away. "Well, Patience," he said at last, "make my farewells for me." Chapter 39 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. Horseleeches. The honour of representing the borough of Percycross in Parliament was very great, and Sir Thomas no doubt did enjoy it after a fashion, but it was by no means an unalloyed pleasure. While he was still in bed with his broken arm at the Percy Standard, many applications for money had been made to him. This man wanted a sovereign, that man a £5 note, and some poor starving wretch half a crown, and they all came to him with notes from Trigger, or messages from Spicer or Spiveycomb, to the effect that as the election was now over, the money ought to be given. The landlord of the Percy Standard was on such occasions very hard upon him. "It really will do good, Sir Thomas. It is wanted, Sir Thomas. It will make a good feeling in the town, Sir Thomas, and we don't know how soon we may have to go to work again." Sir Thomas was too weak in health to refuse. He gave the sovereigns, the £5 notes, and the half-crowns, and hurried back home as quickly as he was able. But things were almost worse with him at home than at Percycross. The real Horseleeches felt that they could hardly get a good hold of him while he was lying at the Percycross inn. Attacks by letter were, they well knew, more fatal than those made personally, and they waited. The first that came was from Mr. Pabsby. Mr. Pabsby had at last seen his way clear, and had voted for Underwood and Westmacott, absolutely throwing away his vote as far as the cause was concerned. But Mr. Pabsby had quarrelled with Griffenbottom, who once, when pressed hard for some favours, had answered the reverend gentleman somewhat roughly. "You may go and be damned," said Mr. Griffenbottom in his wrath, "and tell everybody in Percycross that I said so." Mr. Pabsby had smiled, had gone away, and had now voted for Mr. Westmacott. Mr. Pabsby was indeed a horseleech of the severest kind. There had been some outward show of reconciliation between Griffenbottom and Pabsby, but Pabsby had at last voted for Underwood and Westmacott. Sir Thomas had not been home 2 days before he received a letter from Mr. Pabsby. It had been with infinite satisfaction, so Mr. Pabsby now said, that he had at length seen his way clearly, and found himself able to support his friend Sir Thomas. And he believed that he might take upon himself to say, that when he once had seen his way clearly, he had put his shoulder to the wheel gallantly. In fact, it was to be inferred from the contents of Mr. Pabsby's letter that Sir Thomas's return had been due altogether to Mr. Pabsby's flock, who had, so said Mr. Pabsby, been guided in the matter altogether by his advice. Then he sent a list of his hearers, who had voted for Sir Thomas. From this the slight change of subject needed to bring him to the new chapel which he was building, and his desire that Sir Thomas should head the subscription list in so good a cause, was easy enough. It might be difficult to say in what Mr. Pabsby's strength lay, but it certainly was the case that the letter was so written as to defy neglect and almost to defy refusal. Such is the power of Horseleeches. Sir Thomas sent Mr. Pabsby a cheque for £20, and received Mr. Pabsby's acknowledgment, thanking him for his first subscription. The thanks were not very cordial, and it was evident that Mr. Pabsby had expected a good deal more than £20 in return for all that he had done. Mr. Pabsby was simply the first. Before Christmas had come, it seemed to Sir Thomas that there was not a place of divine worship in the whole of Percycross that was not falling to the ground in ruins. He had not observed it when he was there, but now it appeared that funds were wanted for almost every such edifice in the borough, and the schools were in a most destitute condition. He was informed that the sitting member had always subscribed to all the schools, and that if he did not continue such subscription, the children would literally be robbed of their education. One gentleman, whose name he did not even remember to have heard, simply suggested to him that he would, as a matter of course, continue to give the £50 towards the general Christmas collection on behalf of the old women of the borough. The sitting members had given it time out of mind. Mr. Bootylands had a political project of his own, which in fact, if carried out, would amount to a prohibition on the import of French boots, and suggested that Sir Thomas should bring in a bill to that effect on the meeting of Parliament. If Sir Thomas would not object to the trouble of visiting Amiens, Lille, Beauvais, and 3 or 4 other French towns, which Mr. Bootylands mentioned, he would be able to ascertain how much injury had been done to Percycross by the Cobden treaty. Mr. Spiveycomb had his own ideas about Italian rags, Mr. Spiveycomb being in the paper line, and wrote a very long letter to Sir Thomas, praying the member to make himself master of a subject so vitally important to the borough which he represented. Mr. Spicer also communicated to him the astounding fact that some high official connected with the army was undoubtedly misbehaving himself in regard to mustard for the troops. The mustard contracts were not open as they should be open. The mustard was all supplied by a London house, and Mr. Spicer was very anxious that Sir Thomas should move for a committee to inquire of the members of the London firm as to the manner in which the contracts were obtained by them. Mr. Spicer was disposed to think that this was the most important matter that would be brought forward in the next session of Parliament. Mr. Pabsby had got his cheque before the other applications were received, but when they came in shoals, Sir Thomas thought that it might be well to refer them to Mr. Trigger for advice. Sir Thomas had not loved Griffenbottom during the election, and was not inclined to ask his colleague for counsel. Griffenbottom had obtained a name for liberality in Percycross, and had shown symptoms, so thought Sir Thomas, of an intention to use his reputation as a means of throwing off further burdens from his own shoulders. "I have spent a treasure in the borough. Let my colleague begin now." Words spoken by Mr. Griffenbottom in that strain had been repeated to Sir Thomas, and after many such words Sir Thomas could not go to Mr. Griffenbottom for advice as to what he should give or refuse to give. He doubted whether better reliance could be placed on Mr. Trigger, but to some one he must go for direction. Were he once to let it be known in Percycross that demands made would be satisfied, he might sign cheques to the extent of his whole fortune during his first session. He did write to Mr. Trigger, enclosing the various Percycross applications, and Mr. Trigger duly replied to him. Mr. Trigger regretted that money had been given to Mr. Pabsby. Mr. Pabsby had been of no use, and could be of no use. Mr. Griffenbottom, who knew the borough better than any one else, had understood this well, when on one occasion he had been a little short with Mr. Pabsby. Sir Thomas ought not to have sent that cheque to Mr. Pabsby. The sending it would do infinite harm, and cause dissensions in the borough, which might require a considerable expenditure to set right. As to the other clerical demands, it seemed to Sir Thomas that Mr. Trigger was of opinion that they should all be gratified. He had, in fact, sent his money to the only person in Percycross who ought not to have received money. The £50 for the old women was a matter of course, and would not be begrudged, as it was the only payment which was absolutely annual. In regard to the schools, Sir Thomas could do what he pleased, but the sitting member had always been liberal to the schools. Schools were things to which sitting members were, no doubt, expected to subscribe. As to the question of French boots, Mr. Trigger thought that there was something in it, and said that if Sir Thomas could devote his Christmas holidays to getting up the subject in Lille and Amiens, it would have a good effect in the borough, and show that he was in earnest. This might be the more desirable, as there was no knowing as yet what might be done about the petition. There no doubt was a strong feeling in the borough as to the Cobden treaty, and Sir Thomas would probably feel it to be his duty to get the question up in regard to the mustard. Mr. Trigger suggested that, though there was probably nothing in it, it might be as well to ask the Secretary at War a question or two on the subject. Mr. Spicer was, no doubt, a moving man in Percycross. Sir Thomas could at any rate promise that he would ask such questions, as Mr. Spicer certainly had friends who might be conducive to the withdrawal of the petition. Sir Thomas could at any rate put himself into correspondence with the War Office. Mr. Trigger also thought that Sir Thomas might judiciously study the subject of Italian rags in reference to the great paper trade of the country. No doubt the manufacture of paper was a growing business at Percycross. Mr. Trigger returned all the applications, and ended his letter by hinting that the cheques might as well be sent at once. Mr. Trigger thought that a little money about the borough would do good at the present moment. It need hardly be said that this view of things was not pleasant to the sitting member, who was still confined to his house at Fulham by an arm broken in the cause. Sir Thomas had at once sent the £50 toward the Christmas festivities for the poor of the borough, and had declared his purpose of considering the other matters. Then had come a further letter from Mr. Trigger, announcing his journey to London, and Mr. Trigger and Sir Thomas had their first meeting after the election, immediately upon Mr. Neefit's departure from the chambers. "And is it to be?" asked Stemm, as soon as he had closed the door behind Mr. Trigger's back. "Is what to be?" "Them petitions, Sir Thomas. Petitions costs a deal of money, they tell me, Sir Thomas." Sir Thomas winced. "I suppose you must go on now, as your hand is in," continued Stemm. "I don't know that at all," said Sir Thomas. "You'll find as you must. There ain't no way out of it, not now as you are the sitting member." "I am not going to ruin myself, Stemm, for the sake of a seat in Parliament." "I don't know how that may be, Sir Thomas. I hope not, Sir Thomas. But I don't see how you're not to go on now, Sir Thomas. If it wasn't for petitions, one wouldn't mind." "There must be petitions, of course, and if there be good cause for them, they should succeed." "No doubt, Sir Thomas. They say the bribery at Percycross was tremenjous, but I suppose it was on the other side?" "If it was on our side, Stemm, it was not so with my knowledge. I did all I could to prevent it. I spoke against it whenever I opened my mouth. I would not have given a shilling for a single vote, though it would have got me the election." "But they were not all that way, Sir Thomas, was they?" "How can I tell? No, I know that they were not. I fear they were not. I cannot say that money was given, but I fear it." "You must go on now, Sir Thomas, any way," said Stemm, with a groan that was not reassuring. "I wish I had never heard the name of Percycross," said Sir Thomas. "I dare say," replied Stemm. "I went there determined to keep my hands clean." "When one puts one's hands into other people's business, they won't come out clean," said the judicious Stemm. "But you must go on with it now, anyway, Sir Thomas." "I don't know what I shall do," said the unhappy member. On the next morning there came another application from Percycross. The postmaster in that town had died suddenly, and the competitors for the situation, which was worth about £150 per annum, were very numerous. There was a certain Mr. O'Blather, only known in Percycross as cousin to one Mrs. Givantake, the wife of a Liberal solicitor in the borough. Of Mr. O'Blather the worst that could be said was that at the age of 40 he had no income on which to support himself. Mrs. Givantake was attached to her cousin, and Mr. Givantake had become sensible of a burden. That the vacant office was just the thing for him appeared at a glance to all his friends. Mrs. Givantake, in her energy on the subject, expressed an opinion that the whole Cabinet should be impeached if the just claims of Mr. O'Blather were not conceded. But it was felt that the justice of the claims would not prevail without personal interest. The Liberal party was in power, and application hot and instant was made to Mr. Westmacott. Mr. Westmacott was happy enough to have his answer ready. The Treasury had nothing to do with the matter. It was a Post Office concern, and he, simply as the late Liberal member and last Liberal candidate for the borough, was not entitled to intrude, even in a matter of patronage, upon the Postmaster General, with whom he was not acquainted. But Mr. Westmacott was malicious as well as secure. He added a postscript to his letter, in which he said that he believed the present sitting member, Sir Thomas Underwood, was intimately acquainted with the noble lord who presided at the Post Office. There were various interests at Percycross moved, brought together, weighed against each other, and balanced to a grain, and finally dovetailed. If Sir Thomas Underwood would prevail on Lord to appoint Mr. O'Blather to the vacant office, then all the give and take influence at Percycross should be used towards the withdrawal of the petition. Such was the communication now made to Sir Thomas by a gentleman who signed his name as Peter Piper, and who professed himself authorised to act on behalf of Mr. Givantake. Sir Thomas's answer was as follows: Southampton Buildings, December 31st, 186 . Dear Sir, I can have nothing to do with Mr. O'Blather and the Post Office at Percycross. I am, your obedient servant, Thomas Underwood. Mr. Peter Piper, Post Office, Percycross. Christmas had passed, and had passed uncomfortably enough at Popham Villa, in which retreat neither of the three young ladies was at present very happy, when Sir Thomas was invited by Mr. Trigger to take further steps with reference to the petitions. It was thought necessary that there should be a meeting in the Conservative interest, and it was suggested that this meeting should take place in Sir Thomas's chambers. Mr. Trigger, in making the proposition, seemed to imply that a great favour was thereby conferred on Sir Thomas, as that country is supposed to be most honoured which is selected as the meeting ground for plenipotentiaries when some important international point requires to be settled. Sir Thomas could not see the arrangement in that light, and would have shuffled out of the honour had it been possible. But it was not possible. At this period of the year Mr. Griffenbottom had no house in town, and Mr. Trigger explained that it was inexpedient that such meetings should take place at hotels. There was no place as fitting as a lawyer's chambers. Sir Thomas, who regarded as a desecration the entrance of one such man as Mr. Trigger into his private room, and who was particularly anxious not to fall into any intimacy with Mr. Griffenbottom, was driven to consent, and at 1 o'clock on the 29th Stemm was forced to admit the deputation. The deputation from Percycross consisted of Mr. Trigger, Mr. Spicer, and Mr. Pile, but with them came also the senior sitting member. At first they were all very grave, and Sir Thomas asked them indiscreetly whether they would take a glass of sherry. Pile and Spicer immediately acceded to this proposition, and sherry was perhaps efficacious in bringing about speedy conversation. "Well, Underwood," said Mr. Griffenbottom, "it seems that after all we are to have these damned petitions." Sir Thomas lifted his left foot on his right knee and nursed his leg, but said nothing. On one point he was resolved. Nothing on earth should induce him to call his colleague Griffenbottom. "No doubt about that, Mr. Griffenbottom," said Mr. Pile. "That is, unless we can make Westmacott right, t'other chap wouldn't be of much account." "Mr. Pile, you're going a little too fast," said Trigger. "No, I ain't," said Mr. Pile, but for the moment he allowed himself to be silenced. "We don't like the looks of it at Percycross," said Mr. Spicer. "And why don't we like the looks of it?" asked Sir Thomas. "I don't know what your idea of pleasure is," said Mr. Griffenbottom, "but I don't take delight in spending money for nothing. I have spent enough, I can tell you, and I don't mean to spend much more. My seat was as safe as the church." "But they have petitioned against that as well as mine," said Sir Thomas. "Yes, they have. And now what's to be done?" "I don't know whether Sir Thomas is willing to take the whole cost of the defence upon himself," said Mr. Trigger, pouring out for himself a second glass of sherry. "No, I am not," said Sir Thomas. Whereupon there was a pause, during which Pile and Spicer also took second glasses of sherry. "Why should I pay the cost of defending Mr. Griffenbottom's seat?" "Why should I pay it?" said Griffenbottom. "My seat was safe enough. The fact is, if money was paid, as to which I know nothing, it was paid to get the second seat. Everybody knows that. Why should any one have paid money for me? I was safe. I never have any difficulty. Everybody knows that. I could come in for Percycross 20 times running without buying a vote. Isn't that true, Trigger?" "I believe you could, Mr. Griffenbottom." "Of course I could. Look here, Underwood." "I beg your pardon for one moment, Mr. Griffenbottom," said Sir Thomas. "Will you tell me, Mr. Trigger, whether votes were bought on my behalf?" Mr. Trigger smiled and put his head on one side, but made no answer. "I wish I might be allowed to hear the truth," continued Sir Thomas. Whereupon Spicer grinned, and Mr. Pile looked as though he were about to be sick. How was it that a set of gentlemen who generally knew their business so well as did the political leaders at Percycross had got themselves into the same boat with a man silly enough to ask such a question as that? "I shan't spend money," said Griffenbottom. "It's out of the question. They can't touch me. I spent my money, and I got my article. If others want the article, they must spend theirs." Mr. Trigger thought it might be as well to change the subject for a moment, or at any rate to pass on to another clause of the same bill. "I was very sorry, Sir Thomas," said he, "that you wrote that letter to Mr. Givantake." "I wrote no letter to Mr. Givantake. A man named Piper addressed me." Well, that's the same thing. It was Givantake, though of course he isn't going to sign his name to everything. If you could just have written a line to your friend the Postmaster General, I really think we could have squared it all." "I wouldn't have made a request so improper for all Percycross," said Sir Thomas. "Patronage is open to everybody," suggested Mr. Griffenbottom. "These sorts of favours are asked every day," said Trigger. "We live in a free country," said Spicer. "Givantake is a damned scoundrel all the same," said Mr. Pile, "and as to his wife's Irish cousin, I should be very sorry to leave my letters in his hands." "It wouldn't have come off, Mr. Pile," said Trigger, "but the request might have been made. If Sir Thomas will allow me to say as much, the request ought to have been made." "I will allow nothing of the kind, Mr. Trigger," said Sir Thomas, with an assumption of personal dignity which caused every one in the room to alter his position in his chair. "I understand these things are given by merit." Mr. Trigger smiled, and Mr. Griffenbottom laughed outright. "At any rate they ought to be, and in this office I believe they are." Mr. Griffenbottom, who had had the bestowal of some local patronage, laughed again. "The thing is over now, at any rate," said Mr. Trigger. "I saw Givantake yesterday," said Spicer. "He won't stir a finger now." "He never would have stirred a finger," said Mr. Pile, "and if he'd stirred both his fistses he wouldn't have done a ha'porth of good. Givantake, indeed, he be blowed." There was a species of honesty about Mr. Pile which almost endeared him to Sir Thomas. "Something must be settled," said Trigger. "I thought you'd got a proposition to make," said Spicer. "Well, Sir Thomas," began Mr. Trigger, as it were girding his loins for the task before him, "we think that your seat wouldn't stand the brunt. We've been putting 2 and 2 together, and that's what we think." A very black cloud came over the brow of Sir Thomas Underwood, but at the moment he said nothing. "Of course it can be defended. If you choose to fight the battle, you can defend it. It will cost about £1,500, or perhaps a little more. That is, the two sides, for both will have to be paid." Mr. Trigger paused again, but still Sir Thomas said not a word. "Mr. Griffenbottom thinks that he should not be asked to take any part of this cost." "Not a shilling," said Mr. Griffenbottom. "Well," continued Mr. Trigger, "that being the case, of course we have got to see what will be our best plan of action. I suppose, Sir Thomas, you are not altogether indifferent about the money?" "By no means," said Sir Thomas. "I don't know who is. Money is money all the world over." "You may say that," put in Mr. Spicer. "Just let me go on for a moment, Mr. Spicer, till I make this thing clear to Sir Thomas. That's how we stand at present. It will cost us, that is to say, you, about £1,500, and we should do no good. I really don't think we should do any good. Here are these judges, and you know that new broom sweep clean. I suppose we may allow that there was a little money spent somewhere. They do say now that a glass of beer would lose a seat." Sir Thomas could not but remember all that he had said to prevent there being even a glass of beer, and the way in which he had been treated by all the party in that matter because he had so endeavoured. But it was useless to refer to all that at the present moment. "It seems to me," he said, "that if one seat be vacated, both must be vacated." "It doesn't follow at all," said Mr. Griffenbottom. "Allow me just a moment longer," continued Trigger, who rose from his seat as he came to the real gist of his speech. "A proposition has been made to us, Sir Thomas, and I am able to say that it is one which may be trusted. Of course our chief anxiety is for the party. You feel that, Sir Thomas, of course?" Sir Thomas would not condescend to make any reply to this. "Now the Liberals will be content with one seat. If we go on, it will lead to disfranchising the borough, and we none of us want that. It would be of no satisfaction to you, Sir Thomas, to be the means of robbing the borough of its privilege after all that the borough has done for you." "Go on, Mr. Trigger," said Sir Thomas. "The Liberals only want one seat. If you'll undertake to accept the hundreds, the petition will be withdrawn, and Mr. Westmacott will come forward again. In that case we shouldn't oppose. Now, Sir Thomas, you know what the borough thinks will be the best course for all of us to pursue." Sir Thomas did know. We may say that he had known for some minutes past. He had perceived what was coming, and various recollections had floated across his mind. He especially remembered that £50 for the poor old women which Mr. Trigger only a week since had recommended that he should give. And he remembered also that he had given it. He recollected the sum which he had already paid for his election expenses, as to which Mr. Trigger had been very careful to get the money before this new proposition was made. He remembered Mr. Pabsby and his cheque for £20. He remembered his broken arm, and that fortnight of labour and infinite vexation in the borough. He remembered all his hopes and his girl's triumph, but he remembered also that he had told himself a dozen times since his return that he wished that he might rid himself altogether of Percycross and the seat in Parliament. Now a proposition that would have this effect was made to him. "Well, Sir Thomas, what do you think of it?" asked Mr. Trigger. Sir Thomas required the passing of a few moments that he might think of it, and yet there was a feeling strong at his heart telling him that it behoved him not even to seem to doubt. He was a man not deficient in spirit when roused as he now was roused. He knew that he was being ill used. From the first moment of his entering Percycross he had felt that the place was not fit for him, that it required a method of canvassing of which he was not only ignorant, but desirous to remain ignorant, that at Percycross he would only be a catspaw in the hands of other men. He knew that he could not safely get into the same boat with Mr. Griffenbottom, or trust himself to the steering of such a coxswain as Mr. Trigger. He had found that there could be no sympathy between himself and any one of those who constituted his own party in the borough. And yet he had persevered. He had persevered because in such matters it is so difficult to choose the moment in which to recede. He had persevered, and had attained a measure of success. As far as had been possible for him to do so, he had fought his battle with clean hands, and now he was member of Parliament for Percycross. Let what end there might come to this petition, even though his seat should be taken from him, he could be subjected to no personal disgrace. He could himself give evidence, the truth of which no judge in the land would doubt, as to the purity of his own intentions, and as to the struggle to be pure which he had made. And now they asked him to give way in order that Mr. Griffenbottom might keep his seat. He felt that he and poor Moggs had been fools together. At this moment there came upon him a reflection that such men as he and Moggs were unable to open their mouths in such a borough as Percycross without having their teeth picked out of their jaws. He remembered well poor Moggs's legend, Moggs, purity, and the rights of labour, and he remembered thinking at the time that neither Moggs nor he should have come to Percycross. And now he was told of all that the borough had done for him, and was requested to show his gratitude by giving up his seat, in order that Griffenbottom might still be a member of Parliament, and that Percycross might not be disenfranchised. Did he feel any gratitude to Percycross, or any love to Mr. Griffenbottom? In his heart he desired that Mr. Griffenbottom might be made to retire into private life, and he knew that it would be well that the borough should be disenfranchised. These horrid men that sat around him, how he hated them! He could get rid of them now and for ever, by acceding to the proposition made to him. And he thought that in doing so he could speak a few words which would be very agreeable to him in the speaking. And then all that Mr. Trigger had said about the £1,500 had been doubtless true. If he defended his seat, money must be spent, and he did not know how far he might be able to compel Mr. Griffenbottom to share the expense. He was not so rich but what he was bound to think of the money for his children's sake. And he did believe Mr. Trigger when Mr. Trigger told him that the seat could not be saved. Yet he could not bring himself to let these men have their way with him. To have to confess that he had been their tool went so much against the grain with him that anything seemed to him to be preferable to that. The passage across his brain of all these thoughts had not required many seconds, and his guests seemed to acknowledge by their silence that some little space of time should be allowed to him. Mr. Pile was leaning forward on his stick with his eyes fixed upon Sir Thomas's face. Mr. Spicer was amusing himself with a third glass of sherry. Mr. Griffenbottom had assumed a look of absolute indifference, and was sitting with his eyes fixed upon the ceiling. Mr. Trigger, with a pleasant smile on his face, was leaning back in his chair, with his hands in his trousers pockets. He had done his disagreeable job of work, and upon the whole he thought that he had done it well. "I shall do nothing of the kind," said Sir Thomas at last. "You'll be wrong, Sir Thomas," said Mr. Trigger. "You'll disenfranchise the borough," said Mr. Spicer. "You'll not be able to keep your seat," said Mr. Trigger. "And there'll be all the money to pay," said Mr. Spicer. "Sir Thomas don't mind that," said Mr. Griffenbottom. "As for paying the money, I do mind it very much," said Sir Thomas. "As for disfranchising the borough, I cannot say that I regard it in the least. As to your seat, Mr. Griffenbottom—" "My seat is quite safe," said the senior member. "As to your seat, which I am well aware must be jeopardized if mine be in jeopardy, it would have been matter of more regret to me had I experienced from you any similar sympathy for myself. As it is, it seems that each of us is to do the best he can for himself, and I shall do the best I can for myself. Good morning." "What, then, do you mean to do?" said Mr. Trigger. "On that matter I shall prefer to converse with my friends." "You mean," said Mr. Trigger, "that you will put it into other hands?" "You have made a proposition to me, Mr. Trigger, and I have given you my answer. I have nothing else to say. What steps I may take I do not even know at present." "You will let us hear from you," said Mr. Trigger. "I cannot say that I will." "This comes of bringing a gentleman learned in the law down into the borough," said Mr. Griffenbottom. "Gentlemen, I must ask you to leave me," said Sir Thomas, rising from his chair and ringing the bell. "Look here, Sir Thomas Underwood," said Mr. Griffenbottom, "this to me is a very important matter." "And to me also," said Sir Thomas. "I do not know anything about that. Like a good many others, you may like to have a seat in Parliament, and may like to get it without any trouble and without any money. I have sat for Percycross for many years, and have spent a treasure, and have worked myself off my legs. I don't know that I care much for anything except for keeping my place in the House. The House is everything to me, meat and drink, employment and recreation, and I can tell you I'm not going to lose my seat if I can help it. You came in for the second chance, Sir Thomas, and a very good second chance it was, if you'd just have allowed others who knew what they were about to manage matters for you. That chance is over now, and according to all rules that ever I heard of in such matters, you ought to surrender. Isn't that so, Mr. Trigger?" "Certainly, Mr. Griffenbottom, according to my ideas," said Mr. Trigger. "That's about it," said Mr. Spicer. Sir Thomas was still standing. Indeed, they were all standing now. "Mr. Griffenbottom," he said, "I have nothing further that I can say at the present moment. To the offer made to me by Mr. Trigger, I at present positively decline to accede. I look upon that offer as unfriendly, and can therefore only wish you a good morning." "Unfriendly!" said Mr. Griffenbottom with a sneer. "Good bye, Sir Thomas," said Mr. Pile, putting out his hand. Sir Thomas shook hands with Mr. Pile cordially. "It's my opinion that he's right," said Mr. Pile. "I don't like his notions, but I do like his pluck. Good bye, Sir Thomas." Then Mr. Pile led the way out of the room, and the others followed him. "Oh," said Stemm, as soon as he had shut the door behind their backs, "that's a deputation from Percycross, is it, Sir Thomas? You were saying as how you didn't quite approve of the Percycrossians." To this, however, Sir Thomas vouchsafed no reply. Chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. What Sir Thomas thought about it. Sir Thomas Underwood had been engaged upon a very great piece of work ever since he had been called to the bar in the 25th year of his life. He had then devoted himself to the writing of a life of Lord Verulam, and had been at it ever since. But as yet he had not written a word. In early life, that is, up to his 40th year, he had talked freely enough about his opus magnum to those of his compeers with whom he had been intimate, but of late Bacon's name had never been on his lips. Patience, at home, was aware of the name and nature of her father's occupation, but Clarissa had not yet learned to know that he who had been the great philosopher and little Lord Chancellor was not to be lightly mentioned. To Stemm the matter had become so serious that in speaking of books, papers, and documents, he would have recourse to any periphrasis rather than mention in his master's hearing the name of the fallen angel. And yet Sir Thomas was always talking to himself about Sir Francis Bacon, and was always writing his life. There are men who never dream of great work, who never realize to themselves the need of work so great as to demand a lifetime, but who themselves never fail in accomplishing those second-class tasks with which they satisfy their own energies. Men these are who to the world are very useful. Some few there are who, seeing the beauty of a great work, and believing in the accomplishment within the years allotted to man, are contented to struggle for success, and struggling, fail. Here and there comes one who struggles and succeeds, but the men are many who see the beauty, who adopt the task, who promise themselves the triumph, and then never struggle at all. The task is never abandoned, but days go by, and weeks, and then months and years, and nothing is done. The dream of youth becomes the doubt of middle life, and then the despair of age. In building a summer house it is so easy to plant the first stick, but one does not know where to touch the sod when one begins to erect a castle. So it had been with Sir Thomas Underwood and his life of Bacon. It would not suffice to him to scrape together a few facts, to indulge in some fiction, to tell a few anecdotes, and then to call his book a biography. Here was a man who had risen higher, and was reported to have fallen lower, perhaps, than any other son of Adam. With the finest intellect ever given to a man, with the purest philanthropy, and the most enduring energy, he had become a byword for greed and injustice. Sir Thomas had resolved that he would tell the tale as it had never yet been told, that he would unravel facts that had never seen the light, that he would let the world know of what nature really had been this man, and that he would write a book that should live. He had never abandoned his purpose, and now at 60 years of age his purpose remained with him, but not one line of his book was written. And yet the task had divorced him in a measure from the world. He had not been an unsuccessful man in life. He had made money, and had risen nearly to the top of his profession. He had been in Parliament, and was even now a member, but yet he had been divorced from the world, and Bacon had done it. By Bacon he had justified to himself, or rather had failed to justify to himself, a seclusion from his family and from the world which had been intended for strenuous work, but had been devoted to dilettante idleness. And he had fallen into those mistakes which such habits and such pursuits are sure to engender. He thought much, but he thought nothing out, and was consequently at 60 still in doubt about almost everything. Whether Christ did or did not die to save sinners was a question with him so painfully obscure, that he had been driven to obtain what comfort he might from not thinking of it. The assurance of belief certainly was not his to enjoy, nor yet that absence from fear which may come from assured unbelief. And yet none who knew him could say that he was a bad man. He robbed no one. He never lied. He was not self-indulgent. He was affectionate. But he had spent his life in an intention to write the life of Lord Verulam, and not having done it, had missed the comfort of self-respect. He had intended to settle for himself a belief on subjects which are, of all, to all men the most important, and, having still postponed the work of inquiry, had never attained the security of a faith. He was for ever doubting, for ever intending, and for ever despising himself for his doubts and unaccomplished intentions. Now, at the age of 60, he had thought to lessen these inward disturbances by returning to public life, and his most unsatisfactory alliance with Mr. Griffenbottom had been the result. They who know the agonies of an ambitious, indolent, doubting, self-accusing man, of a man who has a skeleton in his cupboard as to which he can ask for sympathy from no one, will understand what feelings were at work within the bosom of Sir Thomas, when his Percycross friends left him alone in his chamber. The moment that he knew that he was alone, he turned the lock of the door, and took from out of a standing desk a whole heap of loose papers. These were the latest of his notes on the great Bacon subject, for though no line of the book had ever been written, nor had his work even yet taken such form as to enable him to write a line, nevertheless he always had by him a large assemblage of documents, notes, queries, extracts innumerable, and references, which in the course of years had become almost unintelligible to himself, upon which from time to time he would set himself to work. Whenever he was most wretched he would fly at his papers. When the qualms of his conscience became very severe, he would copy some passage from a dusty book, hardly in the belief that it might prove to be useful, but with half a hope that he might cheat himself into so believing. Now, in his misery, he declared that he would bind himself to his work, and never leave it. There, if anywhere, might consolation be found. With rapid hands he moved about the papers, and tried to fix his eyes upon the words. But how was he to fix his thoughts? He could not even begin not to think of those scoundrels who had so misused him. It was not a week since they had taken £50 from him for the poor of Percycross, and now they came to him with a simple statement that he was absolutely to be thrown over. He had already paid £900 for his election, and was well aware that the account was not closed. And he was a man who could not bear to speak about money, or to make any complaint as to money. Even though he was being so abominably misused, still he must pay any further claim that might be made on him in respect of the election that was passed. Yes, he must pay for those very purchased votes, for that bribery as to which he had so loudly expressed his abhorrence, and by reason of which he was now to lose his seat with ignominy. But the money was not the worst of it. There was a heavier sorrow than that arising from the loss of his money. He alone had been just throughout the contest at Percycross. He alone had been truthful, and he alone straightforward, and yet he alone must suffer. He began to believe that Griffenbottom would keep his seat. That he would certainly lose his own he was quite convinced. He might lose it by undergoing an adverse petition, and paying ever so much more money, or he might lose it in the manner that Mr. Trigger had so kindly suggested. In either way there would be disgrace and contumely, and hours of the agony of self-reproach in store for him. What excuse had he for placing himself in contact with such filth? Of what childishness had he not been the victim when he allowed himself to dream that he, a pure and scrupulous man, could go among such impurity as had been found at Percycross, and come out still clean and yet triumphant. Then he thought of Griffenbottom as a member of Parliament, and of that legislation and that constitution to which Griffenbottoms were thought to be essentially necessary. That there are always many such men in the House he had always known. He had sat there, and had seen them. He had stood shoulder to shoulder with them through many a division, and had thought about them, acknowledging their use. But now that he was brought into personal contact with such a one, his very soul was aghast. The Griffenbottoms never do anything in politics. They are men of whom, in the lump, it may be surmised that they take up this or that side in politics, not from any instructed conviction, not from faith in measures or even in men, nor from adherence either through reason or prejudice to this or that set of political theories, but simply because on this side or on that there is an opening. That gradually they do grow into some shape of conviction from the moulds in which they are made to live must be believed of them. But these convictions are convictions as to divisions, convictions as to patronage, convictions as to success, convictions as to parliamentary management, but not convictions as to the political needs of the people. So said Sir Thomas to himself as he sat thinking of the Griffenbottoms. In former days he had told himself that a pudding cannot be made without suet or dough, and that Griffenbottoms were necessary, if only for the due adherence of the plums. Whatever most health-bestowing drug the patient may take would bestow anything but health were it taken undiluted. It was thus in former days Sir Thomas had apologized to himself for the Griffenbottoms in the House, but no such apology satisfied him now. This log of a man, this lump of suet, this diluting quantity of most impure water, 'twas thus that Mr. Griffenbottom was spoken of by Sir Thomas to himself as he sat there with all the Bacon documents before him. This politician, whose only real political feeling consisted in a positive love of corruption for itself, had not only absolutely got the better of him, who regarded himself at any rate as a man of mind and thought, but had used him as a puppet, and had compelled him to do dirty work. Oh, that he should have been so lost to his own self-respect as to have allowed himself to be dragged through the dirt of Percycross! But he must do something. He must take some step. Mr. Griffenbottom had declared that he would put himself to no expense in defending the seat. Of course he, Sir Thomas, could do the same. He believed that it might be practicable for him to acknowledge the justice of the petition, to declare his own belief that his own agents had betrayed him, and to acknowledge that his seat was indefensible. But as he thought of it, he found that he was actually ignorant of the law in the matter. That he would make no such bargain as that suggested to him by Mr. Trigger, of so much he thought that he was sure. At any rate he would do nothing that he himself knew to be dishonourable. He must consult his own attorney. That was the end of his self-deliberation, that and a conviction that under no circumstances could he retain his seat. Then he struggled hard for an hour to keep his mind fixed on the subject of his great work. He had found an unknown memoir respecting Bacon, written by a German pen in the Latin language, published at Leipzig shortly after the date of Bacon's fall. He could translate that. It is always easiest for the mind to work in such emergencies on some matter as to which no creative struggles are. Chapter 41 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A broken heart. It was very bad with Clarissa when Ralph Newton was closeted with Mary at Popham Villa. She had suspected what was about to take place when Sir Thomas and Ralph went together into the room, but at that moment she said nothing. She endeavoured to seem to be cheerful, and attempted to joke with Mary. The three girls were sitting at the table on which lunch was spread, a meal which no one was destined to eat at Popham Villa on that day, and thus they remained till Sir Thomas joined them. "Mary," he had said, "Ralph Newton wishes to speak to you. You had better go to him." "To me, uncle?" "Yes, to you. You had better go to him." "But I had rather not." "Of course you must do as you please, but I would advise you to go to him." Then she had risen very slowly and had gone. All of them had understood what it meant. To Clarissa the thing was as certain as though she had already heard the words spoken. With Patience even there was no doubt. Sir Thomas, though he had told nothing, did not pretend that the truth was to be hidden. He looked at his younger daughter sorrowfully, and laid his hand upon her head caressingly. With her there was no longer the possibility of retaining any secret, hardly the remembrance that there was a secret to retain. "Oh, papa!" she said. "Oh, papa!" and burst into tears. "My dear," he said, "believe me that it is best that it should be so. He is unworthy." Patience said not a word, but was now holding Clarissa close to her bosom. "Tell Mary," concluded Sir Thomas, "that I will see her when she is at liberty. Patience, you can ask Ralph whether it will suit him to stay for dinner. I am tired and will go upstairs myself." And so the two girls were left together. "Patty, take me away," said Clarissa. "I must never see him again, never, nor her." "She will not accept him, Clary." "Yes, she will. I know she will. She is a sly, artful creature, and I have been so good to her." "No, Clary, I think not. But what does it matter? He is unworthy. He can be nothing to you now. Papa was right. He is unworthy. I care nothing for that. I only care for him. Oh, Patty, take me away. I could not bear to see them when they come out." Then Patience took her sister up to their joint room, and laid the poor sufferer on the bed, and throwing herself on her knees beside the bed, wept over her sister and caressed her. That argument of Ralph's unworthiness was nothing to Clarissa. She did not consider herself to be so worthy but what she might forgive any sin, if only the chance of forgiving such sin were given to her. At this moment in her heart of hearts her anger was more against her rival than against the man. She had not yet taught herself to think of all his baseness to her, had only as yet had time to think that that evil had come upon her which she had feared from the first moment of her cousin's arrival. Presently Patience heard the door opened of the room downstairs, heard Mary's slow step as she crossed the hall. She understood well that some one should be below, and with another single word of affection to her sister, she went downstairs. "Well, Mary," she said, looking into her cousin's face. "There is nothing particular to tell," said Mary, with a gentle smile. "Of course we all knew what he wanted." "Then of course you all knew what I should say to him." "I knew," said Patience. "I am sure that Clary knew," said Mary. "But he is all alone there, and will not know what to do with himself. Won't you go to him?" "You will go up to Clary?" Mary nodded her head, and then Patience crossed the hall to liberate the rejected suitor. Mary stood for a while thinking. She already knew from what Patience had said that Clarissa had suspected her, and she felt that there should have been no such suspicion. Clarissa had not understood, but ought to have understood. For a moment she was angry, and was disposed to go to her own room. Then she remembered all her cousin's misery, and crept upstairs to the door. She had come so softly that though the door was hardly closed, nothing had been heard of her approach. "May I come in, dear?" she said very gently. "Well, Mary, tell me all," said Clarissa. "There is nothing to tell, Clary, only this, that I fear Mr. Newton is not worthy of your love." "He asked you to take him?" "Never mind, dearest. We will not talk of that. Dear, dearest Clary, if I only could make you happy." "But you have refused him?" "Don't you know me better than to ask me? Don't you know where my heart is? We will carry our burdens together, dearest, and then they will be lighter." "But he will come to you again, that other one." "Clary, dear, we will not think about it. There are things which should not be thought of. We will not talk of it, but we will love each other so dearly." Clarissa, now that she was assured that her evil fortune was not to be aggravated by any injury done to her by her cousin, allowed herself to be tranquillized, if not comforted. There was indeed something in her position that did not admit of comfort. All the family knew the story of her unrequited love, and treated her with a compassion which, while its tenderness was pleasant to her, was still in itself an injury. A vain attachment in a woman's heart must ever be a weary load, because she can take no step of her own towards that consummation by which the burden may be converted into a joy. A man may be active, may press his suit even a 10th time, may do something towards achieving success. A woman can only be still and endure. But Clarissa had so managed her affairs that even that privilege of being still was hardly left to her. Her trouble was known to them all. She doubted whether even the servants in the house did not know the cause of her woe. How all this had come to pass she could not now remember. She had told Patience, as though in compliance with some compact that each should tell the other all things, and then circumstances had arisen which made it so natural that she should be open and candid with Mary. The two Ralphs were to be their two lovers. That to her had been a delightful dream during the last few months. He whose inheritance at that moment was supposed to have been gone had, as Clarissa thought, in plainest language told his love to her. "Dear, dear Clary, you know I love you." The words to her sense had been so all important, had meant so much, had seemed to be so final, that they hardly wanted further corroboration. Then indeed had come the great fault, the fault which she had doubted whether she could ever pardon, and she, because of the heinousness of that offence, had been unable to answer the question that had been asked. But the offence, such as it was, had not lightened the solemnity of her assurance, as far as love went, that Ralph ought to be her own after the speaking of such words as he had spoken. There were those troubles about money, but yet she was entitled to regard him as her own. Then had come the written offer from the other Ralph to marry, the offer written in the moment of his believed prosperity, and it had been so natural that Clarissa should tell her cousin that as regarded the splendour of position there should be no jealousy between them. Clarissa did not herself think much of a lover who wrote letters instead of coming and speaking, had perhaps an idea that open speech, even though offence might follow, was better than formal letters. But all that was Mary's affair. This very respectful Ralph was Mary's lover, and if Mary were satisfied, she would not quarrel with the well-behaved young man. She would not even quarrel with him because he was taking from her own Ralph the inheritance which for so many years had been believed to be his own. Thus, in the plenitude of her affection and in the serenity of her heart, she had told everything to her cousin. And now also her father knew it all. How this had come to pass she did not think to inquire. She suspected no harm from Patience. The thing had been so clear that all the world might see it. Ralph, that false one, knew it also. Who could know it so well as he did? Had not those very words been spoken by him, been repeated by him? Now she was as one stricken, where wounds could not be hidden. On that day Ralph was driven back to town in his cab, in a rather disheartened condition, and no more was seen or heard of him for the present at Popham Villa. His late guardian had behaved very ill to him in telling Mary Bonner the story of Polly Neefit. That was his impression, feeling sure that Mary had alluded to the unfortunate affair with the breeches maker's daughter, of which she could have heard tidings only from Sir Thomas. As to Clarissa, he had not exactly forgotten the little affair on the lawn, but to his eyes that affair had been so small as to be almost overlooked amidst larger matters. Mary, he thought, had never looked so beautiful as she had done while refusing him. He did not mean to give her up. Her heart, she had told him, was not her own. He thought he had read of young ladies in similar conditions, of young ladies who had bestowed their hearts and had afterwards got them back again for the sake of making second bestowals. He was not sure but that such an object would lend a zest to life. There was his brother Gregory, in love with Clarissa, and still true to her. He would be true to Mary, and would see whether, in spite of that far-away lover, he might not be more successful than his brother. At any rate, he would not give her up. And before he had gone to bed that night, he had already concocted a letter to her in his brain, explaining the whole of that Neefit affair, and asking her whether a man should be condemned to misery for life because he had been led by misfortune into such a mistake as that. He dined very well at his club, and on the following morning went down to the Moonbeam by an early train for that day's hunting. Thence he returned to Newton Priory in time for Christmas, and as he was driven up to his own house through his own park, meeting one or two of his own tenants, and encountering now and then his own obsequious labourers, he was not an unhappy man in spite of Mary Bonner's cruel answer. It may be doubted whether his greatest trouble at this moment did not arise from his dread of Neefit. He had managed to stay long enough in London to give orders that Neefit's money should be immediately paid. He knew that Neefit could not harm him at law, but it would not be agreeable if the old man were to go about the country telling every one that he, Ralph Newton of Newton, had twice offered to marry Polly. For the present we will leave him, although he is our hero, and will return to the girls at Popham Villa.
"It is all very well talking, Patience, but I don't mean to try to change," Clarissa said.
This was after that visit of the Percycross deputation to Sir Thomas, and after Christmas. More than a week had now passed by since Ralph had rushed down to Fulham with his offer, and the new year had commenced. Sir Thomas had been at home for Christmas, for the one day, and had then returned to London. He had seen his attorney respecting the petition, who was again to see Mr. Griffenbottom's London attorney, and Mr. Trigger. In the meantime Sir Thomas was to remain quiet for a few days. The petition was not to be tried till the end of February, and there was still time for deliberation. Sir Thomas just now very often took out that great heap of Baconian papers, but still not a word of the biography was written. He was, alas, still very far from writing the first word.
"It is all very well, Patience, but I do not mean to try to change," said Clarissa.
Poor Patience could make no answer, dreadful as was to her such an assertion from a young woman.
"There is a man who clearly does not want to marry you, who has declared in the plainest way that he does want to marry some one else, who has grossly deceived you, and who never means to think of you again, and yet you say that you will wilfully adhere to your regard for him."
Such would have been the speech which Patience would have made had she openly expressed her thoughts. But Clarissa was ill and weak and wretched, and Patience could not bring herself to say a word that should distress her sister.
"If he came to me to morrow, of course I should forgive him," Clarissa said again.
These conversations were never commenced by Patience, who would rather have omitted any mention of that base young man.
"Of course I do. Men do these things. Men are not like women. They do all manner of things, and everybody forgives them. I don't say anything about hoping. I don't hope for anything. I am not happy enough to hope. I shouldn't care if I knew I were going to die to morrow. But there can be no change. If you want me to be a hypocrite, Patience, I will. But what will be the use? The truth will be the same."
The two girls let her have her way, never contradicted her, coaxed her, and tried to comfort her, but it was in vain. At first she would not go out of the house, not even to church, and then she took to lying in bed. This lasted into the middle of January, and still Sir Thomas did not come home. He wrote frequently, short notes to Patience, sending money, making excuses, making promises, always expressing some word of hatred or disgust as to Percycross, but still he did not come. At last, when Clarissa declared that she preferred lying in bed to getting up, Patience went up to London and fetched her father home. It had gone so far with Sir Thomas now that he was unable even to attempt to defend himself. He humbly said that he was sorry that he had been away so long, and returned with Patience to the villa. "My dear," said Sir Thomas, seating himself by Clarissa's bedside, "this is very bad."
"If I had known you were coming, papa, I would have got up."
"If you are not well, perhaps you are better here, dear."
"I don't think I am quite well, papa."
"What is it, my love?" Clarissa looked at him out of her large tear-laden eyes, but said nothing. "Patience says that you are not happy."
"I don't know that anybody is happy, papa."
"I wish that you were, with all my heart, my child. Can your father do anything that will make you happy?"
No, papa.
Tell me, Clary, you do not mind my asking you questions?
No, papa.
Patience tells me that you are still thinking of Ralph Newton.
Of course I think of him.
I think of him too. But there are different ways of thinking. We have known him, all of us, a long time.
Yes, papa.
I wish with all my heart that we had never seen him. He is not worthy of our solicitude.
You always liked him. I have heard you say you loved him dearly.
I have said so, and I did love him. In a certain way I love him still.
So do I, papa.
But I know him to be unworthy. Even if he had come here to offer you his hand, I doubt whether I could have permitted an engagement. Do you know that within the last 2 months he has twice offered to marry another young woman, and I doubt whether he is not at this moment engaged to her?
Another?
Said poor Clarissa. Yes, and that without a pretence of affection on his part, simply because he wanted to get money from her father.
Are you sure, papa?
Asked Clarissa, who was not prepared to believe, and did not believe this enormity on the part of the man she loved. I am quite sure. The father came to me to complain of him, and I had the confession from Ralph's own lips the very day that he came here with his insulting offer to marry Bonner.
Did you tell Mary?
No, I knew that it was unnecessary. There was no danger as to Mary. And who do you think this girl was? The daughter of a tailor who had made some money. It was not that he cared for her, Clary, no more than I do. Whether he meant to marry her or not, I do not know.
I'm sure he didn't, papa,
said Clarissa, getting up in bed. And will that make it better? All that he wanted was the tradesman's money, and to get that he was willing either to deceive the girl or to sell himself to her. I don't know which would have been the baser mode of traffic. Is that the conduct of a gentleman, Clary? Poor Clarissa was in terrible trouble. She hardly believed the story, which seemed to tell her of a degree of villainy greater than ever her imagination had depicted to her. And yet, if it were true, she would be driven to look for means of excusing it. The story as told was indeed hardly just to Ralph, who in the course of his transactions with Mr. Neefit had almost taught himself to believe that he could love Polly very well. But it was not in this direction that Clarissa looked for an apology for such conduct.
They say that men do all manner of things, she said at last.
I can only tell you this, said Sir Thomas, very gravely. What men may do I will not say, but no gentleman can ever have acted after this fashion. He has shown himself to be a scoundrel.
Papa, papa, don't say that,
screamed Clarissa. My child, I can only tell you the truth. I know it is hard to bear. I would save you if I could, but it is better that you should know.
Will he always be bad, papa?
Who can say, my dear? God forbid that I should be too severe upon him. But he has been so bad now that I am bound to tell you that you should drive him from your thoughts. When he told me, all smiling, that he had come down here to ask your cousin Mary to be his wife, I was almost minded to spurn him from the door. He can have no feeling himself of true attachment, and cannot know what it means in others. He is heartless and unprincipled.
Oh, papa, spare him. It is done now.
And will you forget him, dearest?
I will try, papa, but I think that I shall die. I would rather die. What is the good of living when nobody is to care for anybody, and people are so bad as that?
My Clarissa must not say that nobody cares for her. Has any person ever been false to you but he? Is not your sister true to you?"
"Yes, papa."
"And Mary?"
"Yes, papa."
He was afraid to ask her whether he also had not been true to her. Even in that moment there arose in his mind a doubt whether all this evil might not have been avoided, had he contented himself to live beneath the same roof with his children. He said nothing of himself, but she supplied the want.
"I know you love me, papa, and have always been good to me. I did not mean that, but I never cared for any one but him, in that way."
Sir Thomas, in dealing with the character of his late ward, had been somewhat too severe. It is difficult, perhaps, to say what amount of misconduct does constitute a scoundrel, or justifies the critic in saying that this or that man is not a gentleman. There be those who affirm that he who owes a debt for goods which he cannot pay is no gentleman, and tradesmen, when they cannot get their money, are no doubt sometimes inclined to hold that opinion. But the opinion is changed when the money comes at last, especially if it comes with interest. Ralph had never owed a shilling which he did not intend to pay, and had not property to cover. That borrowing of money from Mr. Neefit was doubtless bad. No one would like to know that his son had borrowed money from his tailor. But it is the borrowing of the money that is bad, rather than the special dealing with the tradesman. And as to that affair with Polly, some excuse may be made. He had meant to be honest to Neefit, and he had meant to be true to Neefit's daughter. Even Sir Thomas, high-minded as he was, would hardly have passed so severe a sentence had not the great sufferer in the matter been his own daughter. But the words that he spoke were doubtless salutary to poor Clarissa. She never again said to Patience that she would not try to make a change, nor did she ever again declare that if Ralph came back again she would forgive him. On the day after the scene with her father she was up again, and she made an effort to employ herself about the house. On the next Sunday she went to church, and then they all knew that she was making the necessary struggle. Ralph's name was never mentioned, nor for a time was any allusion made to the family of the Newtons.
"The worst of it, I think, is over," said Patience one day to Mary. "The worst of it is over," said Mary, "but it is not all over. It is hard."
Chapter 42 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. Not broken-hearted. Christmas had come and gone at Newton Priory, and the late squire's son had left the place, protesting as he did so that he left it for ever. To him also life in that particular spot of earth was impossible, unless he could live there as the lord and master of all. Everybody throughout that and the neighbouring parishes treated him not only with kindness, but with the warmest affection. The gentry, the farmers, and the labourers, all men who had known him in the hunting field, in markets, on the bench, or at church, men, women, and children joined together in forming plans by means of which he could remain at Newton. The young squire asked him to make the house his home, at any rate for the hunting season. The parson offered half the parsonage. His friend Morris, who was a bachelor, suggested a joint home and joint stables between them. But it was all of no avail. Had it not been for the success which had so nearly crowned the late squire's efforts during the last 6 months, it might have been that his friends would have prevailed with him. but he had been too near being the master to be able to live at Newton in any other capacity. The tenants had been told that they were to be his tenants. The servants had been told that they were to be his servants. During a few short weeks he had almost been master, so absolute had been the determination of the old squire to show to all around him that his son, in spite of the blot upon the young man's birth, was now the heir in all things, and possessed of every privilege which would attach itself to an elder son. He himself, while his father lived, had taken these things calmly, had shown no elation, had even striven to moderate the vehemence of his father's efforts on his behalf, but not the less had he been conscious of the value of what was being done for him. To be the promised future owner of the acres on which he had lived, of the coverts through which he had ridden, of every tree and bank which he had known from his boyhood, had been to him a source of gratified pride, not the less strong because he had concealed it. The disappointment did hit him sorely. His dreams had been of Parliament, of power in the county, of pride of place and popularity. He now found that they were to be no more than dreams, but with this additional sorrow, that all around him knew that they had been dreamed. No, he could not stay at Newton, even for the sake of living with friends who loved him so dearly. He said little or nothing of this to any one. Not even to Gregory Newton or to his friend Morris did he tell much of his feeling. He was not proud of his dreamings, and it seemed to himself that his punishment was just. Nor could he speak to either of them or to any man of his past ambition, or of what hopes might remain to him in reference to Mary Bonner. The young squire had gone forth with the express purpose of wooing her, had declared his purpose of doing so, and had returned to Newton at any rate without any ready tale of triumph on his tongue. What had been his fortune the rival would not ask, and while the two remained together at the Priory, no further word was spoken of Mary Bonner. He, Ralph the dispossessed one, while he believed himself to be the heir, had intended to bring her home as a fitting queen to share his throne. It might be that she would consent to be his without a throne to share, but in thinking of her he could not but remember what his ambition had been, and he could hardly bring himself now to offer to her that which was comparatively so little worth the having. To suppose that she should already be fond of him, should already long for him as he longed for her, was contrary to his nature. Hitherto, when he had been in her presence, he had stood there as a man whose position in life was almost contemptible, and though it would be unjust to him to say that he had hoped to win her by his acres, still he had felt that his father's success on his behalf might justify him in that which would otherwise be unjustifiable. For the present, however, he could take no steps in that direction. He could only suggest to himself what had already been her answer, or what at some future time might be the answer she would make to his rival. He had lost a father between whom and himself there had existed ties not only of tender love, but of perfect friendship, and for a while he must bewail his loss. That he could not bewail his lost father without thinking of his lost property, and of the bride that had never been won, was an agony to his soul. He had found a farm down in Norfolk, near to Swaffham, which he could take for 12 months, with the option of purchase at the expiration of that time, and thither he betook himself. There were about 400 acres, and the place was within his means. He did not think it likely that Mary Bonner would choose to come and live upon a Norfolk farm, and yet what other work in life was there for which he was fit? Early in January he went down to Beamingham Hall, as the place was called, and there we will leave him for the present, consoling himself with oil cake and endeavouring to take a pride in a long row of stall-fed cattle. At this time the two brothers were living at Newton Priory. Ralph the heir had bought some of his uncle's horses, and had commenced hunting with the hounds around him, though he had not as yet withdrawn his stud from the Moonbeam. He was not altogether at his ease, as he had before the end of February received 3 or 4 letters from Neefit, all of them dictated by Waddle, in which his conduct was painted not in the most flattering colours. Neefit's money had been repaid, but Neefit would not understand that the young heir's obligations to him had by any means been acquitted by that very ordinary process. He had risked his money when payment was very doubtful, and now he intended to have something beyond cash in return for all that he had done. "There are debts of honour which a real gentleman feels himself more bound to pay than any bills," Waddle had written, and to such dogmatic teachings as these Neefit would always add something out of his own head. "There ain't nobody who shan't know all about it, unless you're on the square again." Ralph had written one reply since he had been at Newton, in which he explained at some length that it was impossible that he should renew his addresses to a young lady who had twice rejected them, and who had assured him that she did not love him. He professed the greatest respect for Miss Neefit, a respect which had, if possible, been heightened by her behaviour in this matter, but it must now be understood that the whole affair was at an end. Neefit would not understand this, but Neefit's further letters, which had not been unfrequent, were left unanswered. Ralph had now told the whole of the story to his brother, and had written his one reply from Newton in conformity with his brother's advice. After that they both thought that no further rejoinder could be of any service. The parsonage was for the time deserted, Gregory having for the present consented to share his brother's house. In spite of that little thorn in the flesh which Neefit was, Ralph was able to enjoy his life very thoroughly. He went on with all the improvements about the place which the squire had commenced, and was active in making acquaintance with every one who lived upon his land. He was not without good instincts, and understood thoroughly that respectability had many more attractions than a character for evil living. He was, too, easily amenable to influence from those around him, and under Gregory's auspices was constant at his parish church. He told himself at once that he had many duties to perform, and he attempted to perform them. He did not ask Lieutenant Cox or Captain Fooks to the Priory, and quite prepared himself for the character of Henry V. in miniature, as he walked about his park, and rode about his farms, and talked with the wealthier farmers on hunting mornings. He had a full conception of his own dignity, and some not altogether inaccurate idea of the manner in which it would become him to sustain it. He was perhaps a little too self-conscious and over-inclined to suppose that people were regarding his conduct because he was Newton of Newton. Newton of Newton, with no blot on his shield, by right of his birth, and subject to no man's reproach. He had failed grievously in one matter on which he had set his heart, but as to that he was, as the reader knows, resolved to try again. He had declared his passion to the other Ralph, but his rival had not made the confidence mutual. But hitherto he had said nothing on the subject to his brother. He had put it by, as it were, out of his mind for a while, resolving that it should not trouble him immediately in the middle of his new joys. It was a thing that would keep, a thing at any rate that need not overshadow him night and morning. When Neefit continued to disturb him with threats of publicity in regard to Polly's wrongs, he did tell himself that in no way could he so effectually quiet Mr. Neefit as by marrying somebody else, and that he would, at some very early date, have recourse to this measure. But in the meantime he would enjoy himself without letting his unrequited passion lie too heavily as a burden on his heart. So he ate and drank, and rode and prayed, and sat with his brother magistrates on the bench, and never ceased to think of his good fortune, in that he had escaped from the troubles of his youth unscathed and undegraded. Then there came a further letter from Mr. Neefit, from which there arose some increase of confidence among the brothers. There was nothing special in this letter. These letters indeed were very like to each other, and, as had now come to be observed, were always received on a Tuesday morning. It was manifest to them that Neefit spent the leisure hours of his Sundays in meditating upon the hardness of his position, and that, as every Monday morning came, he caused a new letter to be written. On this particular Tuesday Ralph had left home before the post had come, and did not get the breeches maker's epistle till his return from hunting. He chucked it across the table to Gregory when he came down to dinner, and the parson read it. There was no new attack in it, and as the servant was in the room, nothing was then said about it. But after dinner the subject was discussed. "I wish I knew how to stop the fellow's mouth," said the elder brother. "I think I should get Carey to see him," suggested Gregory. "He would understand a lawyer when he was told that nothing could come of it but trouble to himself and his daughter." "She has no hand in it, you know." "But it must injure her." "One would think so. But she is a girl whom nothing can injure. You can't imagine how good and how great she is. Great in her way, that is. She is as steady as a rock, and nobody who knows her will ever imagine her to be a party to her father's folly. She may pick and choose a husband any day she pleases, and the men about her won't mind this kind of thing as we should. No doubt all their friends joke him about it, but no one will think of blaming Polly." "It can't do her any good," said Gregory. "It cannot do her any harm. She has a strength of her own that even her father can't lessen." "All the same, I wish there were an end of it." "So do I, for my own sake," said Ralph. As he spoke he filled his glass and passed the bottle, and then was silent for a few moments. "Neefit did help me," he continued, "and I don't want to speak against him, but he is the most pig-headed old fool that ever existed. Nothing will stop him but Polly's marriage, or mine." "I suppose you will marry soon now? You ought to be married," said Gregory, in a melancholy tone, in which was told something of the disappointment of his own passion. "Well, yes. I believe I might as well tell you a little secret, Greg." "I suppose I can guess it," said Gregory, with still a deeper sound of woe. "I don't think you can. It is quite possible you may, however. You know Mary Bonner, don't you?" The cloud upon the parson's brow was at once lightened. "No," said he. "I have heard of her, of course." "You have never seen Mary Bonner?" "I have not been up in town since she came. What should take me up? And if I were there, I doubt whether I should go out to Fulham. What is the use of going?" But still, though he spoke thus, there was something less of melancholy in his voice than when he had first spoken. Ralph did not immediately go on with his story, and his brother now asked a question. "But what of Mary Bonner? Is she to be the future mistress of the Priory? God only knows. But you mean to ask her? I have asked her. And you are engaged? By no means. I wish I were. You haven't seen her, but I suppose you have heard of her? Ralph spoke of her, and told me that she was very lovely. Upon my word, I don't think that even in a picture I ever saw anything approaching to her beauty. You've seen that thing at Dresden? She is more like that than anything I know. She seems almost too grand for a fellow to speak to, and yet she looks as if she didn't know it. I don't think she does know it. Gregory said not a word, but looked at his brother, listening. But, by George, there's a dignity about her, a sort of self-possession, a kind of noli me tangere, you understand, which makes a man almost afraid to come near her. She hasn't sixpence in the world. That needn't signify to you now. Not in the least. I only just mention it to explain. And her father was nobody in particular, some old general who used to wear a cocked hat and keep the niggers down out in one of the colonies. She herself talked of coming home here to be a governess. By Jove, yes, a governess. Well, to look at her, you'd think she was born a countess in her own right. Is she so proud? No, it's not that. I don't know what it is. It's the way her head is put on. 'Pon my word, to see her turn her neck is the grandest thing in the world. I never saw anything like it. I don't know that she's proud by nature, though she has got a dash of that too. Don't you know there are some horses show their breeding at a glance? I don't suppose they feel it themselves, but there it is on them, like the hallmark on silver. I don't know whether you can understand a man being proud of his wife. Indeed I can. I don't mean of her personal qualities, but of the outside get-up. Some men are proud of their wives' clothes, or their jewels, or their false hair. With Mary nothing of that sort could have any effect, but to see her step, or move her head, or lift her arm, is enough to make a man feel that she beats every other woman in the world by chalks. And is she to be mistress here? Indeed she should, to-morrow, if she'd come. You did ask her? Yes, I asked her. And what did she say? Nothing that I care to hear. She had just been told all this accursed story about Polly Neefit. I'll never forgive Sir Thomas, never. The reader will be pleased to remember that Sir Thomas did not mention Miss Neefit's name or any of the circumstances of the Neefit contract to his niece. He could hardly have wished to set her against you. I don't know, but he must have told her. She threw it in my teeth that I ought to marry Polly. Then she did not accept you? By George, no, anything but that. She is one of those women who, as I fancy, never take a man at the first offer. It isn't that they mean to shilly and shally and make a fuss, but there's a sort of majesty about them which instinctively declines to yield itself. Unconsciously they feel something like offence at the suggestion that a man should think enough of himself to ask for such a possession. They come to it after a time. And she will come to it after a time? I didn't mean to say that. I don't intend, however, to give it up. Ralph paused in his story, considering whether he would tell his brother what Mary had confessed to him as to her affection for some one else. But he resolved at last that he would say nothing of that. He had himself put less of confidence in that assertion than he did in her rebuke with reference to the other young woman to whom she chose to consider that he owed himself. It was his nature to think rather of what absolutely concerned himself, than of what related simply to her. "I shan't give her up. That's all I can say," he continued. "I'm not the sort of fellow to give things up readily." It did occur to Gregory at that moment that his brother had not shown much self-confidence on that question of giving up the property. "I'm pretty constant when I've set my mind on a thing. I'm not going to let any woman break my heart for me, but I shall stick to it." He was not going to let any woman break his heart for him. Gregory, as he heard this, knew that his brother regarded him as a man whose heart was broken, and he could not help asking himself whether or not it was good for a man that he should be able to suffer as he suffered, because a woman was fair, and yet not fair for him. That his own heart was broken after the fashion of which his brother was speaking, he was driven to confess to himself. It was not that he should die, or that his existence would be one long continued hour of misery to him. He could eat and drink, and do his duty, and enjoy his life, and yet his heart was broken. He could not piece it so that it should be fit for any other woman. He could not teach himself not to long for that one woman who would not love him. The romance of his life had formed itself there, and there it must remain. In all his solitary walks it was of her that he still thought. Of all the bright castles in the air which he still continued to build, she was ever the mistress. And yet he knew that she would never make him happy. He had absolutely resolved that he would not torment her by another request. But he gave himself no praise for his constancy, looking on himself as being somewhat weak in that he could not overcome his longing. When Ralph declared that he would not break his heart, but that nevertheless he would stick to the girl, Gregory envied him, not doubting of his success, and believing that it was to men of this calibre that success in love is generally given. "I hope with all my heart that you may win her," he said. "I must run my chance like another. There's no veni vidi vici about it, I can tell you. Nor is it likely that there should be with such a girl as Mary Bonner. Fill your glass, old fellow. We needn't sit mum chance because we're thinking of our loves." "I had thought," began Gregory very slowly. "What did you think?" "I had thought once that you were thinking of Clarissa." "What put that into your head?" "If you had, I should never have said a word, nor fancied any wrong. Of course she'll marry some one, and I don't know why I should ever wish that it should not be you." "But what made you think of it?" "Well, I did. It was just a word that Patience said in one of her letters." "What sort of word?" asked Ralph, with much interest. "It was nothing, you know. I just misunderstood her. When one is always thinking of a thing, everything turns itself that way. I got it into my head that she meant to hint to me that as you and Clary were fond of each other, I ought to forget it all. I made up my mind that I would, but it is so much easier to make up one's mind than to do it." There came a tear in each eye as he spoke, and he turned his face toward the fire that his brother might not see them. And there they remained, hot and oppressive, because he would not raise his hand to rub them away. "I wonder what it was she said?" asked Ralph. "Oh, nothing. Don't you know how a fellow has fancies?" "There wasn't anything in it," said Ralph. "Oh, of course not." "Patience might have imagined it," said Ralph. "That's just like such a sister as Patience." "She's the best woman that ever lived," said Gregory. "As good as gold," said Ralph. "I don't think, however, I shall very soon forgive Sir Thomas."
"I don't mind saying now that I am glad it is so," said Gregory. "Though as regards Clary, that seems to be cruel. But I don't think I could have come here much had she become your wife." "Nothing shall ever separate us, Greg." "I hope not. But I don't know whether I could have done it. I almost think that I oughtn't to live where I should see her, and I did fear it at one time." "She'll come to the parsonage yet, old fellow, if you'll stick to her," said Ralph. "Never," said Gregory. Then that conversation was over. Chapter 43 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Once more. At the end of February, Ralph declared his purpose of returning to the Moonbeam for the rest of the hunting season. "I'm not going to be such an ass," he said to his brother, "as to keep 2 sets of horses going. I bought my uncle's because it seemed to suit just at the time, and there are the others at Horseball's, because I've not had time to settle down yet. I'll go over for March and take a couple with me, and at the end of it I'll get rid of those I don't like. Then that'll be the end of the Moonbeam as far as I am concerned." So he prepared to start, and on the evening before he went his brother declared that he would go as far as London with him. "That's all right," said Ralph. "But what's taking you up now?" The parson said that he wanted to get a few things and have his hair cut. He shouldn't stay above one night. Ralph asked no more questions, and the 2 brothers went up to London together. We fear that Patience Underwood may not have been in all respects a discreet preserver of her sister's secrets. But then there is nothing more difficult of attainment than discretion in the preservation of such mysteries. To keep a friend's secret well, the keeper of it should be firmly resolved to act upon it in no way, not even for the advantage of the owner of it. If it be confided to you as a secret that your friend is about to make his maiden speech in the house, you should not even invite your acquaintances to be in their places, not if secrecy be the first object. In all things the knowledge should be to you as though you had it not. Great love is hardly capable of such secrecy as this. In the fulness of her love, Patience had allowed her father to learn the secret of poor Clary's heart, and in the fulness of her love she had endeavoured to make things smooth at Newton. She had not told the young clergyman that Clarissa had given to his brother that which she could not give to him, but meaning to do a morsel of service to both of them, if that might be possible, she had said a word or two, with what effect the reader will have seen from the conversation given in the last chapter. "She'll come to the parsonage yet," Ralph had said, and Gregory, in one word, had implied his assured conviction that any such coming was a thing not to be hoped for, an event not even to be regarded as possible. Nevertheless, he made up his mind that he would go up to London, to have his hair cut. In so making up his mind, he did not for a moment believe that it could be of any use to him. He was not quite sure that when in London he would go to Popham Villa. He was quite sure that if he did go to Popham Villa, he would make no further offer to Clarissa. He knew that his journey was foolish, simply the result of an uneasy, restless spirit, that it would be better for him to remain in his parish and move about among the old women and bedridden men, but still he went. He would dine at his club, he said, and perhaps he might go down to Fulham on the following morning. And so the brothers parted. Ralph, as a man of property, with many weighty matters on hand, had of course much to do,
He desired to inspect some agricultural implements and a new carriage. He had ever so many things to say to Carey, the lawyer, and wanted to order new harnesses for the horses. So he went to his club and played whist all the afternoon. Gregory, as soon as he had secured a bed at a quiet inn, walked off to Southampton Buildings. From the direct manner in which this was done, it might have been argued that he had come up to London with the purpose of seeing Sir Thomas, but it was not so. He turned his steps towards the place where Clary's father was generally to be found, because he knew not what else to do. As he went, he told himself that he might as well leave it alone, but still he went. Stemm at once told him, with a candour that was almost marvellous, that Sir Thomas was out of town. The hearing of the petition was going on at Percycross, and Sir Thomas was there as a matter of course. Stemm seemed to think it rather odd that an educated man, such as was the Reverend Gregory Newton, should have been unaware that the petition against the late election at Percycross was being carried on at this moment. "We've got Sergeant Burnaby and little Mr. Joram down to make a fight of it," said Mr. Stemm. "But as far as I can learn, they might just as well have remained up in town. It's only sending good money after bad." The young parson hardly expressed that interest in the matter which Stemm had expected, but turned away, thinking whether he had not better have his hair cut at once and then go home. But he did go to Popham Villa on the same afternoon, and, such was his fortune, he found Clarissa alone. Since her father had seen her in bed, and spoken to her of what he had called the folly of her love, she had not again given herself up to the life of a sick-room. She dressed herself and came down to breakfast of a morning, and then would sit with a needle in her hand till she took her book, and then with a book till she took her needle. She tried to work and tried to read, and perhaps she did accomplish a little of each. And then, when Patience would tell her that exercise was necessary, she would put on her hat and creep out among the paths. She did make some kind of effort to get over the evil that had come upon her, but still no one could watch her and not know that she was a wounded deer. "Miss Clarissa is at home," said the servant, who well knew that the young clergyman was one of the rejected suitors. There had been hardly a secret in the house in reference to Gregory Newton's love. "The two other young ladies," the girl said, "had gone to London, but would be home to dinner." Then, with a beating heart, Gregory was ushered into the drawing-room. Clarissa was sitting near the window with a novel in her lap, having placed herself there with the view of getting what was left of the light of the early spring evening. But she had not read a word for the last quarter of an hour. She was thinking of that word scoundrel, with which her father had spoken of the man she loved. Could it be that he was in truth so bad as that? And if it were true, would she not take him, scoundrel as he was, if he would come to her? He might be a scoundrel in that one thing, on that one occasion, and yet be good to her. He might repent his scoundrelism, and she certainly would forgive it. Of one thing she was quite sure. He had not looked like a scoundrel when he had given her that assurance on the lawn. And so she thought of young men in general. It was very easy to call a young man a scoundrel, and yet to forgive him all his iniquities when it suited to do so. Young men might get in debt and gamble and make love wherever they pleased, and all at once, and yet be forgiven. All these things were very bad. It might be just to call a man a scoundrel because he could not pay his debts, or because he made bets about horses. Young men did a great many things which would be horrid indeed were a girl to do them. Then one papa would call such a man a scoundrel, because he was not wanted to come to the house, while another papa would make him welcome and give him the best of everything. Ralph Newton might be a scoundrel, but if so, as Clarissa thought, there were a great many good-looking scoundrels about in the world, as to whom their scoundrelism did very little to injure them in the esteem of all their friends. It was thus that Clarissa was thinking over her own affairs when Gregory Newton was shown into the room. The greeting on both sides was at first formal and almost cold. Clary had given a little start of surprise, and had then subsided into a most demure mode of answering questions. Yes, papa was at Percycross. She did not know when he was expected back. Mary and Patience were in London. Yes, she was at home all alone. No, she had not seen Ralph since his uncle's death. The question which elicited this answer had been asked without any design, and Clary endeavoured to make her reply without emotion. If she displayed any, Gregory, who had his own affairs upon his mind, did not see it. No, they had not seen the other Mr. Newton as he passed through town. They had all understood that he had been very much disturbed by his father's horrible accident and death. Then Gregory paused in his questions, and Clarissa expressed a hope that there might be no more hunting in the world. It was very hard work, this conversation, and Gregory was beginning to think that he had done no good by coming, when on a sudden he struck a chord from whence came a sound of music. "Ralph and I have been living together at the Priory," he said. "Oh yes, indeed. I think I heard Patience say that you were at the Priory." "I suppose I shall not be telling any secret to you in talking about him and your cousin Mary?" Clarissa felt that she was blushing up to her brow, but she made a great effort to compose herself. "Oh no," she said, "we all know of it." "I hope he may be successful," said Gregory. "I do not know. I cannot tell." "I never knew a man more thoroughly in love than he is." "I don't believe it," said Clarissa. "Not believe it! Indeed you may, Clary. I have never seen her, but from what he says of her I suppose her to be most beautiful." "She is very beautiful." This was said with a strong emphasis. "And why should you not believe it?" "It will not be of the slightest use, Mr. Newton, and you may tell him so, though I suppose it is impossible to make a man believe that." "Are we both so unfortunate?" he asked. The poor girl, with her wounded love and every feeling sore within her, had not intended to say anything that should be cruel or injurious to Gregory himself, and it was not till the words were out of her mouth that she herself perceived their effect. "Oh, Mr. Newton, I was only thinking of him," she said, innocently. "I only meant that Ralph is one of those who always think they are to have everything they want." "I am not one of those, Clarissa, and yet I am one who seem never to be tired of asking for that which is not to be given to me. I said to myself when last I went from here that I would never ask again, that I would never trouble you any more." She was sitting with the book in her hand, looking out into the gloom, and now she made no attempt to answer him. "And yet, you see, here I am," he continued. She was still silent, and her head was still turned away from him, but he could see that tears were streaming down her cheeks. "I have not the power not to come to you while yet there is a chance," he said. "I can live and work without you, but I can have no life of my own. When I first saw you I made a picture to myself of what my life might be, and I cannot get that moved from before my eyes. I am sorry, however, that my coming should make you weep." "Oh, Mr. Newton, I am so wretched," she said, turning round sharply upon him. For a moment she had thought that she would tell him everything, and then she checked herself and remembered how ill placed such a confidence would be. "What should make you wretched, dearest?" "I do not know. I cannot tell. I sometimes think the world is bad altogether, and that I had better die. People are so cruel and so hard, and things are so wrong. But you may tell your brother that he need not think of my cousin Mary. Nothing ever would move her. Sh! Here they are. Do not say that I was crying." He was introduced to the beauty, and as the lights came on, Clarissa escaped. Yes, she was indeed most lovely, but as he looked on her, Gregory felt that he agreed with Clarissa that nothing on earth would move her. He remained there for another half hour, but Clarissa did not return. Chapter 44 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Petition. The time for hearing the petition at Percycross had at length come, and the judge had gone down to that ancient borough. The day fixed was Monday the 27th, and Parliament had then been sitting for 3 weeks. Mr. Griffenbottom had been as constant in his place as though there had been no sword hanging over his head, but Sir Thomas had not as yet even taken the oaths. He had made up his mind that he would not even enter the House while this bar against him as a legislator existed, and he had not as yet even been seen in the lobby. His daughters, his colleague, Mr. Trigger, and Stemm, had all expostulated with him on the subject, assuring him that he should treat the petition with the greatest contempt, at any rate till it should have proved itself by its success to be a matter not contemptible. But to these counsellors he gave no ear, and when he went down to give his evidence before the judge at Percycross, his seat had as yet availed him nothing. Mr. Griffenbottom had declared that he would not pay a shilling towards the expense of the petition, maintaining that his own seat was safe, and that any peril incurred had been so incurred simply on behalf of Sir Thomas. Nothing, according to Mr. Griffenbottom's views, could be more unjust than to expect that he should take any part in the matter. Trigger, too, had endeavoured to impress this upon Sir Thomas more than once or twice. But this had been all in vain, and Sir Thomas, acting under the advice of his own attorney, had at last compelled Mr. Griffenbottom to take his share in the matter. Mr. Griffenbottom did not scruple to say that he was very ill used, and to hint that any unfair practices which might possibly have prevailed during the last election at Percycross had all been adopted on behalf of Sir Thomas, and in conformity with Sir Thomas's views. It will, therefore, be understood that the two members did not go down to the borough in the best humour with each other. Mr. Trigger still nominally acted for both, but it had been almost avowed that Sir Thomas was to be treated as a Jonah, if by such treatment any salvation might be had for the ship of which Griffenbottom was to be regarded as the captain. Mr. Westmacott was also in Percycross, and so was Moggs, reinstated in his old room at the Cordwainers' Arms. Moggs had not been summoned, nor was his presence there required for any purpose immediately connected with the inquiry to be made. But purity and the rights of labour may always be advocated, and when better than at a moment in which the impurity of a borough is about to be made the subject of public condemnation? and Moggs, moreover, had now rankling in his bosom a second cause of enmity against the Tories of the borough. Since the election he had learned that his rival, Ralph Newton, was in some way connected with the sitting member, Sir Thomas, and he laid upon Sir Thomas's back the weight of his full displeasure in reference to the proposed marriage with Polly Neefit. He had heard that Polly had raised some difficulty, had indeed rejected her aristocratic suitor, and was therefore not without hope, but he had been positively assured by Neefit himself that the match would be made, and was consequently armed with a double purpose in his desire to drive Sir Thomas ignominiously out of Percycross. Sir Thomas had had more than one interview with Serjeant Burnaby and little Mr. Joram, than whom two more astute barristers in such matters were not to be found at that time practising, though perhaps at that time the astuteness of the Serjeant was on the wane, while that of Jacky Joram, as he was familiarly called, was daily rising in repute. Sir Thomas himself, barrister and senior to these two gentlemen, had endeavoured to hold his own with them, and to impress on them the conviction that he had nothing to conceal, that he had personally endeavoured, as best he knew how, to avoid corruption, and that if therefore there had been corruption on the part of his own agents, he was himself ready to be a party in proclaiming it. But he found himself to be absolutely ignored and put out of court by his own counsel. They were gentlemen with whom professionally he had had no intercourse, as he had practised at the Chancery, and they at the common law bar. But he had been Solicitor General, and was a bencher of his inn, whereas Serjeant Burnaby was only a sergeant, and Jacky Joram still wore a stuff gown. Nevertheless, he found himself to be nowhere in discussing with them the circumstances of the election. Even Joram, whom he seemed to remember having seen only the other day as an ugly, shamefaced boy about the courts, treated him not exactly with indignity, but with patronizing good nature, listening with an air of half attention to what he said, and then not taking the slightest heed of a word of it. Who does not know this transparent pretence of courtesies, which of all discourtesies is the most offensive? "Ah, just so, Sir Thomas, just so. And now, Mr. Trigger, I suppose Mr. Puffer's account hasn't yet been settled?" Any word from Mr. Trigger was of infinitely greater value with Mr. Joram than all Sir Thomas's protestations. Sir Thomas could not keep himself from remembering that Jacky Joram's father was a cheesemonger at Gloucester, who had married the widow of a Jew with a little money. 20 times Sir Thomas made up his mind to retire from the business altogether, but he always found himself unable to do so. When he mentioned the idea, Griffenbottom flung up his hands in dismay at such treachery on the part of an ally, such treachery and such cowardice. What, had not he, Sir Thomas, forced him, Griffenbottom, into all this ruinous expenditure? And now to talk of throwing up the sponge! It was in vain that Sir Thomas explained that he had forced nobody into it. It was manifestly the case that he had refused to go on with it by himself, and on this Mr. Griffenbottom and Mr. Trigger insisted so often, and with so much strength, that Sir Thomas felt himself compelled to stand to his guns, bad as he believed those guns to be. If Sir Thomas meant to retreat, why had he not retreated when a proposition to that effect was made to him at his own chambers? Of all the weak, vacillating, ill-conditioned men that Mr. Griffenbottom had ever been concerned with, Sir Thomas Underwood was the weakest, most vacillating, and most ill-conditioned. To have to sit in the same boat with such a man was the greatest misfortune that had ever befallen Mr. Griffenbottom in public life. Mr. Griffenbottom did not exactly say these hard things in the hearing of Sir Thomas, but he so said them that they became the common property of the Jorams, Triggers, Spiveycombs, and Spicers, and were repeated piecemeal to the unhappy second member. He had secured for himself a separate sitting-room at the Percy Standard, thinking that thus he would have the advantage of being alone. But every one connected with his party came in and out of his room as though it had been specially selected as a chamber for public purposes. Even Griffenbottom came into it to have interviews there with Trigger, although at the moment Griffenbottom and Sir Thomas were not considered to be on speaking terms. Griffenbottom in these matters seemed to have the hide of a rhinoceros. He had chosen to quarrel with Sir Thomas. He had declared that he would not speak to a colleague whose parliamentary ideas and habits were so repulsive to him. He had said quite aloud that Trigger had never made a greater mistake in his life than in bringing Sir Thomas to the borough, and that, let the petition go as it would, Sir Thomas should never be returned for the borough again. He had spoken all these things almost in the hearing of Sir Thomas, and yet he would come to Sir Thomas's private room, and sit there half the morning with a cigar in his mouth. Mr. Pile would come in and make most unpleasant speeches. Mr. Spicer called continually with his own ideas about the borough. The thing could be still saved if enough money were spent. If Mr. Givantake were properly handled, and Mr. O'Blather duly provided for, the two witnesses upon whom the thing really hung would not be found in Percycross when called upon to-morrow. That was Mr. Spicer's idea, and he was very eager to communicate it to Sergeant Burnaby. Trigger, in his energy, told Mr. Spicer to go and be damned. All this occurred in Sir Thomas's private room, and then Mr. Pabsby was there constantly, till at last was turned out by Trigger. In his agony Sir Thomas asked for another sitting-room, but was informed that the house was full. The room intended for the two members was occupied by Griffenbottom, but nobody ever suggested that the party might meet there when Sir Thomas's vain request was made for further accommodation. Griffenbottom went on with his cigar, and Mr. Pile sat picking his teeth before the fire and making unpleasant little speeches. The judge, who had hurried into Percycross from another town, and who opened the commission on the Monday evening, did not really begin his work till the Tuesday morning. Jacky Joram had declared that the inquiry would last 3 days, he having pledged himself to be at another town early on the following Friday. Sergeant Burnaby, whose future services were not in such immediate demand, was of opinion that they would not get out of Percycross till Saturday night. Judge Crumby, who was to try the case, and who had been trying similar cases ever since Christmas, was not due at his next town till the Monday, but it was understood by everybody that he intended, if possible, to spend his Saturday and Sunday in the bosom of his family. Trigger, however, had magnificent ideas. "I believe we shall carry them into the middle of next week," he said, "if they choose to go on with it." Trigger thoroughly enjoyed the petition, and even Griffenbottom, who was no longer troubled by gout, and was not now obliged to walk about the borough, did not seem to dislike it. But to poor Sir Thomas it was indeed a purgatory. The sitting members were of course accused, both as regarded themselves and their agents, of every crime known in electioneering tactics. Votes had been personated, Votes had been bought. Votes had been obtained by undue influence on the part of masters and landlords, and there had been treating of the most pernicious and corrupt description. As to the personating of votes, that, according to Mr. Trigger, had been merely introduced as a pleasant commencing fiction common in parliamentary petitions. There had been nothing of the kind, and nobody supposed that there had, and it did not signify. Of undue influence, what purists choose to call undue influence, there had of course been plenty. It was not likely that masters paying thousands a year in wages were going to let these men vote against themselves. But this influence was so much a matter of course that it could not be proved to the injury of the sitting members. Such at least was Mr. Trigger's opinion. Mr. Spicer might have been a little imprudent with his men, but no case could be brought up in which a man had been injured. Undue influence at Percycross was gammon, so said Mr. Trigger, and Jacky Joram agreed with Mr. Trigger. Sergeant Burnaby rubbed his hands, and would give no opinion till he had heard the evidence. That votes had been bought during the day of the election there was no doubt on earth. On this matter great secrecy prevailed, and Sir Thomas could not get a word spoken in his own hearing. It was admitted, however, that votes had been bought. There were a dozen men, perhaps more than a dozen, who would prove that one Glump had paid them 10 shillings apiece between 1 and 2 on the day of the election. There was a general belief that perhaps over 100 had been bought at that rate, but Trigger was ready to swear that he did not know whence Glump had got the money, and Glump himself was. Nobody knew where Glump was, but strange whispers respecting Glump were floating about the borough. Trigger was disposed to believe that they, on their side, could prove that Glump had really been employed by Westmacott's people to vitiate the election. He was quite sure that nothing could connect Glump with him as an agent on behalf of Griffenbottom and Underwood. So Mr. Trigger asserted with the greatest confidence. But what was in the bottom of Mr. Trigger's mind on this subject no one pretended to know. As for Glump himself, he was a man who would certainly take payment from anybody for any dirty work. It was the general impression through the borough that Glump had on this occasion been hired by Trigger, and Trigger certainly enjoyed the prestige which was thus conferred upon him. As to the treating, there could be no doubt about that. There had been treating. The idea of conducting an election at Percycross without beer seemed to be absurd to every male and female Percycrossian. Of course the publicans would open their taps, and then send in their bills for beer to the electioneering agents. There was a prevailing feeling that any interference with so ancient a practice was not only un-English, but unjust also, that it was beyond the power of Parliament to enforce any law so abominable and unnatural. Trigger was of opinion that though there had been a great deal of beer, no attempt would be made to prove that votes had been influenced by treating. There had been beer on both sides, and Trigger hoped sincerely that there might always be beer on both sides as long as Percycross was a borough. Sir Thomas found that his chance of success was now spoken of in a tone very different from that which had been used when the matter was discussed in his own chamber. He had been then told that it was hardly possible that he should keep his seat, and he had in fact been asked to resign it. Though sick enough of Percycross, this he would not do in the manner then proposed to him. Now he was encouraged in the fight, but the encouragement was of a nature which gave him no hope, which robbed him even of the wish to have a hope. It was all dirt from beginning to end. Whatever might be the verdict of the judge, from the judge the verdict was now to come, he should still believe that nothing short of absolute disfranchisement would meet the merits of the case. The accusation with regard to the personation of votes was abandoned, Sergeant Burnaby expressing the most extreme disgust that any such charge should have been made without foundation, although he himself at the borough which he had last left had brought forward the same charge on behalf of his then clients, and had abandoned it in the same way. Then the whole of the remaining hours of the Tuesday and half the Wednesday were passed in showing that Messrs. Spicer, Spiveycomb, and Roodylands had forced their own men to vote blue. Mr. Spicer had dismissed one man, and Mr. Spiveycomb 2 men, but both these gentlemen swore that the men dismissed were not worth their salt, and had been sent adrift upon the world by no means on account of their politics. True, they had all voted for Moggs, but then they had done that simply to spite their late master. On the middle of Wednesday, when the matter of intimidation had been completed, the result still lying in the bosom of Baron Crumbie, Mr. Trigger thought that things were looking up. That was the report which he brought to Mr. Griffenbottom, who was smoking his midday cigar in Sir Thomas's arm-chair, while Sir Thomas was endeavouring to master the first book of Lord Verulam's later treatise De Dignitate Scientiarum, seated in a cane-bottomed chair in a very small bedroom upstairs. By consent the question of treating came next. Heaven and earth were being moved to find Glump. When the proposition was made that the treating should come before the bribery, Trigger stated in court that he was himself doing his very best to find the man. There might yet be a hope, though, alas, the hope was becoming slighter every hour. His own idea was that Glump had been sent away to Holland by, well, he did not care to name the parties by whom he believed that Glump had been expatriated. However, there might be a chance. The counsel on the other side remarked that there might indeed be a chance. Baron Crumbie expressed a hope that Mr. Glump might make his appearance, for the sake of the borough, which might otherwise fare badly, and then the great beer question was discussed for 2 entire days. There was no doubt about the beer. Trigger, who was examined after some half-score of publicans, said openly that thirsty Conservative souls had been allowed to slake their draught at the joint expense of the Conservative party in the borough, as thirsty Liberal souls had been encouraged to do on the other side. When reminded that any malpractice in that direction on the part of a beaten candidate could not affect the status of the elected members, he replied that all the beer consumed in Percycross during the election had not, to the best of his belief, affected a vote. The Percycrossians were not men to vote this way or that because of beer. He would not believe it even in regard to a Liberal Percycrossian. It might be so in other boroughs, but of other boroughs he knew absolutely nothing. Who paid for the beer? Mr. Trigger at once acknowledged that it was paid for out of the general funds provided for the election. Who provided those funds? There was not a small amount of fencing on this point, during the course of which Mr. Joram snapped very sharply and very frequently at the counsel on the other side, hoping thereby somewhat to change the issue. But at last there came out these 2 facts, that there was a general fund, to which all Conservatives might subscribe, and that the only known subscribers to this fund were Mr. Griffenbottom, Sir Thomas Underwood, and old Mr. Pile, who had given a £10 note, apparently with the view of proving that there was a fund. It was agreed on all hands that treating had been substantiated, but it was remarked by some that Baron Crumbie had not been hard upon treating in other boroughs, After all, the result would depend upon what the Baron thought about Mr. Glump. It might be that he would recommend further inquiry, under a special commission, into the practices of the borough because of the Glump iniquities, and that he should nevertheless leave the seats to the sitting members. That seemed to be Mr. Trigger's belief on the evening of the Thursday, as he took his brandy and water in Sir Thomas's private sitting room. There is nothing in the world so brisk as the ways and manners of lawyers when in any great case they come to that portion of it which they know to be the real bone of the limb and kernel of the nut. The doctor is very brisk when, after a dozen moderately dyspeptic patients, he comes on some unfortunate gentleman whose gastric apparatus is gone altogether. The parson is very brisk when he reaches the minatory clause in his sermon. The minister is very brisk when he asks the House for a vote, telling his hoped-for followers that this special point is absolutely essential to his government. Unless he can carry this, he and all those hanging on to him must vacate their places. The horse dealer is very brisk when, after 4 or 5 indifferent lots, he bids his man bring out from the stable the last thoroughbred that he bought, and the very best that he ever put his eye on. But the briskness of none of these is equal to the briskness of the barrister who has just got into his hands for cross-examination him whom we may call the centre witness of a great case. He plumes himself like a bullfinch going to sing. He spreads himself like a peacock on a lawn. He perks himself like a sparrow on a paling. He crows amidst his attorneys and all the satellites of the court like a cock among his hens. He puts his hands this way and that, settling even the sunbeams as they enter, lest a mote should disturb his intellect or dull the edge of his subtlety. There is a modesty in his eye, a quiescence in his lips, a repose in his limbs, under which lie half concealed, not at all concealed from those who have often watched him at his work, the glance, the tone, the spring, which are to tear that unfortunate witness into pieces, without infringing any one of those conventional rules which have been laid down for the guidance of successful, well-mannered barristers. Sergeant Burnaby, though astute, was not specially brisk by nature, but on this Friday morning Mr. Joram was very brisk indeed. There was a certain Mr. Cavity, who had acted as agent for Westmacott, and who, if anybody on the Westmacott side had been so guilty, had been guilty in the matter of Glump's absence. Perhaps we should not do justice to Mr. Joram's acuteness were we to imagine him as believing that Glump was absent under other influence than that used on behalf of the Conservative side. But there were subsidiary points on which Mr. Cavity might be made to tell tales. Of course there had been extensive bribery for years past in Percycross on the Liberal as well as on the Conservative side, and Mr. Joram thought that he could make Mr. Cavity tell a tale. And then, too, he could be very brisk in that affair of Glump. He was pretty nearly sure that Mr. Glump could not be connected by evidence with either of the sitting members or with any of their agents. He would prove that Glump was neutral ground, and that as such his services could not be traced to his friend Mr. Trigger. Mr. Joram on this occasion was very brisk indeed. A score of men were brought up, ignorant, half-dumb, heavy-browed men, all dressed in the amphibious garb of out-of-door town labourers, of whom there exists a class of hybrids between the rural labourer and the artisan, each one of whom acknowledged that after noon on the election day he received 10 shillings, with instructions to vote for Griffenbottom and Underwood, And they did vote for Griffenbottom and Underwood. At all elections in Percycross they had, as they now openly acknowledged, waited till about the same hour on the day of election, and then somebody had bought their votes for somebody. On this occasion the purchase had been made by Mr. Glump. There was a small empty house up a little alley in the town, to which there was a back door opening on a vacant space in the town, known as Grinder's Green. They entered this house by one door, leaving it by the other, and as they passed through, Glump gave to each man half a sovereign with instructions, entering their names in a small book, and then they went in a body and voted for Griffenbottom and Underwood. Each of the 20 knew nearly all the other 20, but none of them knew any other men who had been paid by Glump. Of course, none of them had the slightest knowledge of Glump's present abode. It was proved that at the last election Glump had acted for the Liberals, but it was also proved that at the last election before he had been active in bribing for the Conservatives. Very many things were proved, if a thing be proved when supported by testimony on oath. Trigger proved that 20 votes alone could have been of no service, and would not certainly have been purchased in a manner so detrimental. According to Trigger's views, it was as clear as daylight that Glump had not been paid by them. When asked whether he would cause Mr. Glump to be repaid that sum of £10, should Mr. Glump send in any bill to that effect, he simply stated that Mr. Glump would certainly send no such bill to him. He was then asked whether it might not be possible that the money should be repaid by Messrs. Griffenbottom and Underwood through his hands, reaching Glump again by means of a further middleman. Mr. Trigger acknowledged that were such a claim made upon him by any known agent of his party, he would endeavour to pass the £10 through the accounts, as he thought that there should be a certain feeling of honour in these things. But he did not for a moment think that any one acting with him would have dealings with Glump. On the Saturday morning, when the case was still going on, to the great detriment of Baron Grumble's domestic happiness, Glump had not yet been caught. It seemed that the man had no wife, no relative, no friend. The woman at whose house he lodged declared that he often went and came after this fashion. The respect with which Glump's name was mentioned, as his persistency in disobeying the law and his capability for intrigue were thus proved, was so great that it was a pity he could not have been there to enjoy it. For the hour he was a great man in Percycross, and the greater because Baron Crumbie did not cease to threaten him with terrible penalties. Much other bribery was alleged, but none other was distinctly brought home to the agents of the sitting members. As to bringing bribery home to Mr. Griffenbottom himself, that appeared to be out of the question. Nobody seemed even to wish to do that. The judge, as it appeared, did not contemplate any result so grave and terrible as that. There was a band of freemen of whom it was proved that they had all been treated with most excessive liberality by the corporation of the town, and it was proved also that a majority of the corporation were supporters of Mr. Griffenbottom. A large number of votes had been so secured. Such at least was the charge made by the petitioners. But this allegation Jacky Joram laughed to scorn. The corporation, of course, used the charities and privileges of the town as they thought right, and the men voted as they thought right. The only cases of bribery absolutely proved were those manipulated by Glump, and nothing had been adduced clearly connecting Glump and the Griffenbottomites. Mr. Trigger was in ecstasies, but Mr. Joram somewhat repressed him by referring to these oracular words which had fallen from the Baron in respect to the corporation. "A corporation may be guilty as well as an individual," the Baron had said. Jacky Joram had been very eager in assenting to the Baron, but in asserting at the same time that the bribery must be proved. "It won't be assumed, my lord, that a corporation has bribed because it has political sympathies." "It should have none," said the Baron. "Human nature is human nature, my lord, even in corporations," said Jacky Joram. This took place just before luncheon, which was made a solemn meal on all sides, as the judge had declared his intention of sitting till midnight if necessary. Immediately after the solemn meal Mr. Griffenbottom was examined. It had been the declared purpose of the other side to turn Mr. Griffenbottom inside out. Mr. Griffenbottom and his conduct had on various former occasions been the subject of parliamentary petitions under the old form, but on such occasions the chief delinquent himself was never examined. Now Mr. Griffenbottom would be made to tell all that he knew, not only of his present but of his past iniquities. And yet Mr. Griffenbottom told very little, and it certainly did seem to the bystanders that even the opposing counsel, even the judge on the bench, abstained from their prey because he was a member of Parliament. It was notorious to all the world that Griffenbottom had debased the borough, had so used its venal tendencies as to make that systematic which had before been too frequent indeed, but yet not systematized, that he had trained the rising generation of Percycross politicians to believe in political corruption. And yet he escaped that utter turning inside out of which men had spoken. The borough had cost him a great deal of money certainly, but as far as he knew the money had been spent legally. It had at least always been his intention before an election was commenced that nothing illegal should be done. He had no doubt always afterwards paid sums of money, the use of which he did not quite understand, and as to some of which he could not but fear that it had been doubtfully applied. The final accounts as to the last election had not reached him, but he did not expect to be charged with improper expenses. There no doubt would be something for beer, but that was unavoidable. As to Mr. Glump, he knew literally nothing of the man, nor had he wanted any such man's assistance. 20 votes indeed! Let them look at his place upon the poll. There had been a time in the day when 20 votes this way or that might be necessary to Sir Thomas. He had been told that it was so. On the day of the election his own position on the poll had been so certain to him that he should not have cared, that is, for himself, had he heard that Glump was buying votes against him. He considered it to be quite out of the question that Glump should have bought votes for him, with any purpose of serving him, and so Mr. Griffenbottom escaped from the adverse counsel and from the judge. There was very little in the examination of Sir Thomas Underwood to interest any one. No one really suspected him of corrupt practices. In all such cases the singular part of the matter is that everybody, those who are concerned and those who are not concerned, really know the whole truth which is to be investigated, and yet that which everybody knows cannot be substantiated. There were not 5 men in court who were not certain that Griffenbottom was corrupt, and that Sir Thomas was not, that the borough was rotten as a 6-month-old egg, that Glump had acted under one of Trigger's aides de camp, that intimidation was the law of the borough, and that beer was used so that men drunk might not fear that which sober they had not the courage to encounter. All this was known to everybody, and yet up to the last it was thought by many in Percycross that corruption, acknowledged, transparent, egregious corruption, would prevail even in the presence of a judge. Mr. Trigger believed it to the last. But it was not so thought by the Jacky Jorams or by the Sergeant Burnabys. They made their final speeches, the leading lawyer on each side, but they knew well what was coming. At 7:30, for to so late an hour had the work been continued, the judge retired to get a cup of tea, and returned at 8 to give his award. It was as follows. As to the personation of votes, there should have been no allegation made. In regard to the charge of intimidation, it appeared that the system prevailed to such an extent as to make it clear to him that Percycross was unfit to return representatives to Parliament. In the matter of treating, he was not quite prepared to say that, had no other charge been made, he would have declared this election void. But of that also there had been sufficient to make him feel it to be his duty to recommend to the Speaker of the House of Commons that further inquiry should be made as to the practices of the borough. And as to direct bribery, though he was not prepared to say that he could connect the agents of the members with what had been done, and certainly he could not connect either of the two members themselves, still quite enough had been proved to make it imperative upon him to declare the election void. This he should do in his report to the Speaker, and should also advise that a commission be held with a view of ascertaining whether the privilege of returning members of Parliament should remain with the borough. With Griffenbottom he dealt as tenderly as he did with Sir Thomas, sending them both forth to the world, unseated indeed, but as innocent injured men. There was a night train up to London at 10 p.m., by which on that evening Sir Thomas Underwood travelled, shaking off from his feet as he entered the carriage the dust of that most iniquitous borough. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Never give a thing up. Mr. Neefit's conduct during this period of disappointment was not exactly what it should have been, either in the bosom of his family or among his dependents in Conduit Street. Herr Bawwah, over a pot of beer in the public house opposite, suggested to Mr. Waddle that the governor might be damned, in a manner that affected Mr. Waddle greatly. It was an eloquent and energetic expression of opinion, almost an expression of a settled purpose, as coming from the German, as it did come. And Waddle was bound to admit that cause had been given. "Fritz," said Waddle, pathetically, "I don't think about it. You can't better the wages." Herr Bawwah looked up from his pot of beer and muttered a German oath. He had been told that he was beastly, skulking, pig-headed, obstinate, drunken, with some other perhaps stronger epithets which may be omitted. And he had been told that he was a German. In that had lain the venom. There was the word that rankled. He had another pot of beer, and though it was then only 12 o'clock on a Monday morning, Herr Bawwah swore that he was going to make a day of it, and that old Neefit might cut out the stuff for himself if he pleased. As they were now at the end of March, which is not a busy time of the year in Mr. Neefit's trade, the great artist's defalcation was of less immediate importance. But as Waddle knew, the German was given both to beer and obstinacy when aroused to wrath, and what would become of the firm should the obstinacy continue? "Where's that pig-headed German brute?" asked Mr. Neefit, when Mr. Waddle returned to the establishment. Mr. Waddle made no reply, and when Neefit repeated the question with a free use of the epithets previously omitted by us, Waddle still was dumb, leaning over his ledger as though in that there were matters so great as to absorb his powers of hearing. "The two of you may go and be damned together," said Mr. Neefit. If any order requiring immediate obedience were contained in this, Mr. Waddle disobeyed that order. He still bent himself over the ledger, and was dumb. Waddle had been trusted with his master's private view in the matter of the Newton marriage, and felt that on this account he owed a debt of forbearance to the unhappy father. The breeches maker was, in truth, very unhappy. He had accused his German assistant of obstinacy, but the German could hardly have been more obstinate than his master. Mr. Neefit had set his heart upon making his daughter Mrs. Newton, and had persisted in declaring that the marriage should be made to take place. The young man had once given him a promise, and should be compelled to keep the promise so given. And in these days Mr. Neefit seemed to have lost that discretion for which his friends had once given him credit. On the occasion of his visit to the Moonbeam early in the hunting season, he had spoken out very freely among the sportsmen there assembled, and from that time all reticence respecting his daughter seemed to have been abandoned. He had paid the debts of this young man, who was now lord of wide domains, when the young man hadn't a red copper in his pocket. So did Mr. Neefit explain the matter to his friends. And he didn't intend that the young man should be off his bargain. No, he wasn't going to put up with that, not if he knew it. All this he declared freely to his general acquaintance. He was very eloquent on the subject in a personal interview which he had with Mr. Moggs senior, in consequence of a visit made to Hendon by Mr. Moggs junior, during which he feared that Polly had shown some tendency towards yielding to the young politician. Mr. Moggs senior might take this for granted, that if Moggs junior made himself master of Polly, it would be of Polly pure and simple, of Polly without a shilling of dowry. "He'll have to take her in her smock." That was the phrase in which Mr. Neefit was pleased to express his resolution. To all of which Mr. Moggs senior answered never a word. It was on returning from Mr. Moggs' establishment in Bond Street to his own in Conduit Street that Mr. Neefit made himself so very unpleasant to the unfortunate German. When Ontario put on his best clothes and took himself out to Hendon on the previous Sunday, he did not probably calculate that, as one consequence of that visit, the Herr Bauer would pass a whole week of intoxication in the little back parlour of the public house near St. George's Church. It may be imagined how very unpleasant all this must have been to Miss Neefit herself. Poor Polly, indeed, suffered many things, but she bore them with an admirable and a persistent courage. Indeed, she possessed a courage which greatly mitigated her sufferings. Let her father be as indiscreet as he might, he could not greatly lower her as long as she herself was prudent. It was thus that Polly argued with herself. She knew her own value, and was not afraid that she should ever lack a lover when she wanted to find a husband. Of course it was not a nice thing to be thrown at a man's head, as her father was constantly throwing her at the head of young Newton. But such a man as she would give herself to at last would understand all that. Ontario Moggs, could she ever bring herself to accept Ontario, would not be less devoted to her because of her father's ill-arranged ambition. Polly could be obstinate too, but with her obstinacy there was combined a fund of feminine strength which, as we think, quite justified the devotion of Ontario Moggs. Amidst all these troubles Mrs. Neefit also had a bad time of it, so bad a time that she was extremely anxious that Ontario should at once carry off the prize. Ontario or the gasfitter, or almost anybody. Neefit was taking to drink in the midst of all this confusion, and was making himself uncommonly unpleasant in the bosom of his family. On the Sunday before the Monday on which the Heir decided that his wisest course of action would be to abstain from work, and make a beast of himself, in order that he might spite his master, Mr. Neefit had dined at 1 o'clock, and had insisted on his gin and water and pipe immediately after his dinner. Now, Mr. Neefit, when he took too much, did not fall into the extreme sins which disgraced his foreman. He simply became very cross till he fell asleep, very heavy while sleeping, and more cross than ever when again awake. While he was asleep on this Sunday afternoon, Ontario Moggs came down to Hendon dressed in his Sunday best. Mrs. Neefit whispered a word to him before he was left alone with Polly. "You be round with her, and run your chance about the money." "Mrs. Neefit," said Ontario, laying his hand upon his heart, "all the bullion in the Bank of England don't make a feather's weight in the balance." "You never was mercenary, Mr. Ontario," said the lady. "My sweetheart is to me more than a coined hemisphere," said Ontario. The expression may have been absurd, but the feeling was there. Polly was not at all coy of her presence, was not so, though she had been specially ordered by her father not to have anything to say to that long-legged, ugly fool. "Handsome is as handsome does," Polly had answered. Whereupon Mr. Neefit had shown his teeth and growled. But Polly, though she loved her father, and after a fashion respected him, was not afraid of him. And now, when her mother left her alone with Ontario, she was free enough of her conversation. "Oh, Polly," he said after a while, "you know why I'm here." "Yes, I know," said Polly. "I don't think you do care for that young gentleman." "I'm not going to break my heart about him, Mr. Moggs." "I'd try to be the death of him if you did." "That would be a right down tragedy, because then you'd be hung, and so there'd be an end of us all. I don't think I'd do that, Mr. Moggs." "Polly, I sometimes feel as though I didn't know what to do." "Tell me the whole story of how you went on down at Percycross. I was so anxious you should get in." "Were you now?" "Right down sick at heart about it. That I was. Don't you think we should all be proud to know a member of Parliament?" "Oh, if that's all." "I shouldn't think anything of Mr. Newton for being in Parliament. Whether he was in Parliament or out would be all the same. Of course he's a friend, and we like him very well, but his being in Parliament would be nothing. But if you were there—" "I don't know what's the difference," said Moggs despondently. "Because you're one of us." "Yes, I am," said Moggs, rising to his legs and preparing himself for an oration on the rights of labour. "I thank my God that I am no aristocrat." Then there came upon him a feeling that this was not a time convenient for political fervour. "But I'll tell you something, Polly," he said, interrupting himself.
"Well, tell me something, Mr. Moggs."
"I'd sooner have a kiss from you than be Prime Minister."
"Kisses mean so much, Mr. Moggs," said Polly.
"I mean them to mean much," said Ontario Moggs. Whereupon Polly, declining further converse on that delicate subject, and certainly not intending to grant the request made on the occasion, changed the subject.
"But you will get in still, won't you, Mr. Moggs? They tell me that those other gentlemen ain't to be members any longer because what they did was unfair. Oughtn't that to make you member?"
"I think it ought, if the law was right, but it doesn't."
"Doesn't it now? But you'll try again, won't you? Never give a thing up, Mr. Moggs, if you really want it."
As the words left her lips she understood their meaning, the meaning in which he must necessarily take them, and she blushed up to her forehead. Then she laughed, as she strove to recall the encouragement she had given him.
"You know what I mean, Mr. Moggs. I don't mean any silly nonsense about being in love."
"If that is silly, I am the silliest man in London."
"I think you are sometimes. So I tell you fairly."
In the meantime Mr. Neefit had woke up from his slumbers. He was in his old arm chair in the little back room where they had dined, while Polly with her lover was in the front parlour. Mrs. Neefit was seated opposite to Mr. Neefit, with an open Bible in her lap, which had been as potent for sleep with her as had been the gin and water with her husband. Neefit suddenly jumped up and growled. "Where's Polly?" he demanded.
"She's in the parlour, I suppose,"
said Mrs. Neefit doubtingly. "And who is with her?"
"Nobody as hadn't ought to be," said Mrs. Neefit.
"Who's there, I say?" But without waiting an answer he stalked into the front room. "It's no use in life your coming here," he said, addressing himself at once to Ontario. "Not in the least. She ain't for you. She's for somebody else. Why can't one word be as good as 1,000? Moggs stood silent, looking sheepish and confounded. It was not that he was afraid of the father, but that he feared to offend the daughter should he address the father roughly. "If she goes against me, she'll have to walk out of the house with just what she's got on her back." "I should be quite contented," said Ontario. "But I shouldn't. So you may just cut it. Anybody who wants her without my leave must take her in her smock."
"Oh, father!" screamed Polly.
"That's what I mean. So let's have done with it. What business have you coming to another man's house when you're not welcome? When I want you, I'll send for you, and till I do, you have my leave to stay away."
"Good bye, Polly," said Ontario, offering the girl his hand. "Good bye, Mr. Moggs," said Polly. "And mind you get into Parliament. You stick to it, and you'll do it."
When she repeated this salutary advice, it must have been that she intended to apply to the double event. Moggs, at any rate, took it in that light. "I shall," said he, as he opened the door and walked triumphantly out of the house.
"Father," said Polly, as soon as they were alone, "you've behaved very bad to that young man."
"You be blowed," said Mr. Neefit.
"You have, then. You go on till you get me that talked about that I shall be ashamed to show myself. What's the good of me trying to behave if you keep going on like that?"
"Why didn't you take that chap when he came after you down to Margate?"
"Because I didn't choose. I don't care enough for him, and it's all no use of you going on. I wouldn't have him if he came 20 times. I've made up my mind, so I tell you."
"You're a very grand young woman."
"I'm grand enough to have a will of my own about that. I'm not going to be made to marry any man, I know."
"And you mean to take that long-legged shoemaker's apprentice?"
"He's not a shoemaker's apprentice any more than I'm a breeches maker's apprentice."
Polly was now quite in earnest, and in no mood for picking her words.
"He is a bootmaker by his trade, and I've never said anything about taking him."
"You've given him a promise?"
"No, I've not."
"And you'd better not, unless you want to walk out of this house with nothing but the rags on your back. Ain't I doing it all for you? Ain't I been sweating my life out these 30 years to make you a lady?" This was hard upon Polly, as she was not yet 21.
"I don't want to be a lady, no more than I am just by myself, like. If I can't be a lady without being made one, I won't be a lady at all."
"You be blowed."
"There are different kinds of ladies, father. I want to be such a one as neither you nor mother shall ever have cause to say I didn't behave myself."
"You'd talk the figures off a milestone," said Mr. Neefit, as he returned to his arm-chair, to his gin and water, to his growlings, and before long to his slumbers. Throughout the whole evening he was very unpleasant in the bosom of his family, which consisted on this occasion of his wife only, as Polly took the opportunity of going out to drink tea with a young lady friend. Neefit, when he heard this, suggested that Ontario was drinking tea at the same house, and would have pursued his daughter, but for mingled protestations and menaces which his wife used for preventing such a violation of parental authority.
"Moggs don't know from Adam where she is, and you never knowed her do anything of that kind. And you'll go about with your mad schemes and jealousies till you about ruin the poor girl, that's what you will. I won't have it. If you go, I'll go too, and I'll shame you. No, you shan't have your hat. Of course she'll be off some day, if you make the place that wretched that she can't live in it. I know I would, with the fust man as asked me." By these objurgations, by a pertinacious refusal as to his hat, and a little yielding in the matter of gin and water, Mr. Neefit was at length persuaded to remain at home. On the following morning he said nothing before he left home, but as soon as he had opened his letters and spoken a few sharp things to the 2 men in Conduit Street, he went off to Mr. Moggs senior. Of the interview between Mr. Neefit and Mr. Moggs senior sufficient has already been told. Then it was, after his return to his own shop, that he so behaved as to drive the German artist into downright mutiny and unlimited beer. Through the whole afternoon he snarled at Waddle, but Waddle sat silent, bending over the ledger. One question Waddle did answer. "Where's that pig-headed German gone?" asked Mr. Neefit for the 10th time. "I believe he's cutting his throat about this time," said Mr. Waddle. "He may wait till I come and sew it up," said the breeches maker. All this time Mr. Neefit was very unhappy. He knew as well as did Mr. Waddle or Polly that he was misbehaving himself. He was by no means deficient in ideas of duty to his wife, to his daughter, and to his dependents. Polly was the apple of his eye, his one jewel, in his estimation the best girl that ever lived. He admired her in all her moods, even though she would sometimes oppose his wishes with invincible obstinacy.
He knew in his heart that were she to marry Ontario Moggs, he would forgive her on the day of her marriage. He could not keep himself from forgiving her, though she were to marry a chimney sweep. But as he thought, a great wrong was being done him. He could not bring himself to believe that Polly would not marry the young Squire, if the young Squire would only be true to his undertaking. And then he could not endure that the young Squire should escape from him after having been, as it were, saved from ruin by his money, without paying for the accommodation in some shape. He had some inkling of an idea that in punishing Ralph by making public the whole transaction, he would be injuring his daughter as much as he injured Ralph. But the inkling did not sufficiently establish itself in his mind to cause him to desist. Ralph Newton ought to be made to repeat his offer before all the world, even though he should only repeat it to be again refused. The whole of that evening he sat brooding over it, so that he might come to some Chapter 46 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Neefit Again. The last few days in March and the first week in April were devoted by Ralph the Heir to a final visit to the Moonbeam. He had resolved to finish the hunting season at his old quarters, and then to remove his stud to Newton. The distinction with which he was welcomed by everybody at the Moonbeam must have been very gratifying to him. Though he had made no response whatever to Lieutenant Cox's proposition as to a visit to Newton, that gentleman received him as a hero. Captain Fooks also had escaped from his regiment with the sole object of spending these last days with his dear old friend. Fred Pepper, too, was very polite, though it was not customary with Mr. Pepper to display friendship so enthusiastic as that which warmed the bosoms of the two military gentlemen. As to Mr. Horsball, one might have thought from his manner that he hoped to engage his customer to remain at the Moonbeam for the rest of his life. But it was not so. It was in Mr. Horsball's nature to be civil to a rich hunting country gentleman, and it was the fact also that Ralph had ever been popular with the world of the Moonbeam, even at times when the spasmodic and at length dilatory mode of his payment must have become matter for thought to the master of the establishment. There was no doubt about the payments now, and Ralph's popularity was increased fourfold. Mrs. Horsball got out from some secluded nook a special bottle of orange brandy in his favour, which Lieutenant Cox would have consumed on the day of its opening, had not Mrs. Horsball with considerable acrimony declined to supply his orders. The sister with ringlets smiled and smirked whenever the young Squire went near the bar. The sister in ringlets was given to flirtations of this kind, would listen with sweetest complacency to compliments on her beauty, and would return them with interest, but she never encouraged this sort of intimacy with gentlemen who did not pay their bills, or with those whose dealings with the house were not of a profitable nature. The man who expected that Miss Horsball would smile upon him because he ordered a glass of sherry and bitters, or half a pint of pale ale, was very much mistaken. But the softness of her smiles for those who consumed the Moonbeam champagne was unbounded. Love and commerce with her ran together, and regulated each other in a manner that was exceedingly advantageous to her brother. If I were about to open such a house as the Moonbeam, the first thing I should look for would be a discreet, pleasant-visaged lady to assist me in the bar department, not much under 40, with ringlets, having no particular leaning towards matrimony, who knew how to whisper little speeches while she made a bottle of cherry brandy serve 25 turns at the least. She should be honest, patient, graceful, capable of great labour, grasping, with that wonderful capability of being greedy for the benefit of another which belongs to women, willing to accept plentiful meals, and a power of saving £20 a year as sufficient remuneration for all hardships, with no more susceptibility than a milestone, and as indifferent to delicacy in language as a bargee. There are such women, and very valuable women they are in that trade. Such a one was Miss Horsball, and in these days the sweetest of her smiles were bestowed upon the young squire. Ralph Newton certainly liked it, though he assumed an air of laughing at it all. "One would think that old Hossy thought that I am going to go on with this kind of thing," he said one morning to Mr. Pepper, as the two of them were standing about near the stable doors with pipes in their mouths. Old Hossy was the affectionate nickname by which Mr. Horsball was known among the hunting men of the B&B. Mr. Pepper and Ralph had already breakfasted, and were dressed for hunting, except that they had not yet put on their scarlet coats. The meet was within 3 miles of their headquarters. The captain and the lieutenant were taking advantage of the occasion by prolonged slumbers, and Ralph had passed the morning in discussing hunting matters with Mr. Pepper. "He don't think that," said Mr. Pepper, taking a very convenient little implement out of his pocket, contrived for purposes of pipe-smoking accommodation. He stopped down his tobacco and drew the smoke, and seemed by his manner to be giving his undivided attention to his pipe. But that was Mr. Pepper's manner. He was short in speech, but always spoke with a meaning. "Of course he doesn't really," said Ralph. "I don't suppose I shall ever see the old house again after next week. You see, when a man has a place of one's own, if there be hunting there, one is bound to take it. If there isn't, one can go elsewhere and pick and choose." "Just so," said Mr. Pepper. "I like this kind of thing amazingly, you know." "It has its advantages." "Oh dear, yes. There is no trouble, you know. Everything is done for you. No servants to look after, except just the fellow who brings you your breeches and rides your second horse." Mr. Pepper never had a second horse or a man of his own to bring him his breeches, but the allusion did not on that account vex him. "And then you can do what you like a great deal more than you can in a house of your own." "I should say so," remarked Mr. Pepper. "I tell you what it is, Fred," continued Ralph, becoming very confidential. "I don't mind telling you, because you are a man who understands things. There isn't such a great pull after all in having a property of your own." "I shouldn't mind trying it, just for a year or so," said Mr. Pepper. "I suppose not," said Ralph, chuckling in his triumph. "And yet there isn't so much in it. What does it amount to when it's all told? You keep horses for other fellows to ride. You buy wine for other fellows to drink. You build a house for other fellows to live in. You've a deal of business to do, and if you don't mind it, you very soon go to the dogs. You have to work like a slave, and everybody gets a pull at you. The chances are you never have any ready money, and become as stringy as an old file. You have to get married because of the family, and the place, and all that kind of thing. Then you have to give dinners to every old fogey, male and female, within 20 miles of you. And before you know where you are, you become an old fogey yourself. That's about what it is." "You ought to know," said Mr. Pepper. "I've been expecting it all my life. Of course, it was what I was born to, and everybody has been telling me what a lucky fellow I am since I can remember. Now I've got it, and I don't find it comes to so very much. I shall always look back upon the dear old Moonbeam and the B&B and Hossey's wonderful port wine with regret. It hasn't been very swell, you know, but it's been uncommonly cosy. Don't you think so?" "You see, I wasn't born to anything better," said Mr. Pepper. Just at this moment Cox and Fooks came out of the house. They had not as yet breakfasted, but had thought that a mouthful of air in the stable yard might enable them to get through their toast and red herrings with an amount of appetite which had not as yet been vouchsafed to them. Second and third editions of that wonderful port had been produced on the previous evening, and the two warriors had played their parts with it manfully. Fooks was bearing up bravely as he made his way across the yard, but Cox looked as though his friends ought to see to his making that journey to Australia very soon, if they intended him to make it at all. "I'm blessed if you fellows haven't been and breakfasted," said Captain Fooks. "That's about it," said the Squire. "You must be uncommon fond of getting up early." "Do you know who gets the worm?" asked Mr. Pepper. "Oh, bother that," said Cox. "There's nothing I hate so much as being told about that nasty worm," said Captain Fooks. "I don't want a worm." "But the early birds do," said Mr. Pepper. Captain Fooks was rather given to be cross of mornings. "I think you know that when fellows say overnight they'll breakfast together, it isn't just the sort of thing for one or two to have all the things brought up at any unconscionable hour they please, eh, Cox?" "I'm sure I don't know," said Cox. "I shall just have another go of soda and brandy with a devilled biscuit. That's all I want." "Fooks had better go to bed again, and see if he can't get out the other side," said Ralph. "Chaff doesn't mean anything," said Captain Fooks. "That's as you take it," said Mr. Pepper. "I shall take it just as I please," said Captain Fooks. Just at this moment Mr. Horseball came up to them, touching his hat cheerily in sign of the commencement of the day. "You'll ride Mr. Pepper's little 'orse, I suppose, sir?" he said, addressing himself to the young Squire. "Certainly. I told Larking I would." "Exactly, Mr. Newton, and Banker might as well go out as second." "I said Brewer. Banker was out on Friday." "That won't be no odds, Mr. Newton. The fact is, Brewer's legs is a little puffed." "All right," said the Squire. "Well, Hossy," said Lieutenant Cox, summing up all his energy in an attempt at matutinal joviality, as he slapped the landlord on the back, "how are things going with you?" Mr. Horseball knew his customers, and did not like being slapped on the back with more than ordinary vigour by such a customer as Lieutenant Cox. "Pretty well, I thank you, Mr. Cox," said he. "I didn't take too much last night, and I eat my breakfast 'earty this morning." "There is one for you, young man," said Lieutenant Fooks, whereupon the Squire laughed heartily. Mr. Horseball went on nodding his head, intending to signify his opinion that he had done his work thoroughly. Mr. Pepper, standing on one foot with the other raised on a horse block, looked on without moving a muscle of his face. The lieutenant was disgusted, but was too weak in his inner man to be capable of instant raillery, when on a sudden the whole aspect of things was changed by the appearance of Mr. Neefit in the yard. "Damnation!" exclaimed our friend Ralph. The apparition had been so sudden that the Squire was unable to restrain himself. Mr. Neefit, as the reader will perhaps remember, had been at the Moonbeam before. He had written letters which had been answered, and then letters, many letters, to which no reply had been given. In respect of the Neefit arrangements, Ralph Newton felt himself to be peculiarly ill-used by persecutions such as these, because he had honestly done his best to make Polly his wife. No doubt he acknowledged that fortune had favoured him almost miraculously in first saving him from so injurious a marriage by the action of the young lady, and then at once bestowing upon him his estate. But the escape was the doing of fortune and Polly Neefit combined, and had not come of any intrigue on his own part. He was in a position, so he thought, absolutely to repudiate Neefit, and to throw himself upon facts for his protection. But then it was undoubtedly the case that for a year or two Mr. Neefit could make his life a burden to him. He would have bought off Neefit at a considerable price had Neefit been purchasable. But Neefit was not in this matter greedy for himself. He wanted to make his daughter a lady, and he thought that this was the readiest way to accomplish that object. The Squire, in his unmeasurable disgust, uttered the curse aloud, but then, remembering himself, walked up to the breeches maker with his extended hand. He had borrowed the man's money. "What's in the wind now, Mr. Neefit?" he said. "What's in the wind, Captain? Oh, you know. When are you coming to see us at the cottage?" "I don't think my coming would do any good. I'm not in favour with the ladies there." Ralph was aware that all the men standing round him had heard the story, and that nothing was to be gained by an immediate attempt at concealment. It behoved him, above all things, to be upon his mettle, to put a good face upon it, and to be at any rate equal to the breeches maker in presence of mind and that kind of courage which he himself would have called cheek. "My money was in favour with you, Captain, when you promised as how you would be on the square with me in regard to our Polly." "Mr. Neefit," said Ralph, speaking in a low voice, but still clearly, so that all around him could hear him, "your daughter and I can never be more to each other than we are at present. She has decided that. But I value her character and good name too highly to allow even you to injure them by such a discussion in a stable yard." And having said this, he walked away into the house. "My Polly's character," said the infuriated breeches maker, turning round to the audience, and neglecting to follow his victim in his determination to vindicate his daughter. "If my girl's character don't stand higher nor his, or any one's belonging to him, I'll eat it." "Mr. Newton meant to speak in favour of the young lady, not against her," said Mr. Pepper. "Then why don't he come out on the square? Now, gents, I'll tell you just the whole of it. He came down to my little box, where I and my missus and my girl lives quiet and decent, to borrow money, and he borrowed it. He won't say as that wasn't so." "And he's paid you the money back again," said Mr. Pepper. "He have, but just you listen. I know you, Mr. Pepper, and all about you, and do you listen. He have paid it back, but when he come there borrowing money, he saw my girl, and says he, 'I've got to sell that 'eritance of mine for just what it'll fetch.' 'That's bad, Captain,' says I. 'It is bad,' says he. 'Then,' says he again, 'Neefit, that girl of yours there is the sweetest girl as ever I put my eyes on.' And so she is, as sweet as a rose, and as honest as the sun, and as good as gold. I says it as oughtn't, but she is. 'It's a pity, Neefit,' says he, 'about the 'eritance, ain't it?' 'Captain,' says I used to call him Captain, 'cause he come down quite familiar like to eat his bit of salmon and drink his glass of wine. Laws, he was glad enough to come then, mighty grand as he is now." "I don't think he's grand at all," said Mr. Horsball. "Well, do you just listen, gents. 'Captain,' says I, 'that 'eritance of yourn mustn't be sold nohow.' I says so. 'What's the figure as is wanted?' 'Well, then, He went on to say as how Polly was the sweetest girl he ever see, and so we came to an understanding. He was to have what money he wanted at once, and then £20,000 down when he married Polly. He did have 1,000, and now see what his little game is." "But the young lady won't have anything to say to him," suggested Captain Fooks, who, even for the sake of his breakfast, could not omit to hear the last of so interesting a conversation. "Laws, Captain Fooks, to hear the likes of that from you, who is an officer and a gentleman by Act of Parliament! When you have anything sweet to say to a young woman, does she always jump down your throat the first go off?" "If she don't come down at the second time of asking, I always goes elsewhere," said Captain Fooks. "Then it's my opinion you have a deal of travelling to do," said Mr. Neefit, "and don't get much at the end of it. It's because he's come in for his 'eritance, which he never would have had only for me, that he's demeaning himself this fashion. It ain't acting the gentleman. It ain't the thing. It's off the square. Only for me and my money there wouldn't be an acre his this blessed minute, damned if there would. I saved it for him by my ready money, just that I might see my Polly put into a station as she'd make more genteel than she found it. That's what she would. She has that manners, not to talk of her being as pretty a girl as there is from here to anywheres. He made me a promise, and he shall keep it. I'll worry the heart out of him else. Pay me back my money. Who cares for the money? I can tell guineas with him now, I'll be bound. I'll put it on all the papers, I will. There ain't a soul shan't know of it. I'll put the story of it into the pockets of every pair of breeches as leaves my shop. I'll send it to every M.F.H. in the kingdom." "You'll about destroy your trade, old fellow," said Mr. Pepper. "I don't care for the trade, Mr. Pepper. Why have I worked like a 'orse? It's only for my girl." "I suppose she's not breaking her heart for him," said Captain Fooks. "What she's a doing with her heart ain't no business of yours, Captain Fooks. I'm her father, and I know what I'm about. I'll make that young man's life a burden to him, if he ain't on the square with my girl. You see if I don't. Mr. 'Orsball, I want a 'orse to go a 'unting on to day. You lets 'em. Just tell your man to get me a 'orse. I'll pay for him." "I didn't know you ever did anything in that way," said Mr. Horsball. "I may begin if I please, I suppose. If I can't go no other way, I'll go on a donkey, and I'll tell every one that's out. Oh, he don't know me yet, don't that young gent." Mr. Neefit did not succeed in getting any animal out of Mr. Horsball's stables, nor did he make any further attempt to carry his last threat into execution on that morning. Mr. Horsball now led the way into the house, while Mr. Pepper mounted his nag. Captain Fooks and Lieutenant Cox went in to their breakfast, and the unfortunate father followed them. It was now nearly 11 o'clock, and it was found that Ralph's horses had been taken round to the other door, and that he had already started. He said very little to any one during the day, though he was somewhat comforted by information conveyed to him by Mr. Horsball in the course of the afternoon that Mr. Neefit had returned to London. "You send your lawyer to him, Squire," said Mr. Horsball. "Lawyers cost a deal of money, but they do make things straight." This suggestion had also been made to him by his brother Gregory. On the following day Ralph went up to London, and explained all the circumstances of the case to Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey undertook to do his best to straighten this very crooked episode. Chapter 47 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The way which shows that they mean it. If this kind of thing were to go on, life wouldn't be worth having. That was the feeling of Ralph the Squire of Newton as he returned on that Saturday from London to the Moonbeam. And so far Mr. Neefit had been successful in carrying out his threat. Neefit had sworn that he would make the young man's life a burden to him, and the burden was already becoming unbearable. Mr. Carey had promised to do something. He would at any rate see the infatuated breeches maker of Conduit Street. In the meantime he had suggested one remedy which Ralph had thought before. If you were married to some one else he'd give it up, Mr. Carey had suggested. That no doubt was true. Ralph completed his sojourn at the Moonbeam, leaving that place at the end of the first week in April, took a run down to his own place, and then settled himself up to London for the season. His brother Gregory had at this time returned to the parsonage at Newton, but there was an understanding that he was to come up to London and be his brother's guest for the first fortnight in May. Ralph the heir had taken larger rooms and had a spare chamber. When Ralph had given this invitation, he had expressed his determination of devoting his spring in town to an assiduous courtship of Mary Bonner. At the moment in which he made that assertion down at Newton, the nuisance of the Neefit affair was less intolerable to him than it had since become. He had spoken cheerily of his future prospects, declaring himself to be violently in love with Mary, though he declared at the same time that he had no idea of breaking his heart for any young woman. That last assertion was probably true. As for living in the great house at the Priory all alone, that he had declared to be impossible. Of course he would be at home for the hunting next winter, but he doubted whether he should be there much before that time, unless a certain coming event should make it necessary for him to go down and look after things. He thought it probable that he should take a run abroad in July, perhaps go to Norway for the fishing in June. He was already making arrangements with 2 other men for a move in August. He might be at home for partridge shooting about the middle of September, but he shouldn't go into residence at Newton before that. Thus he had spoken of it in describing his plans to his brother, putting great stress on his intention to devote the spring months to the lovely Mary. Gregory had seen nothing wrong in all this. Ralph was now a rich man, and was entitled to amuse himself. Gregory would have wished that his brother would at once make himself happy among his own tenants and dependents, but that no doubt would come soon. Ralph did spend 2 nights at Newton after the scene with Neefit in the Moonbeam yard, just that he might see his nags safe in their new quarters, and then went up to London. He was hardly yet strong in heart, because such a trouble as that which vexed him in regard to Polly does almost make a man's life a burden. Ralph was gifted with much aptitude for throwing his troubles behind, but he hardly was yet able to rid himself of this special trouble. That horrid tradesman was telling his story to everybody. Sir Thomas Underwood knew the story, and so he thought did Mary Bonner. Mary Bonner in truth did not know it, but she had thrown in Ralph's teeth as an accusation against him that he owed himself and his affections to another girl. And Ralph, utterly forgetful of Clarissa and that now long distant scene on the lawn, had believed, and still did believe, that Mary had referred to Polly Neefit. On the 10th of April he established himself at his new rooms in Spring Gardens, and was careful in seeing that there was a comfortable little bedroom for his brother Greg. His uncle had now been dead just 6 months, but he felt as though he had been the owner of the Newton estate for years. If Mr. Carey could only settle for him that trouble with Mr. Neefit, how happy his life would be to him! He was very much in love with Mary Bonner, but his trouble with Mr. Neefit was of almost more importance to him than his love for Mary Bonner. In the meantime the girls were living as usual at Popham Villa, and Sir Thomas was living as usual in Southampton Buildings. He and his colleague had been unseated, but it had already been decided by the House of Commons that no new writ should be at once issued, and that there should be a commission appointed to make extended inquiry at Percycross in reference to the contemplated disfranchisement of the borough. There could be no possible connection between this inquiry and the expediency of Sir Thomas living at home, but after some fashion he reconciled further delay to his conscience by the fact that the Percycross election was not even yet quite settled. No doubt it would be necessary that he should again go to Percycross during the sitting of the commission. The reader will remember the interview between Gregory Newton and Clarissa, in which poor Clary had declared with so much emphasis her certainty that his brother's suit to Mary must be fruitless. This she had said with artless energy, in no degree on her own behalf. She was hopeless now in that direction, and had at last taught herself to feel that the man was unworthy. The lesson had reached her, though she herself was ignorant not only of the manner of the teaching, but of the very fact that she had been taught. She had pleaded, more than once, that men did such things, and were yet held in favour and forgiven, let their iniquities have been what they might. She had hoped to move others by the doctrine, but gradually it had ceased to be operative even on herself. She could not now tell how it was that her passion faded and died away. It can hardly be said that it died away, but it became to herself grievous and a cause of soreness, instead of a joy and a triumph. She no longer said even to herself that he was to be excused. He had come there and had made a mere plaything of her, wilfully. There was no earnestness in him, no manliness, and hardly common honesty. A conviction that it was so had crept into her poor wounded heart, in spite of those repeated assertions which she had made to Patience as to the persistency of her own affection. First dismay and then wrath had come upon her when the man who ought to be her lover came to the very house in which she was living, and there offered his hand to another girl, almost in her very presence. Had the sin been committed elsewhere, and with any rival other than her own cousin, she might have still clung to that doctrine of forgiveness, because the sinner was a man, and because it is the way of the world to forgive men. But the insult had been too close for pardon, and now her wrath was slowly changing itself to contempt. Had Mary accepted the man's offer, this phase of feeling would not have occurred. Clarissa would have hated the woman, but still might have loved the man. But Mary had treated him as a creature absolutely beneath her notice, had evidently despised him, and Mary's scorn communicated itself to Clarissa. The fact that Ralph was now Newton of Newton, absolutely in harbour after so many dangers of shipwreck, assisted her in this. "I would have been true to him, though he hadn't had a penny," she said to herself. "I would never have given him up, though all the world had been against him." Debts, difficulties, an inheritance squandered, idle habits, even profligacy, should not have torn him from her heart, had he possessed the one virtue of meaning what he said when he told her that he loved her. She remembered the noble triumph she had felt when she declared to Mary that other Ralph, who was to have been Mary's lover, was welcome to the fine property. Her sole ambition had been to be loved by this man, but the man had been incapable of loving her. She herself was pretty and soft, bright on occasions, and graceful. She knew so much of herself, and she knew also that Mary was far prettier than herself and more clever. This young man, to whom she had devoted herself, possessed no power of love for an individual, no capability of so joining himself to another human being as to feel that, in spite of any superiority visible to the outside world, that one should be esteemed by him superior to all others because of his love. The young man had liked prettiness and softness and grace and feminine nicenesses, and seeing one who was prettier and more graceful, all which poor Clary allowed, though she was not so sure about the softness and niceness, had changed his aim without an effort. Ah, how different was poor Gregory! She thought much of Gregory, reminding herself that as was her sorrow in regard to her own crushed hopes, so were his. His hopes, too, had been crushed, because she had been so obdurate to him. But she had never been false. She had never whispered a word of love to Gregory. It might be that his heart was as sore, but he had not been injured as she had been injured. She despised the owner of Newton Priory. She would scorn him should he come again to her and throw himself at her feet. But Gregory could not despise her. She had, indeed, preferred the bad to the good. There had been lack of judgment, but there had been on her side no lack of truth. Yes, she had been wrong in her choice. Her judgment had been bad. And yet how glorious he had looked as he lay upon the lawn, hot from his rowing, all unbraced, brown and bold and joyous as a young god, as he bade her go and fetch him drink to slake his thirst. How proud then she had been to be ordered by him, as though their mutual intimacies and confidences and loves were sufficient, when they two were alone together, to justify a reversal of those social rules by which a man is ordered to wait upon the woman. There is nothing in the first flush of acknowledged love that is sweeter to the woman than this. All the men around her are her servants, but in regard to this man she may have the inexpressibly greater pleasure of serving him herself. Clarissa had now thought much of these things, and had endeavoured to define to herself what had been those gifts belonging to Ralph which had won from her her heart. He was not, in truth, handsomer than his brother Gregory, was certainly less clever, was selfish in small things from habit, whereas Gregory had no thought for his own comfort. It had all come from this, that a black coat and a grave manner of life and serious pursuits had been less alluring to her than idleness and pleasure. It had suited her that her young god should be joyous, unbraced, brown, bold, and thirsty. She did not know Pope's famous line, but it all lay in that. She was innocent, pure, unknowing in the ways of vice, simple in her tastes, conscientious in her duties, and yet she was a rake at heart, till at last sorrow and disappointment taught her that it is not enough that a man should lie loose upon the grass with graceful negligence and call for soda water with a pleasant voice. Gregory wore black clothes, was sombre, and was a parson. But oh, what a thing it is that a man should be true at heart! She said nothing of her changing feelings to Mary or even to Patience. The household at this time was not very gay or joyous. Sir Thomas, after infinite vexation, had lost the seat of which they had all been proud. Mary Bonner's condition was not felt to be deplorable, as was that of poor Clary, and she certainly did not carry herself as a lovelorn maiden. Of Mary Bonner it may be said that no disappointment of that kind would affect her outward manner, nor would she in any strait of love be willing to make a confidence or to discuss her feelings. Whatever care of that kind might be present to her would be lightened, if not made altogether as nothing, by her conviction that such loads should be carried in silence, and without any visible sign to the world that the muscles are overtaxed. But it was known that the banished Ralph had, in the moment of his expected prosperity, declared his purpose of giving all that he had to give to this beauty, and it was believed that she would have accepted the gift. It had, therefore, come to pass that the name of neither Ralph could be mentioned at the cottage, and that life among these maidens was sober, sedate, and melancholy. At last there came a note from Sir Thomas to Patience. I shall be home to dinner to morrow. I found the enclosed from R.N. this morning. I suppose he must come. Affectionately, T.U. The enclosed note was as follows. Dear Sir Thomas, I called this morning, but old Stem was as hard as granite. If you do not object, I will run down to the villa to morrow. If you are at home, I will stay and dine. Yours ever, Ralph Newton. The mind of Sir Thomas, when he received this, had been affected exactly as his words described. He had supposed that Ralph must come. He had learned to hold his late ward in low esteem. The man was now beyond all likelihood of want, and sailing with propitious winds, but Sir Thomas, had he been able to consult his own inclinations, would have had no more to do with him. And yet the young squire had not done anything which, as Sir Thomas thought, would justify him in closing his doors against one to whom he had been bound in a manner peculiarly intimate. However, if his niece should choose at last to accept Ralph, the match would be very brilliant, and the uncle thought that it was not his duty to interfere between her and so great an advantage. Sir Thomas, in truth, did not as yet understand Mary Bonner, knew very little of her character, but he did know that it was incumbent on him to give her some opportunity of taking her beauty to market. He wrote a line to Ralph, saying that he himself would dine at home on the day indicated. "Impossible," said Clary, when she was first told. "You may be sure he's coming," said Patience. "Then I shall go and spend the day with Mrs. Brownlow. I cannot stand it." "My dear, he'll know why you are away." "Let him know," said Clarissa. And she did as she said she would. When Sir Thomas came home at about 4 o'clock on the Thursday which Ralph had fixed, Thursday the 14th of April, he found that Clarissa had flown. The fly was to be sent for her at 10, and it was calculated that by the time she returned Ralph would certainly have taken his leave. Sir Thomas expressed neither anger nor satisfaction at this arrangement. "Oh, she has gone to Mrs. Brownlow's, has she? Very well. I don't suppose it will make much difference to Ralph." "None in the least," said Patience severely. "Nothing of that kind will make any difference to him." But at that time Ralph had been above an hour in the house. We will now return to Ralph and his adventures. He had come up to London with the express object of pressing his suit upon Mary Bonner, but during his first day or two in London had busied himself rather with the affairs of his other love. He had been with Mr. Carey, and Mr. Carey had been with Mr. Neefit. "He is the maddest old man that I ever saw," said Mr. Carey. "When I suggested to him that you were willing to make any reasonable arrangement, meaning £1,000 or something of that kind, I couldn't get him to understand me at all." "I don't think he wants money," said Ralph. "Let him come down and eat a bit of dinner at the cottage," said he, "and we'll make it all square." Then I offered him £1,000 down. What did he say? Called to a fellow he had there with a knife in his hand, cutting leather, to turn me out of the shop, and the man would have done it too, if I hadn't gone. This was not promising, but on the following morning Ralph received a letter which put him into better heart. The letter was from Polly herself, and was written as follows: Alexandra Cottage, Hendon, April 10th, 186 . My dear Sir, Father has been going on with all that nonsense of his, and I think it most straightforward to write a letter to you at once, so that things may be understood and finished. Father has no right to be angry with you, anyway not about me. He says somebody has come and offered him money. I wish they hadn't, but perhaps you didn't send them. There's no good in father talking about you and me. Of course it was a great honour and all that, but I'm not at all sure that anybody should try to get above themselves, not in the way of marrying. And the heart is everything. So I've told father, if ever I bestow mine, I think it will be to somebody in a way of business, just like father. So I thought I would just write to say that there couldn't be anything between you and me, were it ever so, only that I was very much honoured by your coming down to Margate. I write this to you because a very particular friend advises me, and I don't mind telling you at once. It is Mr. Moggs, and I shall show it to father. That is, I have written it twice, and shall keep the other. It is a pity father should go on so, but he means it for the best. And as to anything in the way of money, oh, Mr. Newton, he's a deal too proud for that. Yours truly, Maryanne Neefit. As to which letter the little baggage was not altogether true in one respect. She did not keep a copy of the whole letter, but left out of that which she showed to her father the very material passage in which she referred to the advice of her particular friend, Mr. Moggs. Ralph, when he received this letter, felt really grateful to Polly, and wrote to her a pretty note, in which he acknowledged her kindness, and expressed his hope that she might always be as happy as she deserved to be. Then it was that he made up his mind to go down at once to Popham Villa, thinking that the Neefit nuisance was sufficiently abated to enable him to devote his time to a more pleasurable pursuit. He reached the villa between 3 and 4, and learned from the gardener's wife at the lodge that Sir Thomas had not as yet returned. He did not learn that Clarissa was away, and was not aware of that fact till they all sat down to dinner at 7 o'clock. Much had been done and much endured before that time came. He sauntered slowly up the road, and looked about the grounds, hoping to find the young ladies there, as he had so often done during his summer visits. But there was no one to be seen, and he was obliged to knock at the door. He was shown into the drawing-room, and in a few minutes Patience came to him. There had been no arrangement between her and Mary as to the manner in which he should be received. Mary on a previous occasion had given him an answer, and really did believe that that would be sufficient. He was, according to her thinking, a light, inconstant man, who would hardly give himself the labour necessary for perseverance in any suit. Patience at once began to ask him after his brother and the doings at the Priory. He had been so intimate at the house, and so dear to them all that in spite of the disapprobation with which he was now regarded by them, it was impossible that there should not be some outer kindness. "Ah," said he, "I do so look forward to the time when you will all be down there. I have been so often welcome at your house that it will be my greatest pleasure to make you welcome there." "We go so little from home," said Patience. "But I am sure you will come to me. I know you would like to see Greg's parsonage and Greg's church." "I should indeed." "It is the prettiest church, I think, in England, and the park is very nice. The whole house wants a deal of doing to, but I shall set about it some day. I don't know a pleasanter neighbourhood anywhere." It would have been so natural that Patience should tell him that he wanted a mistress for such a home. But she could not say the words. She could not find the proper words, and soon left him, muttering something as to directions for her father's room. He had been alone for 20 minutes when Mary came into the room. She knew that Patience was not there, and had retreated upstairs. But there seemed to be a cowardice in such retreating which displeased herself. She at any rate had no cause to be afraid of Mr. Newton. So she collected her thoughts and arranged her gait, and went down and addressed him with assumed indifference, as though there had never been anything between them beyond simple acquaintance. "Uncle Thomas will be here soon, I suppose," she said. "I hope he will give me half an hour first," Ralph answered. There was an ease and grace always present in his intercourse with women, and a power of saying that which he desired to say, which perhaps arose from the slightness of his purposes and the want of reality in his character. "We see so little of him that we hardly know his hours," said Mary. "Uncle Thomas is a sad truant from home." "He always was, and I declare I think that Patience and Clary have been the better for it. They have learned things of which they would have known nothing had he been with them every morning and evening. I don't know any girls who are so sweet as they are. You know they have been like sisters to me." "So I have been told." "And when you came it would have been like another sister coming, only—" "Only what?" said Mary, assuming purposely a savage look. "That something else intervened." "Of course it must be very different, and it should be different. You have only known me a few months." "I have known you enough to wish to know you more closely than anybody else for the rest of my life." "Mr. Newton, I thought you had understood me before." "So I did." This he said with an assumed tone of lachrymose complaint. "I did understand you thoroughly. I understood that I was rebuked and rejected and disdained. But a man, if he is in earnest, does not give over on that account. Indeed, there are things which he can't give over. You may tell a man that he shouldn't drink or shouldn't gamble, but telling him will do no good. When he has once begun, he'll go on with it." "What does that mean?" "That love is as strong a passion, at any rate, as drinking or gambling. You did tell me, and sent me away, and rebuked me because of that tradesman's daughter." "What tradesman's daughter?" asked Mary. "I have spoken of no tradesman's daughter. I gave you ample reason why you should not address yourself to me." "Of course there are ample reasons," said Ralph, looking into his hat, which he had taken from the table. "The one, most ample of all, is that you do not care for me." "I do not," said Mary resolutely. "Exactly. But that is a sort of reason which a man will do his best to conquer. Do not misunderstand me. I am not such a fool as to think that I can prevail in a day. I am not vain enough to think that I can prevail at all. But I can persist." "It will not be of the slightest use. Indeed, it cannot be allowed. I will not allow it.
My uncle will not allow it."
"When you told me that I was untrue to another person, I think that was your phrase."
"Very likely."
"I supposed you had heard that stupid story which had got round to my uncle, about a Mr. Neefit's daughter."
"I had heard no stupid story."
"What then did you mean?" Mary paused a moment, thinking whether it might still be possible that a good turn might be done for her cousin. That Clarissa had loved this man with her whole heart, she had herself owned to Mary. That the man had professed his love for Clary, Clary had also let her know. And Clary's love had endured, even after the blow it had received from Ralph's offer to her cousin. All this that cousin knew, but she did not know how that love had now turned to simple soreness.
"I have heard nothing of the man's daughter," said Mary.
"Well, then?"
"But I do know that before I came here at all you had striven to gain the affections of my cousin."
"Clarissa?"
"Yes, Clarissa. Is it not so?"
Then she paused, and Ralph remembered the scene on the lawn. In very truth it had never been forgotten. There had always been present with him, when he thought of Mary Bonner, a sort of remembrance of the hour in which he had played the fool with dear Clary. He had kissed her. Well, yes; and with some girls kisses mean so much, as Polly Neefit had said to her true lover. But then with others they mean just nothing.
"If you want to find a wife in this house, you had better ask her. It is certainly useless that you should ask me."
"Do you mean quite useless?" asked Ralph, beginning to be somewhat abashed.
"Absolutely useless. Did I not tell you something else? Something that I would not have hinted to you had it not been that I desired to prevent the possibility of a renewal of anything so vain? But you think nothing of that. All that can be changed with you at a moment, if other things suit."
"That is meant to be severe, Miss Bonner, and I have not deserved it from you. What has brought me to you but that I admire you above all others?"
"You shouldn't admire me above others. Is a man to change as he likes because he sees a girl whose hair pleases him for the moment better than does hers, to whom he has sworn to be true?"
Ralph did not forget at this moment to whisper to himself, for his own consolation, that he had never sworn to be true to Clarissa. And indeed he did feel that though there had been a kiss, the scene on the lawn was being used unfairly to his prejudice.
"I am afraid you are very fickle, Mr. Newton, and that your love is not worth much."
"I hope we may both live till you learn that you have wronged me."
"I hope so. If my opinion be worth anything with you, go back to her from whom you have allowed yourself to stray by your folly. To me you must not address yourself again. If you do, it will be an insult." Then she rose up, queenly in her beauty, and slowly left the room. There must be an end of that. Such was Ralph's feeling as she left the room, in spite of those protestations of constancy and persistence which he had made to himself. "A fellow has to go on with it, and be refused half a dozen times by one of those proud ones," he had said. "But when they do knuckle under, they go in harness better than the others." It was thus that he had thought of Mary Bonner, but he did not so think of her now. No, indeed, there was an end of that. There is a sort of way of doing it which shows that they mean it. Such was his inward speech, and he did believe that Miss Bonner meant it. By Jove, yes, if words and looks can ever mean anything. But how about Clarissa? If it was so, as Mary Bonner had told him, would it be the proper kind of thing for him to go back to Clarissa? His heart, too, for he had a heart, was very soft,
He had always been fond of Clarissa, and would not for worlds that she should be unhappy. How pretty she was, and how soft, and how loving, and how proudly happy she would be to be driven about the Newton grounds by him as their mistress. Then he remembered what Gregory had said to him, and how he had encouraged Gregory to persevere. If anything of that kind were to happen, Gregory must put up with it. It was clear that Clarissa couldn't marry Gregory if she were in love with him. But how would he look Sir Thomas in the face? As he thought of this he laughed. Sir Thomas, however, would be glad enough to give his daughter, not to the heir, but to the owner of Newton. Who could be that fellow whom Mary Bonner preferred to him, with all Newton to back his suit? Perhaps Mary Bonner did not know the meaning of being the mistress of Newton Priory. After a while the servant came to show him to his chamber. Sir Thomas had come and had gone at once to his room. So he went upstairs and dressed, expecting to see Clarissa when they all assembled before dinner. When he went down, Sir Thomas was there, and Mary, and Patience, but not Clarissa. He had summoned back his courage, and spoke jauntily to Sir Thomas. Then he turned to Patience and asked after her sister. "Clarissa is spending the day with Mrs. Brownlow," said Patience, "and will not be home till quite late." "Oh, how unfortunate!" exclaimed Ralph. Taking all his difficulties into consideration, we must admit that he did not do it badly. After dinner Sir Thomas sat longer over his wine than is at present usual, believing perhaps that the young ladies would not want to see much more of Ralph on the present occasion. The conversation was almost entirely devoted to the affairs of the late election, as to which Ralph was much interested and very indignant. "They cannot do you any harm, sir, by the investigation," he had said. "No, I don't think they can hurt me." "And you will have the satisfaction of knowing that you have been the means of exposing corruption, and of helping to turn such a man as Griffenbottom out of the house. Upon my word, I think it has been worth while." "I am not sure that I would do it again at the same cost, and with the same object," said Sir Thomas. Ralph did have a cup of tea given to him in the drawing-room, and then left the villa before Clarissa's fly had returned. Chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Moggs walks towards Edgware. The judge's decision in Percycross as to the late election was no sooner known than fresh overtures were made to Ontario Moggs by the Young Men's Association. A letter of triumph was addressed to him at the Cheshire Cheese, in which he was informed that intimidation and corruption had been trodden under foot in the infamous person of Mr. Griffenbottom, and that purity and the rights of labour were still the watchwords of that wholesome party in the borough which was determined to send Mr. Moggs to Parliament. Did not Mr. Moggs think it best that he should come down at once to the borough and look after his interests? Now, Mr. Moggs junior, when he received this letter, had left the borough no more than 3 or 4 days since, having been summoned there as a witness during the trial of the petition, and such continued attendance to the political interests of a small and otherwise uninteresting town, without the advantage of a seat in Parliament, was felt by Mr. Moggs senior to be a nuisance. The expense in all these matters fell of course upon the shoulders of the father. "I don't believe in them humbugs no longer," said Mr. Moggs senior. Moggs junior, who had felt the enthusiasm of the young men of Percycross, and who had more to get and less to lose than his father, did believe. Although he had been so lately at Percycross, he went down again, and again made speeches to the young men at the Mechanics' Institute. Nothing could be more triumphant than his speeches, nothing more pleasant than his popularity. But he could not fail to become aware, after a further sojourn of 3 days at Percycross, of 2 things. The first was this, that if the borough were spared, there would be a compromise between the leading men on the 2 sides, and Mr. Westmacott would be returned together with a young Griffenbottom. The second conviction forced upon him was that the borough would not be spared. There was no comfort for him at Percycross, other than what arose from a pure political conscience. On the very morning on which he left, he besought his friends, the young men, though they were about to be punished, degraded, and disenfranchised for the sins of their elders, though it might never be allowed to them again to stir themselves for the political welfare of their own borough, still to remember that purity and the rights of labour were the 2 great wants of the world, and that no man could make an effort, however humble, in a good cause, without doing something toward bringing nearer to him that millennium of political virtue which was so much wanted, and which would certainly come sooner or later. He was cheered to the echo, and almost carried down to the station on the shoulders of a chairman or president and a secretary. But he left Percycross with the conviction that that borough would never confer upon him the coveted honour of a seat in Parliament. All this had happened early in March, previous to that Sunday on which Mr. Neefit behaved so rudely to him at the cottage. "I think as perhaps you'd better stick to business now a bit," said old Moggs. At that moment Ontario was sitting up at a high desk behind the ledger which he hated, and was sticking to business as well as he knew how to stick to it. "No more Cheshire cheeses, if you please, young man," said the father. This was felt by the son to be unfair, cruel, and even corrupt. While the election was going on, as long as there was a hope of success at Percycross, Moggs senior had connived at the Cheshire cheese, had said little or nothing about business, had even consented on one occasion to hear his son make a speech advocating the propriety of combination among workmen. "It ain't my way of thinking," Moggs senior had said, "but then perhaps I'm old." To have had a member of the firm in Parliament would have been glorious even to old Moggs, though he hardly knew in what the glory would have consisted. But as soon as he found that his hopes were vain, that the Cheshire cheese had been no stepping stone to such honour, and that his money had been spent for nothing, his mind reverted to his old form. Strikes became to him the work of the devil, and unions were once more the bane of trade. "I suppose," said Ontario, looking up from his ledger, "if I work for my bread by day, I may do as I please with my evenings. At any rate, I shall." He continued to say, after pausing a while, "It's best we should understand each other, father." Moggs senior growled. At a word his son would have been off from him, rushing about the country, striving to earn a crust as a political lecturer. Moggs knew his son well, and in truth loved him dearly. There was, too, a Miss Moggs at home, who would give her father no peace if Ontario were turned adrift. There is nothing in the world so cruel as the way in which sons use the natural affections of their fathers, obtaining from these very feelings a power of rebelling against authority. "You must go to the devil if you please, I suppose," said Moggs senior. "I don't know why you say that. What do I do devilish?" "Them Unions is devilish." "I think they're godlike," said Moggs junior. After that they were silent for a while, during which Moggs senior was cutting his nails with a shoemaker's knife by the fading light of the evening, and Moggs junior was summing up an account against a favoured aristocrat who seemed to have worn a great many boots, but who was noticeable to Ontario chiefly from the fact that he represented in Parliament the division of the county in which Percycross was situated. "I thought you was going to make it all straight by marrying that girl," said Moggs senior. Here was a subject on which the father and son were in unison, and as to which the romantic heart of Miss Moggs, at home at Shepherd's Bush, always glowed with enthusiasm. That her brother was in love was to her, of whom in truth it must be owned that she was very plain, the charm of her life. She was fond of poetry, and would read to her brother aloud the story of Juan and Haidee, and the melancholy condition of the lady who was loved by the veiled prophet. She sympathized with the false queen's passion for Launcelot, and being herself in truth an ugly old maid, very far removed from things romantic, delighted in the affairs of the heart when they did not run smooth. "Oh, Ontario," she would say, "be true to her, if it be for 20 years." "So I will, but I'd like to begin the 20 years by making her Mrs. Moggs," said Ontario. Now Mr. Moggs senior knew to a penny what money old Neefit could give his daughter, and placed not the slightest trust in that threat about the smock in which she stood upright. Polly would certainly get the better of her father, as Ontario always got the better of him. Ontario made no immediate reply to his father, but he found himself getting all wrong among the boots and shoes which had been supplied to that aristocratic young member of Parliament. "You don't mean as it's all off?" asked Moggs senior. "No, it isn't all off." "Then why don't you go in at it?" "Why don't I go in at it?" said Ontario, closing the book in hopeless confusion of mind and figures. "I'd give every pair of boots in this place. I'd give all the business to get a kind word from her." "Isn't she kind?" "Kind? Yes, she's kind enough in a way. She's everything just what she ought to be. That's what she is. Don't you go on about it, father. I'm as much in earnest as you can be. I shan't give it up till she calls somebody else her husband, and then, why, then I shall just cut it and go off to uncle in Canada. I've got my mind made up about all that." And so he left the shop, somewhat uncourteously perhaps, but he had worked his way back into his father's good graces by his determination to stick to Neefit's girl. A young man ought to be allowed to attend trades unions, or any other meetings, if he will marry a girl with £20,000. That evening Ontario Moggs went to the Cheshire Cheese, and was greater than ever. It has been already told how, on a Sunday subsequent to this, he managed to have himself almost closeted with Polly, and how he was working himself into her good graces when he was disturbed by Mr. Neefit, and turned out of the house. Polly's heart had been yielding during the whole of that interview. There had come upon her once a dream that it would be a fine thing to be the lady of Newton, and the chance had been hers. But when she set herself to work to weigh it all, and to find out what it was that young Newton really wanted, and what he ought to want, she shook off from herself that dream before it had done her any injury. She meant to be married, certainly. As to that she had no doubt. But then Ontario Moggs was such a long-legged, awkward, ugly, shambling fellow, and Moggs as a name was certainly not euphonious. The gasfitter was handsome, and was called Yellowlegs, which perhaps was better than Moggs. He had proposed to her more than once, but the gasfitter's face meant nothing, and the gasfitter himself hadn't much meaning in him. As to outside appearance, young Newton's was just what he ought to be, but that was a dream which she had shaken off. Auntie Moggs had some meaning in him, and was a man. If there was one thing, too, under the sun, of which Polly was quite sure, it was this, that Auntie Moggs did really love her. She knew that in the heart and mind and eyes of Auntie Moggs she possessed a divinity which made the ground she stood upon holy ground for him. Now that is a conviction very pleasant to a young woman. Ontario was very near his victory on that Sunday. When he told her that he would compass the death of Ralph Newton if Ralph Newton was to cause her to break her heart, she believed that he would do it, and she felt obliged to him, although she laughed at him. When he declared to her that he didn't know what to do because of his love, she was near to telling him what he might do. When he told her that he would sooner have a kiss from her than be Prime Minister, she believed him, and almost longed to make him happy. Then she had tripped, giving him encouragement which she had not intended, and had retreated, telling him that he was silly. But as she said so, she made up her mind that he should be perplexed not much longer. After all, in spite of his ugliness and awkwardness and long legs, this was to be her man. She recognized the fact, and was happy. It is so much for a girl to be sure that she is really loved, and there was no word which fell from Ontario's mouth which Polly did not believe. Ralph Newton's speeches were very pretty, but they conveyed no more than his intention to be civil. Ontario's speeches really brought home to her all that the words could mean. When he told her father that he was quite contented to take her just as she was, without a shilling, she knew that he would do so with the utmost joy. Then it was that she resolved that he should have her, and that for the future all doubtings, all flirtations, all coyness should be over. She had been won, and she lowered her flag. "You stick to it, and you'll do it," she said, and this time she meant it. "I shall," said Ontario, and he walked all the way back to London with his head among the clouds, disregarding Percycross utterly, forgetful of all the Boots and Aristocrats' accounts, regardless almost of the Cheshire cheese, not even meditating a new speech in defence of the rights of labour. He believed that on that day he had gained the great victory. If so, life before him was one vista of triumph. That he himself was what the world calls romantic, he had no idea, but he had lived now for months on the conviction that the only chance of personal happiness to himself was to come from the smiles and kindness and love of a certain human being whom he had chosen to beatify. To him Polly Neefit was divine, and round him also there would be a halo of divinity if this goddess would consent to say that she would become his wife. It was impossible that many days should be allowed to pass before he made an effort to learn from her own lips positively the meaning of those last words which she had spoken to him. But there was a difficulty. Neefit had warned him from the house, and he felt unwilling to knock at the door of a man in that man's absence, who, if present, would have refused to him the privilege of admittance. That Mrs. Neefit would see him, and afford him opportunity of pleading his cause with Polly, he did not doubt. but some idea that a man's house, being his castle, should not be invaded in the owner's absence, restrained him. That the man's daughter might be the dearer, and the choicer, and the more sacred castle of the two, was true enough, but then Polly was a castle which, as Moggs thought, ought to belong to him rather than to her father, and so he resolved to waylay Polly. His week days from 9 in the morning till 7 in the evening were at this time due to Booby and Moggs, and he was at present paying that debt religiously, under a conviction that his various absences at Percycross had been hard upon his father. For there was in truth no Booby. Moggs senior and Moggs junior constituted the whole firm, in which, indeed, up to this moment, Moggs junior had no recognised share, and if one was absent the other must be present. But Sunday was his own, and Polly Neefit always went to church. Nevertheless, on the first Sunday he failed. He failed, though he saw her walking with 2 other ladies, and though, to the best of his judgment, she also saw him. On the second Sunday he was at Hendon from 10 till 3, hanging about in the lanes, sitting on gates, whiling away the time with a treatise on political economy which he had brought down in his pocket, thinking of Polly while he strove to confine his thoughts to the great subject of man's productive industry. Is there any law of nature, law of God rather, by which a man has a right to enough of food, enough of raiment, enough of shelter, and enough of recreation, if only he will work? But Polly's cheeks and Polly's lips, the eager fire of Polly's eye as she would speak, and all the elastic beauty of Polly's gait as she would walk, drove the great question from his mind. Was he ever destined to hold Polly in his arms, close, close to his breast? If not, then the laws of nature and the laws of God, let them be what they might, would not have been sufficient to protect him from the cruellest wrong of all. It was as she went to afternoon church that he hoped to intercept her. Morning church with many is a bond. Afternoon church is a virtue of supererogation, practised often because there is nothing else to do. It would be out of the question that he should induce her to give up the morning service, but if he could only come upon her in the afternoon, a little out of sight of others, just as she would turn down a lane with which he was acquainted, near to a stile leading across the fields towards Edgware, it might be possible that he should prevail. As the hour came near he put the useless volume into his pocket, and stationed himself on the spot which he had selected. Almost at the first moment in which he had ventured to hope for her presence, Polly turned into the lane. It was 6 months after this occurrence that she had confessed to him that she had thought it just possible he might be there. "Of course you would be there, you old goose, as if Jemima hadn't told me that you'd been about all day. But I never should have come if I hadn't quite made up my mind." Then Ontario administered to her one of those bear's hugs which were wont to make Polly declare that he was an ogre. It was thus that Polly made her confession after the 6 months, as they were sitting very close to each other on some remote point of the cliffs down on the Kentish coast. At that time the castle had been altogether transferred out of the keeping of Mr. Neefit. But Polly's conduct on this occasion was not at all of a nature to make it supposed that Jemima's eyes had been so sharp. "What, Mr. Moggs!" she said. "Dear me, what a place to find you in! Are you coming to church?" "I want you just to take a turn with me for a few minutes, Polly." "But I'm going to church." "You can go to church afterwards. That is, if you like. I can't come to the house now, and I have got something I must say to you."
"Something that you must say to me?"
And then Polly followed him over the stile. They had walked the length of nearly 2 fields before Ontario had commenced to tell the tale, which of necessity must be told. But Polly, though she must have known that her chances of getting back to church were becoming more and more remote, waited without impatience. "I want to know," he said at last, "whether you can ever learn to love me."
"What's the use, Mr. Moggs?"
"It will be all the use in the world to me."
"Oh no, it won't. It can't signify so very much to anybody."
"Nothing, I sometimes think, can ever be of any use to me but that."
"As for learning to love a man, I suppose I could love a man without any learning, if I liked him."
"But don't you like me, Polly?"
"I never said I didn't like you. Father and mother always used to like you."
"But you, Polly?"
"Oh, I like you well enough. Don't, Mr. Moggs."
"But do you love me?" Then there was a pause, as they stood leaning upon a gateway. "Come, Polly, tell a fellow. Do you love me?"
"I don't know."
Then there was another pause, but he was in a 7th heaven, with his arm around her waist.
"I suppose I do, a little,"
whispered Polly. "But better than anybody else?"
"You don't think I mean to have 2 lovers, do you?"
"And am I to be your lover?"
"There's father, you know. I'm not going to be anybody's wife because he tells me, but I wouldn't like to vex him if I could help it."
"But you'll never belong to any one else?"
"Never," said
she, solemnly. "Then I've said what I've got to say, and I'm the happiest man in all the world, and you may go to church now if you like." But his arm was still tight around her waist.
"It's too late," said Polly, in a melancholy tone, "and it's all your doing."
The walk was prolonged, not quite to Edgeware, but so far that Mr. Neefit was called upon to remark that the parson was preaching a very long sermon. Mrs. Neefit, who perhaps had also had communication with Jemima, remarked that it was not to be expected, but that Polly should take a ramble with some of her friends. "Why can't she ramble where I want her to ramble?" said Mr. Neefit. Many things were settled during that walk. Within 5 minutes of the time in which she had declared that it was too late for her to go to church, she had brought herself to talk to him with all the delightful confidence of a completed engagement. She made him understand at once that there was no longer any doubt.
"A girl must have time to know," she said, when he half reproached her with the delay.
A girl wasn't like a man, she said, who could just make up his mind at once. A girl had to wait and see. But she was quite sure of this, that having once said the word, she would never go back from it. She didn't quite know when she had first begun to love him, but she thought it was when she heard that he had made up his mind to stand for Percycross. It seemed to her to be such a fine thing, his going to Percycross. "Then," said Ontario, gallantly, "Percycross has done 10 times more for me than it would have done had it simply made me a member of Parliament." Once, twice, and oftener he was made happier than he could have been had fortune made him a Prime Minister, for Polly, now that she had given her heart and promised her hand, would not coy her lips to the man she had chosen. Many things were settled between them. Polly told her lover all her trouble about Ralph Newton, and it was now that she received that advice from her very particular friend, Mr. Moggs, which she followed in writing to her late suitor. The letter was to be written and posted that very afternoon, and then shown to her father. We know already that in making the copy for her father she omitted one clause, having resolved that she would tell her mother of her engagement, and that her mother should communicate it to her father. As for naming any day for their marriage, that was out of the question, she said. She did not wish to delay it, but all that she could do was to swear to her father that she would never marry anybody else.
"And he'll believe me, too," said Polly.
As for eloping, she would not hear of it.
"Just that he might have an excuse to give his money to somebody else," she said.
"I don't care for his money," protested Moggs.
"That's all very well, but money's a good thing in its way. I hate a man who'd sell himself. He's a mean fellow, or a girl either. Money should never be first. But as for pitching it away just because you're in a hurry, I don't believe in that at all. I'm not going to be an old woman yet, and you may wait a few months very well." She walked with him direct up to the gate leading up to their own house, so that all the world might see her, if all the world pleased, and then she bade him good-bye. "Some day, before very long, no doubt," she said,
when, as he left her, he asked as to their next meeting. And so Polly had engaged herself. I do not know that the matter seemed to her to be of so much importance as it does to many girls. It was a piece of business which had to be done some day, and as she had well known for years past, and now that it was done, she was quite contented with the doing of it. But there was not much of that ecstasy in her bosom which was at the present moment sending Ontario Moggs bounding up to town, talking as he went to himself, to the amazement of passers-by, and assuring himself that he had triumphed like an Alexander or a Caesar. She made some steady resolves to do her duty by him, and told herself again and again that nothing should ever move her now that she had decided. As for beauty in a man, what did it signify? He was honest. As for awkwardness, what did it matter? He was clever. And in regard to being a gentleman, she rather thought that she liked him better because he wasn't exactly what some people call a gentleman. Whatever sort of a home he would give her to live in, nobody would despise her in it because she was not grand enough for her place. She was by no means sure that a good deal of misery of that kind might not have fallen to her lot had she become the mistress of Newton Priory.
"When the beggar woman became a queen, how the servants must have snubbed her," said Polly to herself.
That evening she showed her letter to her father. "You haven't sent it, you minx," said he.
"Yes, father, it's in the iron box."
"What business had you to write to a young man?"
"Come, father, I had a business."
"I believe you want to break my heart," said old Neefit. That evening her mother asked her what she had been doing that afternoon.
"I just took a walk with Ontario Moggs," said Polly. "Well?" "And I've just engaged myself straight off. And you had better tell father. I mean to keep to it, mother, let anybody say anything. I wouldn't go back from my promise if they were to drag me. So father may as well know it."
Chapter 49 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. Among the pictures. Norfolk is a county by no means devoted to hunting, and Ralph Newton, the disinherited Ralph as we may call him, had been advised by some of his friends round Newton to pitch his tent elsewhere, because of his love of that sport. "You'll get a bit of land just as cheap in the shires," Morris had said to him, "and if I were you, I wouldn't go among a set of fellows who don't think anything in the world except partridges." Mr. Morris, who was a very good fellow in his way, devoted a considerable portion of his mental and physical energies to the birth, rearing, education, preservation, and subsequent use of the fox, thinking that in so doing he employed himself nobly as a country gentleman. But he thoroughly despised a county in which partridges were worshipped. "They do preserve foxes," pleaded Ralph. "One man does, and the next don't. You ought to know what that means. It's the most heart-breaking kind of thing in the world. I'd sooner be without foxes altogether, and ride to a drag. I would indeed." This assertion Mr. Morris made in a sadly solemn tone, such as men use when they speak of some adversity which fate and fortune may be preparing for them. "I'd a deal rather die than bear it," says the melancholy friend, or "I'd much sooner put up with a crust in a corner. I'd rather ride to a drag. I would indeed," said Mr. Morris, with a shake of the head and a low sigh. As for life without riding to hounds at all, Mr. Morris did not for a moment suppose that his friend contemplated such an existence. But Ralph had made up his mind that, in going out into the world to do something, foxes should not be his first object. He had to seek a home, certainly, but more important than his home was the work to which he should give himself, and, as he had once said, he knew nothing useful that he could do except till the land. So he went down into Norfolk among the intermittent fox preservers, and took Beamingham Hall. Almost every place in Norfolk is a ham, and almost every house is a hall. There was a parish of Beamingham 4 miles from Swaffham, lying between Tilham, Soham, Reepham, and Grindham. It's down in all the maps. It's as flat as a pancake. It has a church with a magnificent square tower, and a new chancel. There is a resident parson, and there are 4 or 5 farmers in it. It is under the plough throughout, and is famous for its turnips. Half the parish belongs to a big lord, who lives in the county, and who does preserve foxes, but not with all his heart. 2 other farms are owned by the yeomen who farm them, men who have been brought up to shoot, and who hate the very name of hunting. Beamingham Hall was to be sold, and by the beginning of May Ralph Newton had bought it. Beamingham Little Wood belonged to the estate, and as it contained about 30 acres, Ralph determined that he would endeavour to have a fox there. By the middle of May he had been 4 months in his new home. The house itself was not bad. It was spacious, and the rooms, though low, were large, and it had been built with considerable idea of architectural beauty. The windows were all set in stone and mullioned, long low windows, very beautiful in form, which had till some 15 years back been filled with a multitude of small diamond panes. But now the diamond panes had given way to plate glass. There were 3 gables to the hall, all facing an old-fashioned large garden, in which the fruit trees came close up to the house, and that which perhaps ought to have been a lawn was almost an orchard. But there were trim gravel walks, and trim flower beds, and a trim fish pond, and a small walled kitchen garden, with very old peaches, and very old apricots, and very old plums. The plums, however, were at present better than the peaches or the apricots. The fault of the house as a modern residence consisted in this, that the farmyard, with all its appurtenances, was very close to the back door. Ralph told himself, when first he saw it, that Mary Bonner would never consent to live in a house so placed. For whom was such a house as Beamingham Hall originally built? A house not grand enough for a squire's mansion, and too large for a farmer's homestead. Such houses throughout England are much more numerous than Englishmen think, either still in good repair, as was Beamingham Hall, or going into decay under the lessened domestic wants of the present holders. It is especially so in the eastern counties, and may be taken as one proof among many that the broad-acred squire, with his throng of tenants, is comparatively a modern invention. The country gentleman of 200 years ago farmed the land he held. As years have rolled on, the strong have swallowed the weak, one strong man having eaten up half a dozen weak men, and so the squire has been made. Then the strong squire becomes a baronet and a lord, till he lords it a little too much, and a Manchester warehouseman buys him out. The strength of the country probably lies in the fact that the change is ever being made, but is never made suddenly. To Ralph the great objection to Beamingham Hall lay in that fear, or rather certainty, that it could not be made a fitting house for Mary Bonner. When he first decided on taking it, and even when he decided on buying it, he assured himself that Mary Bonner's taste might be quite indifferent to him. In the first place, he had himself written to her uncle to withdraw his claim as soon as he found that Newton would never belong to him, and then he had been told by the happy owner of Newton that Mary was still to be asked to share the throne of that principality. When so told, he had said nothing of his own ambition, but had felt that there was another reason why he should leave Newton and its neighbourhood. For him, as a bachelor, Beamingham Hall would be only too good a house. He, as a farmer, did not mean to be ashamed of his own dunghill. By the middle of May he had heard nothing either of his namesake or of Mary Bonner. He did correspond with Gregory Newton, and thus received tidings of the parish, of the church, of the horses, and even of the foxes, but of the heir's matrimonial intentions he heard nothing. Gregory did write of his own visits to the metropolis, past and future, and Ralph knew that the young parson would again singe his wings in the flames that were burning at Popham Villa, but nothing was said of the heir. Through March and April that trouble respecting Polly Neefit was continued, and Gregory, in his letter, of course, did not speak of the Neefits. At last May was come, and Ralph, from Beamingham, made up his mind that he also would go up to London. He had been hard at work during the last 4 months, doing all those wonderfully attractive things with his new property which a man can do when he has money in his pocket, knocking down hedges, planting young trees, or preparing for the planting of them, buying stock, building or preparing to build sheds, and the rest of it. There is hardly a pleasure in life equal to that of laying out money with a conviction that it will come back again. The conviction, alas, is so often ill-founded, but the pleasure is the same. In regard to the house itself, he would do nothing, not even form a plan, as yet. It might be possible that some taste other than his own should be consulted. In the second week in May he went up to London, having heard that Gregory would be there at the same time, and he at once found himself consorting with his namesake almost as much as with the parson. It was now a month since the heir had been dismissed from Popham Villa, and he had not since that date renewed his visit. Nor from that date to the present had he seen Sir Thomas. It cannot be said with exact truth that he was afraid of Sir Thomas, or ashamed to see the girls. He had no idea that he had behaved badly to anybody, and if he had, he was almost disposed to make amends for such sin by marrying Clarissa. But he felt that should he ultimately make up his mind in Clarissa's favour, a little time should elapse for the gradual cure of his former passion. No doubt he placed reliance on his position as the man of property, feeling that by his strength in that direction he would be pulled through all his little difficulties. But it was an unconscious reliance. He believed that he was perfectly free from what he himself would have called the dirt and littleness of purse pride or acre pride, and would on some occasions assert that he really thought nothing of himself because he was Newton of Newton. And he meant to be true. Nevertheless, in the bottom of his heart there was a confidence that he might do this and that because of his acres. And among the things which might be thus done, but which could not otherwise have been done, was this return to Clarissa after his little lapse in regard to Mary Bonner. He was delighted to welcome Ralph from Norfolk to all the pleasures of the metropolis. Should he put down Ralph's name at the famous Carlton, of which he had lately become a member? Ralph already belonged to an old-fashioned club of which his father had long been a member, and declined the new honour. As for balls, evening crushes, and large dinner parties, our Norfolk Ralph thought himself to be unsuited for them just at present, because of his father's death. It was not for the nephew of the dead man to tell the son that 8 months of mourning for a father was more than the world now required. He could only take the excuse and suggest the play, and a little dinner at Richmond, and a small party to Maidenhead as compromises. "I don't know that there is any good in a fellow being so heavy in hand because his father is dead," the Squire said to his brother. "They were so much to each other," pleaded Gregory in return. The Squire accepted the excuse, and offered his namesake a horse for the park. Would he make one of the party for the moors in August? The Squire asserted that he had room for another gun, without entailing any additional expense upon himself. This indeed was not strictly true, as it had been arranged that the cost should be paid per gun. But there was a vacancy still, and Ralph the heir, being quite willing to pay for his cousin, thought no harm to cover his generosity under a venial falsehood. The disinherited one, however, declined the offer with many thanks. "There is nothing, old fellow, I wouldn't do for you if I knew how," said the happy heir. Whereupon the Norfolk Ralph unconsciously resolved that he would accept nothing, or as little as possible, at the hands of the Squire. All this happened during the 3 or 4 first days of his sojourn in London, in which he hardly knew why he had gone neither to the villa nor to Sir Thomas in Southampton Buildings. He meant to do so, but from day to day he put it off. As regarded the ladies at the villa, the 3 young men now never spoke to each other respecting them. Gregory believed that his brother had failed, and so believing did not recur to the subject. Gregory himself had already been at Fulham once or twice since his arrival in town, but had nothing to say, or at least did say nothing, of what happened there. He intended to remain away from his parish for no more than the parson's normal 13 days, and was by no means sure that he would make any further formal offer. When at the villa he found that Clarissa was sad and sober and almost silent, and he knew that something was wrong. It hardly occurred to him to believe that after all he might perhaps cure the evil. One morning early, Gregory and Ralph from Norfolk were together at the Royal Academy. Although it was not yet 10 when they entered the gallery, the rooms were already so crowded that it was difficult to get near the line, and almost impossible either to get into or get out of a corner. Gregory had been there before and knew the pictures. He also was supposed by his friends to understand something of the subject, whereas Ralph did not know a cook from a hook, and possessed no more than a dim idea that Landseer painted all the wild beasts, and Millais all the little children. "That's a fine picture," he said, pointing up at an enormous portrait of the master of the B&B in a red coat, seated square on a 17-hand high horse, with his hat off, and the favourite hounds of his pack around him. "That's by Grant," said Gregory. "I don't know that I care for that kind of thing." "It's as like as it can stare," said Ralph, who appreciated the red coat, and the well-groomed horse, and the finely shaped hounds. He backed a few steps to see the picture better, and found himself encroaching upon a lady's dress. He turned round and found that the lady was Mary Bonner. Together with her were both Clarissa and Patience Underwood. The greetings between them all were pleasant, and the girls were unaffectedly pleased to find friends whom they knew well enough to accept as guides and monitors in the room. "Now we shall be told all about everything," said Clarissa, as the young parson shook hands first with her sister and then with her. "Do take us round to the best dozen, Mr. Newton. That's the way I like to begin." Her tone was completely different from what it had been down at the villa. "That gentleman in the red coat is my cousin's favourite," said Gregory. "I don't care a bit about that," said Clarissa. "That's because you don't hunt," said Ralph. "I wish I hunted," said Mary Bonner. Mary, when she first saw the man, of whom she had once been told that he was to be her lover, and, when so told, had at least been proud that she was so chosen, felt that she was blushing slightly, but she recovered herself instantly, and greeted him as though there had been no cause whatever for disturbance. He was struck almost dumb at seeing her, and it was her tranquillity which restored him to composure. After the first greetings were over, he found himself walking by her side, without any effort on her part to avoid him, while Gregory and the two sisters went on in advance. Poor Ralph had not a word to say about the pictures. "Have you been long in London?" she asked. "Just 4 days." "We heard that you were coming, and did think that perhaps you and your cousin might find a morning to come down and see us. Your cousin Gregory, I mean." "Of course I shall come." "My uncle will be so glad to see you, only, you know, you can't always find him at home. And so will Patience. You are a great favourite with Patience. You have gone down to live in Norfolk, haven't you?" "Yes, in Norfolk." "You have bought an estate there?" "Just one farm that I look after myself. It's no estate, Miss Bonner. Just a farmhouse with barns and stables and a horse pond, and the rest of it." This was by no means a fair account of the place, but it suited him so to speak of it. "My days for having an estate were quickly brought to a close, were they not?" This he said with a little laugh, and then hated himself for having spoken so foolishly. "Does that make you unhappy, Mr. Newton?" she asked. He did not answer her at once, and she continued. "I should have thought that you were above being made unhappy by that." Such disappointments carry many things with them of which people outside see nothing. "That is true, no doubt." "A man may be separated from every friend he has in the world by such a change of circumstances." "I had not thought of that. I beg your pardon," said she, looking into his face almost imploringly. "And there may be worse than that," he said. Of course she knew what he meant, but he did not know how much she knew. It is easy to say that a man should stand up against reverses, but there are some reverses a man cannot bear without suffering. She had quite made up her mind that the one reverse of which she was thinking should be cured, but she could take no prominent step towards curing it yet. But that some step should be taken sooner or later she was resolved. It might be taken now, indeed, if he would only speak out. But she quite understood that he would not speak out now, because that house down in Norfolk was no more than a farm. "But I didn't mean to trouble you with all that nonsense," he said.
"It doesn't trouble me at all. Of course you will tell everything when you come to see us."
"There is very little to tell, unless you care for cows and pigs and sheep and horses."
"I do care for cows and pigs and sheep and horses," she said.
"All the same, they are not pleasant subjects for conversation. A man may do as much good with a single farm as he can with a large estate, but he can't make his affairs as interesting to other people." There was present to his own mind the knowledge that he and his rich namesake were rivals in regard to the affections of this beautiful girl, and he could not avoid allusions to his own inferiority. And yet his own words, as soon as they were spoken and it sounded in his ear, were recognized by himself as being mean and pitiful, as whining words and sorry plaints against the trick which fortune had played him. He did not know how to tell her boldly that he lamented this change from the estate to the farm, because he had hoped that she would share the one with him, and did not dare even to ask her to share the other. She understood it all, down to the look of displeasure which crossed his face as he felt the possible effect of his own speech. She understood it all, but she could not give him much help as yet. There might perhaps come a moment in which she could explain to him her own ideas about farms and estates, and the reasons in accordance with which these might be selected and those rejected. "Have you seen much of Ralph Newton lately?" asked the other Ralph.
"Of your cousin?"
"Yes, only I do not call him so. I have no right to call him my cousin."
"No, we do not see much of him."
This was said in a tone of voice which ought to have sufficed for curing any anxiety in Ralph's bosom respecting his rival. Had he not been sore and nervous, and, as it must be admitted, almost stupid in the matter, he could not but have gathered from that tone that his namesake was at least no favourite with Miss Bonner. "He used to be a great deal at Popham Villa," said Ralph.
"We do not see him often now. I fancy there has been some cause of displeasure between him and my uncle. His brother has been with us once or twice. I do like Mr. Gregory Newton."
"He is the best fellow that ever lived," exclaimed Ralph with energy.
"So much nicer than his brother," said Mary, "though perhaps I ought not to say so to you."
This at any rate could not but be satisfactory to him. "I like them both," he said, "but I love Greg dearly. He and I have lived together quite like brothers for years, whereas it is only quite lately that I have known the other."
"It is only lately that I have known either. But they seem to me to be so different. Is not that a wonderfully beautiful picture, Mr. Newton? Can't you almost fancy yourself sitting down and throwing stones into the river, or dabbling your feet in it?"
"It is very pretty," said he, not caring a penny for the picture.
"Have you any river at Beamingham?"
"There's a muddy little brook that you could almost jump over. You wouldn't want to dabble in that."
"Has it got a name?"
"I think they call it the Wissey. It's not at all a river to be proud of, except in the way of eels and water rats."
"Is there nothing to be proud of at Beamingham?"
There's the church tower. That's all."
"A church tower is something, but I meant as to Beamingham Hall."
"That word hall misleads people," said Ralph. "It's a kind of upper class farmhouse, with a lot of low rooms and intricate passages and chambers here and there, smelling of apples, and a huge kitchen, and an oven big enough for a small dinner party."
"I should like the oven."
"And a laundry, and a dairy, and a cheese house, only we never make any cheese, and a horse pond, and a dunghill, and a cabbage garden."
"Is that all that you can say for your new purchase, Mr. Newton?"
"The house itself isn't ugly."
"Come, that's better."
"And it might be made fairly comfortable if there were any use in doing it."
"Of course there will be use."
"I don't know that there will," said Ralph. "Sometimes I think one thing and sometimes another. One week I'm full of a scheme about a new garden and a conservatory, and a bow window to the drawing room, and then the next week I think that the 2 rooms I live in at present will be enough for me."
"Stick to the conservatory, Mr. Newton. But here are the girls, and I suppose it is about time for us to go." "Mary, where have you been?" said Clarissa. "Looking at landscapes," said Mary. "Mr. Newton has shown us every picture worth seeing, and described everything, and we haven't had to look at the catalogue once. That's just what I like at the Academy. I don't know whether you've been as lucky." "I've had a great deal described to me, too," said Mary, "but I'm afraid we've forgotten the particular duty that brought us here." Then they parted, the 2 men promising that they would be at the villa before long, and the girls preparing themselves for their return home. "That cousin of theirs is certainly very beautiful," said Gregory, after some short tribute to the merits of the 2 sisters. "I think she is," said Ralph. "I do not wonder that my brother has been struck with her." "Nor do I." Then, after a pause, he continued, "She said something which made me think that she and your brother haven't quite hit it off together." "I don't know that they have," said Gregory. "Ralph does change his mind sometimes. He hasn't said a word about
Chapter 50 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. Another failure. The day after the meeting at the Academy, as Ralph the young squire was sitting alone in his room over a late breakfast, a maid servant belonging to the house opened the door and introduced Mr. Neefit. It was now the middle of May, and Ralph had seen nothing of the breeches maker since the morning on which he had made his appearance in the yard of the Moonbeam. There had been messages, and Mr. Carey had been very busy endeavouring to persuade the father that he could benefit neither himself nor his daughter by persistence in so extravagant a scheme. Money had been offered to Mr. Neefit, most unfortunately, and this offer had added to his wrongs, and he had been told by his wife that Polly had at last decided in regard to her own affections, and had accepted her old lover, Mr. Moggs. He had raved at Polly to her face. He had sworn at Moggs behind his back. He had called Mr. Carey very hard names, and now he forced himself once more upon the presence of the young squire. "Captain," he said, as soon as he had carefully closed the door behind him, "are you going to be upon the square?" Newton had given special orders that Neefit should not be admitted to his presence, but here he was, having made his way into the chamber in the temporary absence of the squire's own servant. "Mr. Neefit," said Newton, "I cannot allow this." "Not allow it, Captain?" "No, I cannot. I will not be persecuted. I have received favours from you. Yes, you have, Captain, and I will do anything in reason to repay them. Will you come out and see our Polly?" "No, I won't." "You won't?" "Certainly not. I don't believe your daughter wants to see me. She is engaged to another man." So much Mr. Carey had learned from Mrs. Neefit. "I have a great regard for your daughter, but I will not go to see her." "Engaged to another man, is she?" "I am told so." "Oh, that's your little game, is it? And you won't see me when I call, won't you? I won't stir out of this room unless you sends for the police, and so we'll get it all into one of the courts of law. I shall just like to see how you'll look when you're being cross-hackled by one of them learned gents. There'll be a question or two about the old breeches maker as the Squire of Newton mayn't like to see in the papers the next morning. I shall take the liberty of ringing the bell and ordering a bit of dinner here, if you don't mind. I shan't go when the police comes without a deal of row, and then we shall have it all out in the courts." This was monstrously absurd, but at the same time very annoying. Even though he should disregard that threat of being cross-hackled by a learned gent, and of being afterwards made notorious in the newspapers, which it must be confessed he did not find himself able to disregard, still, independently of that feeling, he was very unwilling to call for brute force to remove Mr. Neefit from the arm-chair in which that worthy tradesman had seated himself. He had treated the man otherwise than as a tradesman. He had borrowed the man's money, and eaten the man's dinners, visited the man at Ramsgate, and twice offered his hand to the man's daughter. "You are very welcome to dine here," he said, "only I am sorry that I cannot dine here with you." "I won't stir from the place for a week." "That will be inconvenient," said Ralph. "Uncommon inconvenient, I should say, to a gent like you, especially as I shall tell everybody that I'm on a visit to my son-in-law." "I meant to yourself, and to the business." "Never you mind the business, Captain. There'll be enough left to give my girl all the money I promised her, and I don't think I shall have to ask you to keep your father-in-law neither. Sending an attorney to offer me £1,000! It's my belief I could buy you out yet, Captain, in regard to ready money." "I dare say you could, Mr. Neefit." "And I won't stir from here till you name a day to come and see me and my missus and Polly." "This is sheer madness, Mr. Neefit." "You think so, do you, Captain? You'll find me madder nor you think for yet. I'm not a going to be put upon by you and nothing come of it. I'll have it out of you in money or marbles, as the saying is. Just order me a glass of sherry wine, will you? I'm a thirsty talking. When you came a visiting me, I always give you lashings of drink." This was so true that Ralph felt himself compelled to ring the bell and order up some wine. "Soda and brandy let it be, Jack," said Mr. Neefit to Mr. Newton's own man. "It'll be more comfortable like between near relations." "Soda and water and brandy for Mr. Neefit," said the young Squire, turning angrily to the man. "Mr. Neefit, you are perfectly welcome to as much brandy as you can drink, and my man will wait upon you while I'm away. Good morning." Whereupon Newton took up his hat and left the room. He had not passed into the little back room, in which he knew that the servant would be looking for soda water, before he heard a sound as of smashed crockery, and he was convinced that Mr. Neefit was preparing himself for forcible eviction, by breaking his ornaments. Let the ornaments go, and the mirror, and the clock on the chimney-piece, and the windows. It was a frightful nuisance, but anything would be better than sending for the police to take away Mr. Neefit. "Keep your eye on that man in the front room," said he to his Swiss valet. "On Mr. Neefit, sir?" "Yes, on Mr. Neefit. He wants me to marry his daughter, and I can't oblige him. Let him have what he wants to eat and drink. Get rid of him if you can, but don't send for the police. He's smashing all the things, and you must save as many as you can." So saying, he hurried down the stairs and out of the house. But what was he to do next? If Mr. Neefit chose to carry out his threat by staying in the rooms, Mr. Neefit must be allowed to have his own way. If he chose to amuse himself by breaking the things must be broken. If he got very drunk, he might probably be taken home in a cab, and deposited at the cottage at Hendon. But what should Ralph do at this moment? He sauntered sadly down St. James' Street with his hands in his trousers pockets, and finding a crawling hansom at the Palace Gate, he got into it, and ordered the man to drive him down to Fulham. He had already made up his mind about dear little Clary, and the things might as well be done at once. None of the girls were at home. Miss Underwood and Miss Bonner had gone up to London to see Sir Thomas. Miss Clarissa was spending the day with Mrs. Brownlow. "That will just be right," said Ralph to himself, as he ordered the cabman to drive him to the old lady's house on the Brompton Road. Mrs. Brownlow had ever been a great admirer of the young squire, and did not admire him less now that he had come to his squireship. She had always hoped that Clary would marry the real heir, and was sounding his praises while Ralph was knocking at her door. "He is not half so fine a fellow as his brother," said Clarissa. "You did not use to think so," said Mrs. Brownlow. Then the door was opened, and Ralph was announced. With his usual easy manner, with that unabashed grace which Clarissa used to think so charming, he soon explained that he had been to Fulham, and had had himself driven back to Bolsover House because Clarissa was there. Clarissa, as she heard this, felt the blood tingle in her cheeks. His manner now did not seem to her to be so full of grace. Was it not all selfishness? Mrs. Brownlow purred out her applause. It was not to be supposed that he came to see an old woman, but his coming to see a young woman with adequate intentions was quite the proper thing for such a young man to do. They were just going to take lunch. Of course he would stop and lunch with them. He declared that he would like nothing better. Mrs. Brownlow rang the bell and gave her little orders. Clarissa's thoughts referred quickly to various matters, to the scene on the lawn, to a certain evening on which she had walked home with him from this very house, to the confessions which she had made to her sister, to her confidence with her cousin, and then to the offer that had been made to Mary, now only a few weeks since. She looked at him, though she did not seem to be looking at him, and told herself that the man was nothing to her. He had caused her unutterable sorrow, with which her heart was still sore, but he was nothing to her. She would eat her lunch with him, and endeavour to talk to him, but the less she might see of him henceforth the better. He was selfish, heartless, weak, and unworthy. The lunch was eaten, and within 3 minutes afterwards Mrs. Brownlow was away. As they were returning to the little parlour in which they had been sitting during the morning, she contrived to escape, and Ralph found himself alone with his dear, darling little Clary. In spite of his graceful ease, the task before him was not without difficulty. Clarissa, of course, knew that he had proposed to Mary, and probably knew that he had proposed to Polly. But Mary had told him that Clarissa was devoted to him, had told him at least that which amounted to almost as much. And then it was incumbent on him to do something that might put an end to the Neefit abomination. Clarissa would be contented to look back upon that episode with Mary Bonner as a dream that meant nothing, just as he himself was already learning to look at it. "Clary," he said, "I have hardly seen you to speak to you since the night we walked home together from this house."
"No, indeed, Mr. Newton,"
she said. Hitherto she had always called him Ralph. He did not observe the change, having too many things of his own to think of at the moment. "How much has happened since that?"
"Very much indeed, Mr. Newton."
"And yet it seems to be such a short time ago, almost yesterday. My poor uncle was alive then."
"Yes, he was."
He did not seem to be getting any nearer to his object by these references to past events. "Clary," he said, "there are many things which I wish to have forgotten, and some perhaps which I would have forgiven."
"I suppose that is so with all of us," said Clarissa.
"Just so, though I don't know that any of us have ever been so absurdly foolish as I have, throwing away what was of the greatest value in the world for the sake of something that seemed to be precious just for a moment." It was very difficult, and he already began to feel that the nature of the girl was altered towards him. She had suddenly become hard, undemonstrative, and almost unkind. Hitherto he had always regarded her, without much conscious thought about it, as a soft, sweet, pleasant thing that might at any moment be his for the asking. And Mary Bonner had told him that he ought to ask. Now he was willing to beseech her pardon, to be in very truth her lover, and to share with her all his prosperity. But she would give him no assistance in his difficulty. He was determined that she should speak, and trusting to Mrs. Brownlow's absence, he sat still, waiting for her.
"I hope you have thrown away nothing that you ought to keep," she said at last. "It seems to me that you have got everything."
"No, not as yet everything. I do not know whether I shall ever get that which I desire the most." Of course she understood him now, but she sat hard and fixed and stern, so absolutely unlike the Clarissa whom he had known since they were hardly more than children together. "You know what I mean, Clarissa?"
"No, I do not," she said.
"I fear you mean that you cannot forgive me."
"I have nothing to forgive."
"Oh yes, you have. Whether you will ever forgive me I cannot say. But there is much to forgive, very much. Your cousin Mary for a short moment ran away with us all."
"She is welcome for me."
"What do you mean, Clarissa?"
"Just what I say. She is welcome for me. She has taken nothing that I prize. Indeed, I do not think she has condescended to take anything of the sort you mean. Mary and I love each other dearly. There is no danger of our quarrelling."
"Come, Clary." He got up as he spoke, and stood over her, close to her shoulder. "You understand well enough what I mean. We have known each other so long, and I think we have loved each other so well, that you ought to say that you will forgive me. I have been foolish. I have been wrong. I have been false, if you will. Cannot you forgive me?" Not for a moment was there a look of forgiveness in her eye, or a sign of pardon in the lines of her face. But in her heart there was a contest. Something of the old passion remained there, though it was no more than the soreness it had caused. For half a moment she thought whether it might be as he would have it. But if so, how could she again look any of her friends in the face and admit that she had surrendered herself to so much unworthiness? How could she tell Patience, who was beginning to be full of renewed hope for Gregory. How could she confess such a weakness to her father? How could she stand up before Mary Bonner? And was it possible that she should really give herself, her whole life and all her future hopes, to one so weak and worthless as this man? "There is nothing to forgive," she said, "but I certainly cannot forget." "You know that I love you," he protested. "Love me? Yes. With what sort of love? But it does not matter. There need be no further talk about it. Your love to me can be nothing." "Clarissa!" "And to you it will be quite as little. Your heart will never suffer much, Ralph. How long is it since you offered your hand to my cousin? Only that you are just a boy playing at love. This would be an insult." Then she saw her old friend through the window. "Mrs. Brownlow," she said, "Mr. Newton is going, and I am ready for our walk whenever you please." "Think of it twice, Clarissa. Must this be the end of it?" pleaded Ralph. "As far as I am concerned, it must be the end of it. When I get home I shall probably find that you have already made an offer to Patience." Then he got up, took his hat, and having shaken hands cordially with Mrs. Brownlow through the window, went out to his hansom cab, which was earning 6d. a quarter of an hour out on the road, while he had been so absolutely wasting his quarter of an hour within the house. "Has he said anything, my dear?" asked Mrs. Brownlow. "He has said a great deal." "Well, my dear?" "He is an empty, vain, inconstant man." "Is he, Clarissa?" "And yet he is so good-humoured and so gay and so pleasant, that I do not see why he should not make a very good husband to some girl." "What do you mean, Clarissa? You have not refused him?" "I did not say he had offered, did I?" "But he has?" "If he did, then I refused him. He is good-natured, but he has no more heart than a log of wood. Don't talk about it any more, dear Mrs. Brownlow. I dare say we shall all be friends again before long, and he'll almost forget everything that he said this morning." Throughout the afternoon she was gay and almost happy, and before she went home she had made up her mind that she would tell Patience, and then get rid of it from her thoughts for ever. Not to tell Patience would be a breach of faith between them, and would moreover render future sisterly intercourse between them very difficult. But had it been possible she would have avoided the expression of triumph without which it would be almost impossible for her to tell the story. Within her own bosom certainly there was some triumph. The man for whose love she had sighed and been sick had surrendered to her at last. The prize had been at her feet, but she had not chosen to lift it. "Poor Ralph," she said to herself. "He means to do as well as he can, but he is so feeble." She certainly would not tell Mary Bonner, nor would she say a word to her father. And when she should meet Ralph again, as she did not doubt but that she would meet him shortly, she would be very careful to give no sign that she was thinking of his disgrace. He should still be called Ralph till he was a married man, and when it should come to pass that he was about to marry, she would congratulate him with all the warmth of old friendship. That night she did tell it all to Patience. "You don't mean," she said, "that I have not done right?" "I'm sure that you have done quite right." "Then why are you so sober about it, Patty?" "Only if you do love him, I would give my right hand, Clary, that you might have that which shall make you happy in life." "If you were to give your right and left hand too, a marriage with Ralph Newton would not make me happy. Think of it, Patty, to both of us within 2 months. He is just like a child,
How could I ever have respected him, or believed in him? I could never have respected myself again. No, Patty, I did love him dearly. I fancied that life without him must all be a dreary blank. I made him into a god, but his feet are of the poorest clay. Kiss me, dear, and congratulate me because I have escaped." Her sister did kiss her and did congratulate her, but still there was a something of regret in the sister's heart. Clarissa was, to her thinking, so fit